Good morning and welcome to the Law and Crime Trial Network. I'm Imran Ansari, and both sides rested their case as of yesterday afternoon in the Murdaugh family murder trial. The disgraced former attorney Alec Murdaugh faces life in prison without the possibility of parole for the shooting deaths of his wife Maggie and son Paul. The pair were found dead on the family property on June 7th, 2021. Court proceedings will begin around 11 a.m. Eastern Time after the jury takes a trip to the Moselle property for the jury view. It gives us a chance to catch up on the case and check in with our reporters in the field. But first, let's watch some of the testimony from the last witness who took the stand in this case, crime investigator Dr. Kenneth Kinsey.
Restate for this jury what the defense's theory based on that blowback that would have exploded into the shooter's face here behind Paul. Explain for this jury what the defense's theory is about how that shooter would have been injured.
The defense expert testified that that shooter would be most probably incapacitated from blood, bone, and body fluid, and there was a high likelihood that he was injured by those pellets.
Dr. Kinsey, in your expert opinion, is there anything awkward about a shooter standing outside going into an enclosed area to turn around to shoot someone from enclosed? Is there something weird about that to you?
I can't figure out the methodology of a shooter. I've never done any crime like that, Mr. Wilson, but I don't see, if we talk about common sense and everybody's mentioned the totality when they don't have an answer for something, it's always, I looked at the totality, but I don't see any reason for someone to squeeze up past one victim in this doorway to go inside to shoot him back out. And if he did, if that scenario did happen, that doesn't explain all the pellets that are in the floor of the feed room that we've heard testimony to as to why law enforcement didn't clean those pellets up. If it happened the way the defense expert says those pellets would be out here in the yard, they would not be inside that feed room.
Are you familiar with what the investigation has determined about the 300 blackout shells found around Maggie's body and the 300 blackout shells found up by the flower bed that appeared to be several months old and weathered? What relationship do the shells have to each other?
According to the firearms examination, those cartridge casings were loaded and ejected from the same weapon.
So a family-owned weapon is what was used to kill Maggie.
Objection leading.
What do you infer from that information?
I would infer that this is a family-owned firearm.
Okay, so joining me with all the details is our boots on the ground, Law and Crime's Anjanette Levy. Anjanette, I'll start by asking you what you made of Kinsey's testimony yesterday. Was it new and important information that he believes Maggie was killed by a family-owned gun?
Well, good morning to you, Imran. I think we had heard that repeatedly throughout the trial, that they believed, the state believes, that Maggie was killed with a 300 blackout that was owned by that family. It wasn't Buster's 300 blackout, the one that you've seen in the courtroom so many times. So it had to be one of the two 300 blackouts that are missing. One went missing quite some time ago. Then there was a replacement that we heard about that Paul and his friend were sighting in by the house in March or April of 2021, just a few months before this shooting. They have not recovered that gun. We don't have that murder weapon. So it was some interesting testimony from Dr. Kinsey. I feel like it kind of was a lot of what he had already said during the state's case in chief. However, he had to testify about what he thought about the defense experts, and he doesn't agree with the defense experts. He called some of what they proposed preposterous. One thing I found interesting was the fact that he said you can't determine the height of the shooter. This defense had put up an expert who said this shooter was likely between 5'2" and 5'4". Kinsey said because it's a dynamic situation, there's movement. He said the shooter could be 5'4", 6'4", or 7'4". He also said that he can't endorse or rule out the possibility of two shooters. So that was an interesting point as well.
And Jeanette, do you think that the state ended their case on a strong note?
I I do. I thought that the Attorney General, Alan Wilson, the elected Attorney General of the state of South Carolina, got up there and did the examination, the direct examination of Dr. Kinsey, and I thought he did a really good job. I was kind of wondering why, after that, he didn't examine more witnesses during this trial. He has been in the courtroom at the counsel table every day. So this case, I don't know if obviously it's a high-profile case. Is there more to him being in the courtroom? I don't know, but he did a really good job, I thought. And it was interesting with all the demonstrations he was doing with Dr. Kinsey, and he was just very to the point, quick, very well prepared. So I think they did end on a strong note.
And Jeanette, do you think we could read into that the fact that they brought in so-called big guns for that rebuttal case? Do you think the prosecution are worried in any way about their case? And how did the defense do overall?
I don't know if the prosecution is worried about their case or if they think they put on a strong case. I don't know. There have been some times where they looked a little concerned. Yesterday during the testimony from the expert who said he was tossing a cell phone up in the air to do an experiment to see when the light might come on Maggie's cell phone. One of them, John Metters, looked a little concerned, but I don't know, maybe he was, maybe he wasn't, because it just didn't seem like the kind of testimony you should be putting up. Maybe call somebody from Apple to explain the phone. That was my take on that. So I don't know. I'd like to know why he decided to do the closing witness. Maybe he just wanted to. Maybe he was making a statement, but it was interesting. And I thought the defense, did a good job. They put up some good witnesses. The cross-examinations were pretty wild yesterday morning of Dr. Reamer and Ronnie Crosby. So Dick Harpootlian, somebody lit a fire under him yesterday morning, and he really went after these witnesses to try to discredit them, to paint Ronnie Crosby as somebody who's angry at Alec Murdaugh. Ronnie Crosby says he is not. He doesn't feel anything. He was angry. Dr. Reamer, obviously saying that Paul was shot through the head with the shell kind of going this way through his head, countering the defense experts who said that they believed it was a contact wound from the back of the head that caused the ejection of Paul's brain. So I think both sides made good points, but there are different jobs here. They have different jobs, Imran. I don't have to tell you that. The state has to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense doesn't have to do anything, but they're trying to plant some seeds of doubt. So I think people might forget that. The defense doesn't have to prove anything. So, they did a good job. They called a lot of witnesses, and it'll just be up to the jury. It may very well come down to whether the jury believes Alec Murdaugh or not, because they got to hear from him.
And Jeanette, let's talk about that jury. Of course, they're right now, they're going to be going to the scene and taking a view of that scene. What pieces of evidence do you think the jury is going to be taking into consideration most now that both sides have rested?
Well, I think it'll be Alec Murdaugh's testimony. I think it'll be the kennel video. That kennel video is really hard to overcome. He said for, over a year that or a year at least, that he wasn't there. That he wasn't down at the kennels before going to his mom's. And the jury's going to have to decide if they believe his explanation that he didn't trust SLED and didn't reveal this in his police interviews, that he was there minutes before the state believes that Paul and Maggie were killed. Also, the gun evidence, the fact that they believe a family-owned weapon was used to kill Paul and Maggie, and that OnStar data that shows his path that night. So there are several pieces of evidence that I think will be critical to the state's case, and that the jury will consider.
And Jeanette, they are going on that jury view now. Is the media going to have a chance to see the property?
They will. So the jury, I don't know if they've arrived just yet. The judge was saying 9:30, but if they get there earlier, they can go out there. It's about a 25-minute, maybe 25, 30-minute drive. There is a media pool reporter going. There is a print or a still photographer and also a videographer. So this is a pool situation. They're not allowing everybody to go out. So we will get some images, some photographs and video of what the property looks like now. I can tell you that on Sunday when I got here, I drove out there just to try to kind of orient myself a little bit. You know, so many of the photos we haven't been allowed to see in this case. And I just kind of pulled up on the side of the road trying to kind of see how far off the road the kennels or this area where the kennels are might be. And, you know, it was interesting, Imran. I was kind of shocked to see so many people driving around out there, kind of circling around, trying to get a view. The gate was open. I don't know if people were running back there, but I was kind of like a little unnerved by the number of people who were kind of driving around and circling. So we will get some images to share with you later today. It's not as far off the road as I thought it would be, this kennel area. You know, there's a driveway that goes back, and there it is. So.
Well, that's fascinating. Anjanette, thank you so much for your reporting. We're going to be checking back with you throughout the morning to see any updates down outside that courthouse. Thank you for joining us. And we will check back at the top of next hour with Anjanette. For us at the network, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we have an update in the XXXTentacion trial right after this. Stay tuned here at Law and Crime. Welcome back to Law and Crime, and as we wait for the jury to finish up their viewing of the Moselle property in the Murdaugh family murder trial, I want to switch gears to discuss the XXXTentacion trial. The up-and-coming artist was gunned down outside a motorsports in Fort Lauderdale, Florida in 2018. The three suspects, Michael Boatwright, Dedrick Williams, and Trayvon Newsom, are charged with first-degree murder. The men allegedly used an SUV to cut off the rapper in a parking lot before shooting him and taking off with his Louis Vuitton bag that had $50,000 cash inside. Court is dark today, and the state plans on calling one last witness before wrapping up their case. But for now, I want to go to something that happened yesterday. A jail guard testified that defendant Newsom actually threatened Robert Allen. Remember, Robert Allen already pleaded guilty in connection to this case and served as a state witness earlier in the trial. Let's take a listen.
He began to yell, there he is, working the popo, the police. He also said he's working with the white man now.
When you say yell, you mean literally at a decibel that's higher than what we're talking now?
Yes, loud enough for anyone to hear.
Okay. How close was Robert Allen to you when this incident occurred?
Within.
And were there any explicatives that Trayvon Newsom said to this testifying witness?
Yes, there were other obscenities I know used, but as I was escorting him here to court, I didn't pay attention too much and record what was being said, but what stood out and what I'm testifying to, that he did call him a popo, said he's working for the police, and he's working for the white man now.
Okay. And what, if anything, did Robert Allen say as a result of that?
He didn't say anything.
No further questions.
Well, good morning, Deputy. One question for you, sir. Have you ever been accused of something you didn't do by someone you thought was your friend?
Objection, Judge. Improper question.
I have nothing further to sustain.
Okay, to break this all down, I'm joined by forensic death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan and criminal defense attorney and former public defender Kesia Early. Thank you both for taking the time to come on with me and discuss this case along with the Murdaugh trial later on. I'll start with you, Kesia. What does this add to the state's case, if anything at all? What's your opinion?
Well, I'm very familiar with this case as well as the judge I've practiced before, Judge Usan, and he is definitely closely monitoring this trial. This testimony obviously is detrimental to the defense because it shows somewhat or potential witness tampering or consciousness of guilt, because you would not have said anything to any witness to dissuade them from testifying or giving further testimony if the state plans on putting on a rebuttal case. Also with this case, I know that Judge Usan determined that the deposition of the rapper Drake was no longer necessary because there was no connection. So I believe that the evidence in this case is overwhelming. You have surveillance footage, you have motive, you have opportunity, you have greed, but you also have witnesses who testified that they made admissions of their involvement in this case. So I do believe that the state will be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they were guilty of the crimes as charged.
Yeah, Casey, I'm going to stay with you because you have that familiarity with this jurisdiction, with this judge and this case. What can the defense do when they have a witness on the stand like this who pleaded guilty for his involvement in the crime and is now turning state witness at trial? How can the defense handle a witness like this on cross-examination?
Well, obviously, there was a plea that was made. There was negotiation. So you want to point to the jury that you don't want to take this potential witness's testimony or weigh it heavily because he struck a deal, and this deal was in his interest. So this testimony could very well be fabricated, or that this testimony is only given because he was looking out for his own interests. So definitely point that out to the jury, because oftentimes as attorneys, we believe that the jury knows the inner workings of the court system. And unless you explain to them that there was a deal between the prosecutor, the same prosecutors who are prosecuting this case, and that this potential witness or this witness that testified received some form of benefit, then they may weigh his testimony the same way as any other civilian testimony or officer testimony. So definitely drive that point home.
Thank you, Casey. And I want to take a listen to some more testimony in this trial. We also heard testimony from Robert Allen himself earlier in the trial. I want to watch some of that now. This is his description of the shooting. Let's take a look.
Okay, so the victim gets in the car. What position does the victim get? What position of the car, his own car, does he get in?
He's driving.
What about the gentleman that you said, the black male that he was with?
He's on the passenger side.
And what happens next?
They drive around, as they're coming out of the rear motorsports. He just blocks them open. And I can go right in the trailer and should drive out.
When you say get out, did the car, tell us the speed in which this happened. For example, did Michael Boatwright drive obeying the limits of the law and gingerly pull out in front of the victim? Or how fast was he going?
He's at a speed.
Okay. How fast did Michael Boatwright get out of the car?
Very fast.
How fast did Trayvon Newsom get out of the car?
Very fast.
Was there any discussion prior to that the two of them, referring to Michael Boatwright and Trayvon Newsom, were going to get out of the car at the same time, and then what they were going to do once they got out of the car?
No.
Okay. How was it decided who was going to go to what side of the victim's car? For example, who was going to go to the driver's side or who was going to go to the passenger side of the victim's car?
Let him decide.
Okay. And where were you seated when you're watching all of this?
Behind the driver's seat.
So tell us, once Michael Boatwright gets out of the Dodge Journey and approaches the victim's vehicle, what does he referring to Michael Boatwright, say and do? First, what does he say?
Michael Boatwright.
Yes. What is he saying as you're saying robbing him? What is he saying?
Pretty good.
Okay. What is he doing?
He had his rifle stuck inside the window.
I'm sorry? Nice and loud.
He had his rifle stuck right inside the car.
What side of the car?
Driver's side.
How is he holding the rifle? He being Michael Boatwright. Show us with your hands the best you can. Okay, so you're showing both hands?
Yes.
Now I see your hands you're in custody, so your hands are handcuffed and shackled to your waist, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm using myself as an example, okay? How high up? Tell me when to stop when I get to the height that he was holding the rifle.
Right there.
Okay, so Michael Boatwright is holding the rifle like this with two hands,
Yes.
and he's pointing it at the victim.
Yes.
Okay. How about Trayvon Newsom? What does he do once he gets out of the car with his firearm?
He runs to the car and he's putting on his necklace.
Whose necklace?
Strip necklace.
At that point, where was the passenger that was with XXX?
Then he's going, he ran out the car.
Okay. And from which side of the car is Trayvon Newsom trying to take XXX's necklace?
Driver.
Okay, so at the point that you're describing, both Trayvon Newsom and Michael Boatwright are on the driver's side?
Yes.
And while Michael Boatwright is holding the firearm on the victim, Trayvon Newsom is trying to take his property?
Yes.
What, if anything, is XXX doing in response to any of this?
I couldn't see that.
Could you hear what he was saying?
No.
What is Trayvon Newsom, if anything, what is he saying? Were you able to hear him?
No.
At some point, what happens next after they being Trayvon Newsom and Michael Boatwright are on the same side of the driver's side of the victim's car? What happens next?
Michael Boatwright pushes Trey like to go on the other side of the car.
Does Trayvon Newsom go on the other side?
Yes.
And what happens next?
reaches inside the car and grabs. Trayvon Newsom reaches inside the bag. I mean, inside the car and grabs the bag.
What bag?
Privilege bag.
Okay, do you remember what kind of bag it was?
Yes.
Tell us.
The Louis Vuitton bag.
What does Trayvon Newsom do after he grabs the bag?
As he's grabbing the bag, shots are fired.
Judge, I'm going to ask him to speak to the microphone.
As he's grabbing the bag, shots are fired.
Who shoots the shots that are fired?
Michael Boatwright,
And who does he shoot?
Triple X,
Where does he shoot him from? What side of the car?
driving.
So if Triple X is in the driver's seat and Michael Boatwright is in the driver's side, the shots are coming onto Triple X's left side or right side? Which side?
Left side.
Okay. And what happens, how many times do you recall that Michael Boatwright shoots Triple X?
Maybe like 2 or 3 times.
What does Triple X do as a result of that?
Let's see.
What does Michael Boatwright do next?
When we get back in the car.
What does Trayvon Newsom do?
He comes out, slips and falls a little bit, and then he runs the car.
What does Dietrich Williams do? Now, are all 4 of you back in the Dodge Journey?
Yes,
What does Dietrich Williams do?
he drives off.
How long does this take from the point that Dietrich Williams cuts off the victim from leaving Reba Motorsports and Trayvon Newsom and Michael Boatwright get out and shove guns in the face of the victim? How long does all this take from start to finish?
That's the 3 minutes.
Okay, so let's bring in my 2 great guests to break down this case, this testimony. Joseph, I'm going to start with you. You hear these individuals who have pleaded guilty in this case, leading the jury through what happened. But the Broward County Sheriff's Office did present forensic evidence during the course of the trial regarding the bullets, the casings, etc. How important is that forensic evidence to complement the state's case in this case?
Yeah, I don't know that it can be, there can be a value placed on it to the degree that it demonstrates exactly what took place. Because let's face this, you have this playing out in front of you from a videography standpoint. This is a prosecution's dream. To have this there. And then you tie it back with the physical evidence. You have this individual on the stand that talks about the orientation of weapons, the movement of the individuals carrying the weapons, who's actually the trigger man. And additionally, the physical evidence is going to back this up when you begin to talk about firing in such close proximity to the victim, because you're going to have deposition of gunpowder and burned powder relative to things that we look for on the surface of the skin. And I'll also give you an idea of range of fire. This is all about relationship between the end of the muzzle and where this young man was seated in this car. This is a very, very tight space. So I don't know in recent memory that I've seen a case that is so well laid out from an evidentiary standpoint it gives you pause to think, what can the defense possibly do to mitigate this overwhelming amount of physical evidence?
And Kesia, you're a criminal defense attorney practicing in that jurisdiction. What did you take from a defense perspective, if you were sitting in that defense counsel chair, from the prosecution's questions to that witness, Mr. Allen, that we just saw?
Well, in this case, I believe that the defense had no choice but to go to trial. I don't believe that the prosecution gave an offer. And I've been in this position as a former public defender and even as a private attorney. Sometimes you just have to try the case, even if there's overwhelming circumstantial evidence or overwhelming evidence in the case, and just hope that you get that one holdout juror for a hung jury. Because oftentimes in cases where there's overwhelming evidence, that most likely it's not going to be a not guilty verdict unless the critical evidence. There was let's say the chain of custody where the video doesn't come in. But in this case, you just have to try the case and hope that you have that one juror who believes that, this star witness is not credible because he broke a deal. And this case is just unfortunate. I actually am very good friends with XXX's grandmother. And when this case first came out, just to see the hurt, these crimes that are committed, there's collateral consequences, and it's the family that continues to grieve long after the trial. So I hope that the prosecution will continue to move this case forward and bring justice for XXX and his family.
Yeah, hopefully this trial ends with justice for the family. Thank you for that insight, Kesia and Joseph also. We're going to take a quick break here at Law and Crime. When we come back, we're going to be recapping more of the Alec Murdaugh trial. Right now, the jury is viewing the crime scene. That gives us a chance to recap some of the things that happened in court earlier. Stay tuned here at Law and Crime. Welcome back to Law&Crime. I'm Imran Ansari. We are following the Murdaugh family murder trial this morning. Both sides rested yesterday afternoon, and the jury is currently on a view of Moselle. That's the property that the victims were found deceased. Defendant and disgraced former attorney Alec Murdaugh faces life in prison for the death of his wife and son. While we wait for the closing arguments to begin, we're going to take a look back at some of the most important moments from that trial. And that leads me to the testimony of the defendant himself. So let's go to some of his direct examination as he describes the night of the murders.
Alec, you've talked about going to Paul's body and Maggie's body. Do you recall getting blood on you, on your hands, or any part of you?
Yes. Okay.
Do you know with whose blood you would have gotten on you?
I know I got blood on my fingertips.
Can you differentiate, whether it was Maggie or Paul?
It's probably both. Except for so much blood. But
there, turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
I mean, if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was not fresh, Maggie drove my car all the time, but I assume it got there from me touching Maggie and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think maybe there's possibly blood on this gun, maybe not. Do you know if you got transferred blood on anything else that night?
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. Maggie didn't really fool with guns other than to put them up.
There's did you submit to a GSR examination that night?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian Varnadoe testified about.
Where your hands were swabbed?
That's right.
And then your clothes were collected by, I don't know if it's Agent Owen or someone else?
That's correct.
And turns out there's some GSR on your shirt and on your shorts. And did you handle this gun? This is
yes.
This is item 22 that.
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
And I think Nolan had testified that this is, one of the shotguns Paul liked to use.
It is.
Was he meticulous about cleaning his guns?
Pawpaw?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was meticulous about it, but it was far and few between when he actually cleaned them.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were part of this case, provided results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir. I wasn't provided at the time. I've seen them.
Right.
Seen all these records.
Just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high velocity blood spatter on me.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Just to be clear, were you anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
Okay, Alec Murdaugh on the stand, and I still have forensic death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan and criminal defense attorney and former public defender Casey Early here with me to break down his testimony. Joseph, I want to start with you. Can you help us understand the timeline here as it pertains to the defense's theory that Murdaugh was not near the victims when they were shot? How is that possible?
I think that it's very difficult when you take into consideration the electronic evidence that they have based upon phone. And I think, for me, at least, the most damning part to this is his voice on those recordings. And those two things don't marry up in a world that applies common sense to this. And I'm not being pro-prosecution when I say that, because there have been mistakes that have been made. But this is one of those things that is very difficult for the defense to get around, because it goes back to his veracity, to his viability. He's got this kind of admitted history of lying about things, and that kind of ties back to this narrative. And we're not talking about physical evidence here, which they were obviously going to in this point. However, when you begin to analyze this just simply from a numerical standard, when we're talking about measurement of time along these little points, very difficult to overcome.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see how the prosecution handled the issue of the timeline that we just discussed on cross-examination. Let's take a look at a clip of that cross-examination now.
In the Moselle at 10:01.
Yeah. Sorry.
It looks to me like I turned into Moselle at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on the dot, sorry.
Yes, sir.
At the house at 10:05?
Yes, sir.
And then that's when you went back to the kennels after you came back from Alameda, correct?
I went to the kennels after I went to the house. I went from Alameda to the house to the kennels.
And we got to the scene. You got out of the car, according to what you told law enforcement repeatedly, and went and checked the bodies, correct? Before you called 911. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this. When I pulled up and I saw Maggie and Paul, I jumped out of that car. I know that I went back to my car and I called 911 as quickly as I could. That point in time, when I got on the phone, then is when I went to them and did the things that I did. So, what you're saying is not accurate.
You're saying that you didn't say very specifically to law enforcement that you went to them prior to calling 911?
When?
After you got out of the car, you told law enforcement repeatedly that you went over and checked the bodies before you called 911.
No, I don't. If I did say that, I don't believe that's accurate. Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
No, sir. That's not accurate. At least that's not what I remember.
That's not what you remember saying, or that's not what you say now happens?
No, that's not what I believe happened.
Okay, so KC, I want to get your perspective on this. And Joseph earlier said that, his credibility is really on the line here. It's on display. And when Alec Murdaugh took that decision to take the stand, this trial really became about him. Of course, it is about him, but with his own words now. And that jury analyzing and assessing his credibility. What do you think about Alec Murdaugh's version of events, of that timeline, as he explained it away, not only on direct examination, but here on cross-examination?
Alec Murdaugh's testimony and credibility is completely shot, and he had no other choice but to take the stand. Typically, I usually tell my clients, especially as the trial is going forward, I would advise them not to take the stand if I believe that the state failed to meet their burden. But But in this case, he had to, because everyone in that entire courtroom, including the jury, knew that that was his voice at the kennels. So he came on the stand to somewhat rehabilitate himself. But in my opinion, I do not believe that he came off credible at all. Did he come off very sympathetic? Absolutely. But it is the prosecution's job in closing arguments to remind the jury that sympathy has no place in this courtroom. You have to look at the evidence and apply it to the facts. And what is the evidence? That Alec Murdaugh is a liar, he's a thief, and he's also a killer. He had the motive, he had the opportunity. And let me just point out one thing, even as a mother, and I believe that there's mothers on the jury. As a mother or as a parent, when you have a nickname or a name that you give your child other than their formal first name, even under signs of duress and stress, you typically utilize that nickname. So when he was referring to Paul in the patrol, when he was speaking to the officers as Paul, but then now on the stand as Pawpaw, it comes off a little like he's trying to pull the wool over the jury's eyes to kind of garner more sympathy. And that kind of pushed me away from him, because you've already presented yourself as a liar, and now you're trying to gain sympathy from me. So I'm pretty sure that the jury sees it.
Yeah, and Casey, we are working our way in terms of a countdown to those closing arguments to the jury, and I am sure that the prosecution is going to be hitting home all the points of credibility or lack thereof that Alec Murdaugh displayed while he was testifying and during the course of the trial, whereas the defense is probably going to be pointing to what they perceive to be the points of reasonable doubt. And we are waiting for that jury to come back and those summations to begin. So stay tuned here at Law and Crime, and stay tuned while we take a quick break here in Law and Crime. When we come back, while we wait for the jury to get back from their scene viewing and closing arguments to start, we're going to be recapping some of the most important points and parts of the Murdaugh trial. So stay tuned here at Law and Crime. Welcome back to Law and Crime. We are following the Murdaugh family murder trial out of Walterboro, South Carolina. We expect to hear closing arguments later today for the disgraced attorney who faces double murder charges in the death of his wife and son. We just got word that the jury has arrived at Moselle, the property where the murders occurred. They arrived in 2 vans with tinted windows, and law enforcement will escort them on the scene of that property. We know that after the viewing, closing arguments will begin. So let's bring in our legal panel now to discuss just the process of bringing a jury to a crime scene. Joseph, I want to start with you. Typically in a trial, the judge will instruct the jury that they are not to visit a crime scene and they're only to receive the evidence in the form of what and how it's presented in the courtroom. But there are certain circumstances when the jury is permitted to go view a crime scene when it's going to aid them in their sort of evidentiary process, if you will, and both sides either agree to it or by motion the judge orders it. So right now we hear that they have arrived on the scene. Joseph, can you sort of bring our viewers through that process of a jury walking through a crime scene?
Yeah, and I'm glad that I'm here with you guys today for this express reason. And I think in most recent memory, famously, the jury was taken out at Parkland. I think we can all remember that. And the pool reporters that were there talked about how impactful that was. But keep in mind, Parkland had been literally preserved with fencing around it and all that sort of thing. This property out there has changed. And also you've had these, what I've previously referred to as looky-loos that have been out at the scene. So we don't know how much of not only the physical landscape relative to the vegetation and all those sorts of things have changed, but also has anything been taken away souvenir-wise? And I know that that's very creepy when you think about it, but people do that sort of thing. So how much has it changed? The directions of the judge are to be held to the letter relative to this. And these people cannot talk among themselves. They can only look, observe. I don't think they're allowed to be questioned or necessarily to ask questions. So they walk through very carefully. Here's another thing that kind of weighs on me in this case.
Joseph, I'm gonna have to cut you off, but I want to get the end of your take. But Casey, thank you for joining us. I know you're signing off now. Stay tuned here at Law and Crime. More of the Murdaugh trial when we come back. Welcome to the second hour of our coverage here at Law&Crime. I'm Imran Ansari, and thanks for joining us. We are following the Murdaugh family murder trial where both sides rested their case yesterday afternoon. The jury is currently on a jury view of the Moselle family property where victims Maggie and Paul were found shot to death on June 7th of 2021. We expect to get closing arguments around 11 a.m. Eastern, and we will bring you live as soon as they begin. But right now, joining me with all the details is our boots on the ground reporter, Anjanette Levy. What do you have for us, Anjanette?
Hey, good morning, Imran. You know, I'm in the line right now here at the Colleton County Courthouse. I want to give you an update on the jury view, though. The jurors, according to the poll reports, left here in a bus around 9:10 this morning. Judge Newman rode separately in a truck by himself, apparently with some type of sheriff's official, and they made their way to the Moselle property. We are told that they will be taken to the kennels to look at that area and then taken to the outside of the home there on the Moselle property. And we're told that they've been told to keep an eye out for snakes because apparently in this weather, the snakes can come out. So they're on snake watch while they're out there. Obviously, we don't want anybody getting injured, possibly bitten by a snake or something like that. But I wanted to show you a little bit of this line here. This line to get into closing arguments is very long. I spoke with the first woman in line and she told me that she got here at 3 in the morning. And she's been following the trial closely, and she wanted to ensure she got in for closing arguments, which start at 11 o'clock this morning. As we've been telling you, I actually just interviewed a woman who traveled here last night from Kansas. And so, a lot of people are very interested in this, and it feels like it's mostly women. And two of those women who are very interested in this case are with me now. Miranda, you came here from Charlotte, and then Chrissy, are you here from Charlotte as well?
Yes.
Okay, so you're friends.
Yeah, we came down together.
And Miranda jokes that it's Miranda just like the Wrights. So she's in the right place, right? You're at the courthouse.
I was born for this.
So Miranda, what is this your first time here? Why are you here?
It's my first time at the Murdaugh trial, but I was at Depp and Heard as well, and I just want to come and see with my own eyes what's really going on. I love the reporting, but I got to be here too. I got to see it.
Yeah, so that's interesting because I'm surprised we didn't run into one another. Chrissy, is this your first time here as well?
It is. I'm from Charleston. I was born and raised and then moved to Charlotte, and I just felt like it was so close to not make the effort to get down here. And I really want to see the jurors myself. It's really hard watching it day after day and not knowing their expressions and, you know, the vibe of the courtroom.
And it's really hard to read some of their expressions. And since some of them broke out with COVID, some of them have been wearing masks, which was a change from when I was first here. So you really can't tell some of their facial expressions, but they've been very attentive. What is it, Miranda, about this case in particular? Obviously, you said you went to the Depp case. That's totally different. What is it about the Murdaugh case that has captured your attention?
I think that it was a wife and a mother and her child, and I'm a mom, and I can put myself in her shoes, and I want justice for them, and I wanted to come here and hopefully be a part of that.
But what does justice look like to you? Do you believe that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt? I've been asking everybody.
No, I don't think for every juror that it has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that there will be someone in that pool that's going to have just enough to say, guys, I can't convict him, and potentially might be hung.
But you don't believe the state's proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt?
I do. I don't.
You
think
do.
That
Okay.
Sorry, I do. I don't think that the jurors are going to see it like that. All of them.
Okay, interesting. Chrissy, how do you feel about the burden here? Has the state met that heavy burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Alec Murdaugh killed Paul and Maggie?
I definitely think they have, and I'm just stuck on if he didn't do it, then he wouldn't have lied about being at the kennels. That would have made his alibi. And I would have said, we were all alive. We had just been there together. And I can shorten that timeline of when it happened for you. And that's where it started for me. And lie after lie after lie, it just doesn't add up. And I think they've done great at pointing out all those points.
Inconsistencies.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you believe anything he said on the stand?
Not much. No, not much.
Absolutely not.
No, I believe that when he finally said that he lied to all these people, and he was like, yeah, I lied to them. Yep, I lied to them. And I lied to them. That's when he told the truth.
Interesting.
It's very hard to believe someone when they admit, yes, I lied about all of this, but this one thing,
that's when
I'm
telling
really
the
telling
truth.
the truth. but you lied about the most important piece of evidence that would have,
And lied about it for so long.
To everyone.
I think he's a pathological liar. I think he's a narcissist, and I think that he has gotten away with things for so long, and he's believed these lies for so long that he doesn't even know what's truth and what's false anymore.
Very interesting. Well, ladies, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and I hope you get a decent seat in there. You can hear everything and see everything that's going on. Thank you. So, Imran, there you have it. Two of our, viewers here, people in line waiting to get in. I spoke to other people. It was interesting. They believe the state's proven its case, but I spoke to two other women in line who told me earlier that they believe Alec Murdaugh is guilty, but they don't believe it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So we have people with differing opinions here. So they believe he did it, didn't believe the state proved it, but obviously Miranda and Chrissy here believe that the state did prove it and that he's guilty.
Yeah, Anjana, I got to ask you, we have the armchair jurors, so to say. We had that in Johnny Depp, and you just spoke to Miranda over there, who was also following the Johnny Depp trial. Now, it's a great sort of litmus test for attorneys to see how the public are receiving the evidence. Now, you're talking to people, you're seeing the people outside the courthouse who have been following this trial word by word. Do you get the sense that there's more people leaning towards an acquittal or a conviction based on your interaction with them?
I don't think that anyone is leaning toward an acquittal. I think that's highly unlikely. Just from my, small poll here I conducted this morning, you've got two people saying they proved the case. Two other women believe he did it, but the state didn't prove it. So I think that really the most likely thing that's going to happen here is it will either be a guilty verdict or a hung jury. But we haven't heard closings yet. What are we going to hear in closings? Is there going to be something that we hear in closings when each side ties together what they want the jury to consider that's really going to solidify maybe a guilty verdict, a not guilty verdict, or a hung jury? I think an acquittal is very unlikely.
Yeah, and Jeanette, listen, 2 lives were lost. We can't forget that. And, it seems like there's a lot of people out there who are excited for this trial. Now, do you get this sense from that crowd that there is an excitement brewing as we wait for those closing arguments to be delivered by both sides in this case?
I don't know if excitement is the right word. I think that I kind of jokingly said a little bit ago that the moms are mad. There are a lot of women in this line, and this case has resonated with them because a woman, a mother, Maggie, and her son Paul were brutally murdered. And I say that, I hate these adjectives because every murder is horrible. But these are two people who were just gunned down on their own property. So I don't know if there's excitement is really the word. I think it's more interest, and people feel emotionally invested in this because of it.
And what do we expect in terms of a time frame? Now, we have the 11 a.m. hour as a time where we expect that closing arguments are going to be starting there in court. But you're down there. Do you get the sense that there may be a delay in terms of closing arguments starting? How long do we expect the jury to be on that scene view?
I don't think they're going to be there very long. The estimate yesterday was maybe an hour. It appears to me that this judge wants to get this going. This trial was estimated to last between 3 and 8 weeks. We are well past the 3-week mark. Dick Harpootlian has been kind of mentioning that constantly, that, he expected this to be a 3-week trial, and it's been longer than that. So I think the judge is ready to get this going. I'm sure the jury is. They were told they were here for 3 weeks. They've now been here for about 6 or so. So I think that everybody is ready to get this wrapped up.
Yeah, Anjana, thank you for your great reporting. And we're going to be checking in with you throughout the course of the day for that boots on the ground perspective as you report outside the courtroom or courthouse, I should say, in South Carolina. Anjana, thank you for that great reporting. We're going to take a quick break here at Law&Crime. When we come back, more recapping the Alec Murdaugh trial as we wait for closing arguments to start. Right now, they're expected to start at the 11 a.m. Eastern hour. We'll bring that live to you as soon as they begin. Stay tuned here at Law&Crime. Welcome back to Law and Crime, and we're following the Murdaugh family murder trial out of Walterboro, South Carolina, and we expect to hear closing arguments later today for the disgraced attorney who faces double murder charges in the death of his wife and son. Throughout the trial, we had several expert witnesses with differing opinions. For example, defense witness and forensic engineer Mike Sutton. He testified to the height he believed the shooter to be. We'll take this opportunity while we wait for closing arguments to recap, including this clip. So let's take a listen now.
So position me as that shooter would be. I'm trying to figure out where, how would they hold the gun up here, down here, where?
And then you want to push it down on the hip. Your wrist will have to bend.
This wrist?
Right.
Like this?
Yeah, and you could crouch in some sort of a shooter stance, but that's
not much lower than this.
That's going to be variable. Yes.
Okay, and as I approach the quail pen, the gun has to go up?
It stays the same angle, right? But for different height people, the gun has to get higher and higher, right? Like that.
And if I go backwards, it's got to get lower and lower.
Right, because if you walked up to the quail pen, the hole's 50 inches above the ground, which is right here.
So I'd have to be like
slightly
that.
Down, right?
Like this?
For your height, right. About
like
a little bit lower. No, about like that.
At the quail pen.
At the quail pen. So you can see if you back up, you have to get lower and lower and lower. Not like, but the gun has to stay the same angle.
Oh, so it's got to be up, but I go down.
You go down.
Or get shorter.
To put the barrel on that green line.
So if I'm 6'4", and you measured Alex's foot to knee.
Right.
So where would this gun be placed on me if I'm 6'4"?
Well, if you're 6'4", your hip is going to be about 46 inches, which will be about right here.
Okay.
It's 46.
Right.
And so you've got your trigger hand
right
about where your hip is. So it would have to be, your trigger hand is going to have to be up where I'm pinching the tape measure.
And this is how far away from the quail pen?
Well, it could be anywhere, but if you raise it some more, a little bit lower, right? So then, if you're at the quail pen, the hole is right here, right? Even if you shoot from the hip.
Have to shoot like that?
Yeah, you'd have to shoot lower.
If I'm back where you say the lines converge, I think it has to be pretty low, right?
Yes, it has to be very low. That's why it's to get a position that would be either shooting or aiming,
right?
Or a basic shooting position. You need to be shorter. If you're bending over in some other body position, that may be maybe somewhat of an awkward shooting position, then you can be taller, right? You can be taller than 5'2" or 5'4".
But his, I think you told us his foot to knee was 25 inches.
25 inches.
And would it be, proportionally for me, where would
Proportionally for you, your trigger hand is going to have to be back down where your kneecap is.
Right about here?
About like that, right? And then point upwards 3 degrees. That would be the equivalent of somebody who's 6'4" in the area where the two shot lines cross, shooting into the quail pen. They would be holding the gun like that if they were on their feet.
Okay, thank you. Please take a stand. Based on the angles and the basically trigonometry is what you're saying, you say the shooter would have been between 5'2" and 5'4", and back to have the ejected shells in the appropriate place. You can mark that place on this sketch where these two folks are. That's sort of the range.
Yes, and You can see some of the ejected shells, but they're right beside the body.
Right.
Just off where I've got the yellow sticky.
Okay.
That is the area where you have, I believe, 2, 3, and 4. So 3 empty, 300 blackout cases.
Okay. And that would be consistent with the position of the shooters in this position, and based on the angle of the bird cage, cage, they would be somewhere between 5'2" and 5'4".
That is correct.
To have a shot from the hip, the lower part, I mean, almost crouched down head.
Yes.
Okay, let's bring in my two great guests for this hour to break down this testimony. I still have forensic death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan here with me, and also joining me now is psychologist Dr. John Delatorre. Joseph, I want to start with you. You have a lot of experience in terms of forensic investigations, including what we saw being portrayed in the courtroom through this testimony from Mr. Sutton. What did you think? I just want to get your opinion. What did you think about his opinion, given what he testified to as the proposed height of the shooter and the defense argument that it couldn't have been Alec Murdaugh?
Yeah, I don't know where those numbers come from. You know, the 5'2" up to 5'4". That's an odd number when you think about the average height of a male in America, and even a female. It blows that number out of the water because females and males are actually higher on average than that height. So what are you talking about? And also, you kind of glossed over. I'd love to go back and hear that again, because I could have sworn that I heard him say, "Oh yeah, and the knee might bend." Yeah, we flex at the knee, we flex at the ankle, we flex at the hips. You know, we move our shoulders and our elbows and wrists, all in these different positions. So this is not, you know, and he Harpootlian, you know, talked about that this is basically trigonometry. Well, trigonometry, you know, when you're working trig problems, you're talking about something that's static. This is not a static event. You can get into any number of positions relative to this, and to wind up with your final solution that the person is this diminutive is a bit of a far reach for me, I think. And when you're saying, you know, that there is no possibility that this could have been Alex Murdaugh, I think that you probably need to go back in and recalculate.
Yeah, and Dr. John Delatorre, I want to bring you in and get your perspective of this. You know, this was an opportunity for the defense really to drum up and raise some reasonable doubt in terms of Alec Murdaugh being the shooter, and this testimony was received by the jury. How do you think it was received, and do you think they were able to do so in terms of drumming up some reasonable doubt with this witness's testimony?
I mean, not with this witness's testimony. I think a lot of it has to do with, if I say more science words, then it's going to come across as if I'm being scientific. The truth is that, yes, it's certainly possible that the height of the shooter could have been, you know, within a certain range, and maybe Alec Murdaugh doesn't fit that range, but the shooter could easily have been holding the weapon in such a way so that it doesn't come across as threatening. So it's certainly possible that someone could have approached, including Alec Murdaugh, approached Maggie and had the gun hidden away and fired from that angle. That it doesn't necessarily mean that someone is of a certain height. It just could have been positioned that way in order to conceal the purpose of having the weapon at all.
Yeah, no, great analysis. And this was a battle of the experts. And of course, the state brought in their own crime scene investigator, and that was Dr. Kenneth Kinsey. He completely disagreed with the line of questioning from Mr. Sutton. Let's take a look at some of that questioning right now.
From what you've observed in this crime scene, was Maggie moving at the time she was shot?
This was a very dynamic crime scene. I believe everything was moving. The victims and the suspect were moving.
And how do you know that?
Well, suspect would be the different firearms evidence, the cartridge cases. Like I said, there's no absolute. They're not going to throw them in the exact same spot, but they will throw them in a similar direction. We've got cartridge cases in a pretty nice sized perimeter. We've got them at different locations from where Miss Maggie Murdaugh's body, the final resting place. and different angles and different positions in different directions. So that tells you it's very fluid and it's very dynamic.
So if I'm holding a gun and I'm moving and shooting, what is happening with those shell casings as I move?
They are moving as they're ejected.
Where was Maggie's head pointing when she hit the ground?
Miss Maggie Murdaugh's head was pointed in the direction of Paul Murdaugh, where his body rested, back toward the feed room.
What is your opinion of the defense's expert that says the shooter could not have been 6 feet 4 inches tall like the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I think that's a flawed opinion.
Could it have been a 6'4" person?
It could have been a 5'4", 6'4", or in my opinion, a 7'4", as I just demonstrated.
Okay, there you have it. Dr. Kenneth Kinsey calling Sutton's opinion a flawed opinion. Joseph, you made a comment earlier with your analysis on Sutton's testimony that this was not a static event, and it looks like Dr. Kenneth Kinsey is agreeing with you on that. What do you think about his testimony in the clip that we just saw?
I think to this point, I think that that his opinion has a bit more weight relative to, because you have to understand, I hate to keep using this word, the dynamics of the event, but it is a dynamic event. You're talking about firing a weapon at another human being. And so it's not like you're out on a range and you're firing at paper targets. Also, the distribution of ejected casings that he was referring to, this is something that has been understood for a long time in crime scene reconstruction, because once, let's see if I have one around, once an ejected shell leaves that ejection port, it's not predictable as to where it will land, particularly if you're talking about if we had a robot that was in a fixed position and was firing this thing, even in a fixed position like this, it's still unpredictable because you don't know about the weight distribution of the individual round. You don't know about what position or what direction the wind is blowing. Even it can come down to something like that. And certainly when you begin to think about if the shooter is moving, that round is moving, the ejected casing is moving, and it's going to be heavily dependent upon not just those factors, but also the surface that it's striking. What's the composition of the surface? It's going to make it bounce in different directions. It's very difficult to predict what the distribution of these. Now, you can say, yeah, well, we have a significant pattern of distribution here. It looks like you have ejected shell casings that are essentially seated here, but there's no predictability to it. It's very, very random.
Yeah, and Dr. Delatorre, the jury is going to have to take this evidence, and we're waiting for closing arguments where some of this evidence is going to be summed up or presented to the jury, of course, with the arguments of each respective side's attorneys. But the jury is going to have to take this expert witness testimony and really analyze it and consider it when they deliberate. Do you think that the prosecution's expert was able to sort of answer or rebut the testimony of the defense expert?
I do, yes. But here's the catch, though. Because they're going to get an opportunity to view the actual location, I think a lot of this stuff that has been purely theoretical, even with pictures and other, exhibits and stuff like that you can, and demonstratives that they had to see, it's still theoretical, right? Because it's still kind of just gestating in their brain. But being able to actually see the location, I think, is really going to solidify what they think actually happened.
Yep.
Absolutely. Thank you for that great analysis, both of you. And we're going to take a quick break here at Law&Crime. But before we do, I do want to bring you some updates on the jury view that's happening right now. First, the jury's going to be taken through the kennel entrance and have a total of 30 minutes to view the property. The bulk of their time will be spent at the kennels and the shed where Maggie and Paul were killed. Towards the end of their visit, the jury will be taken to the main house for a view of the exterior, but not inside. One more note is that one juror was standing in the feed room door, glancing up at the doorway that has been the subject of so much testimony during the course of this trial. With that, we're going to take a quick break here at Law and Crime, but we're going to be bringing you up to speed on the Alec Murdaugh trial if you missed any of it, while we wait for the jury to get back to court and closing arguments to begin. Alec Murdaugh trial, we're covering it here live. Stay tuned here at Law and Crime. Welcome back to Law and Crime, and we are following the Murdaugh family murder trial out of Walterboro, South Carolina. We expect to hear closing arguments later today for the disgraced attorney who faces double murder charges in the death of his wife and son. While we wait for closing arguments to begin, I want to go back to the testimony from the defendant's brother, John Marvin. Let's hear what he had to say about what he did on the Moselle property the day after the murders.
What did you do the next day when you got up?
You talking about precisely or generally?
Just generally.
I got up and Alec was up. I don't think Buster and Buxman were. I told Alec that I was going over to Greenfield. My farm that I told you all about is 2 or 3 miles away, so it's very close. And I have all, plenty of clothes over there. So I told him I was going over there to shower and put on fresh clothes, and that I would meet him at Moselle.
And did you go to Moselle?
I did, after I left Greenfield, yes, sir.
And do you remember who was there when you got to Moselle?
I was the first one there.
And what did you do?
I just went to stay there until I knew Buster, Brooklyn, and Alec were coming. I suspected that other family members and partners, I knew others were coming, so I just kind of sat there just, and just in disbelief still. It's just, moments of just...
Was the door to the house unlocked? Do you remember?
That's a good question. I've thought about it. I don't remember.
Right.
It either was unlocked or I had the code, because there's a keypad on a side door, but I can't tell you which door I went in. I don't know.
Did you eventually go down to the kennels?
I did. Once everyone got there, there was a fair amount of activity in the house with family and law partners, Alec's law partners, Randy's law partners. I just felt like I needed to go down. I needed to see for myself what had gone on and just kind of take it in. I mean, just maybe for some type of understanding.
How long did you stay down there at the kennels?
Well, I can't. I don't know. But I will say this: before I went, I was unsure whether I was allowed to go, because I knew it was a crime scene, and so I reached out to a friend of mine in law enforcement, and said, "Listen, I don't know who's handling the crime scene. I don't know whatever." He said, "Well, I'll find out and make sure that it's clear for you to go." And he said, "Don't go until I tell you." And he called me back a few minutes later and said he had spoken to I believe it was Captain Ryan Neal, and had given the okay that everything was released and it was okay to go there.
And was it cleaned up?
No, Jim, it was not cleaned up.
Okay. Were there skull fragments?
Yeah, so excuse me, this is going to be really difficult. So I could easily see where Maggie had been. I saw the night before where the sheets were, and somebody had told me that who was who, and so I could see where Maggie had been, and it was grass, and they had covered it up with dirt, so there really was nothing to see where Maggie was. I walked over to the feed room, and y'all have heard the descriptions. Y'all saw it. I've never seen pictures, and I've told them before coming to this court that I was not going to see pictures. But y'all can imagine what I experienced. It had not been cleaned up. I saw blood. I saw brains. I saw pieces of skull. And when I say brains, it could just be tissue. I don't know what I was seeing. It was terrible. And for some reason, I thought it was something that I needed to do for Paul to clean it up. I felt like it was the right thing to do. I felt like I owed him, and I started cleaning. And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day. I don't know, I'm not blaming anybody, but it's just, I was just overwhelmed. I did everything I could. And I would have moments where I would stop crying for a moment, and just in disbelief. At one point, I called my brother Randy and told him what I was doing, trying to describe what I was doing, and he immediately told me to stop doing it. It was not good for me. It was not healthy for me to be there. And I couldn't stop. I had to do it for Paul. That's just what I had to do.
Okay, emotional testimony there from Alec Murdaugh's brother. Let's bring in my two great guests to break down this testimony. Joseph, I want to start with you. To me, this was shocking testimony. The notion that Alec Murdaugh's brother is there a day after the murders and cleaning up what I would think would be an active crime scene. What's your take on that, and how damning is that potentially for the prosecution?
Bad. I think just from a professional standpoint, this is probably the most infuriating thing. What was the urgency to release that crime scene at that particular time? This short period of time downrange that you feel so comfortable with the fact that you're going to release this crime scene, you still don't have anybody in custody. You still don't know, you don't have an inkling as to who may have perpetrated this crime at this point, and you're going to release this crime. I think that if anything comes back to haunt the prosecution, this case, the genesis of that is going to begin there. Because you're right, this poor man, is talking about these things that he bore witness to, and I can conjure that up in my mind immediately because I've seen it at the scene. But we have to get past the emotion here as to what he's talking about on the stand. What is important here is that he is able to recognize anatomical elements that are out there. He said specifically skull. Okay? Skull, we're talking about a potential that's been brought up, contact gunshot wound to the head. If they're talking about that, that could have evidentiary value. We've already heard about the way the semi-intact brain was treated. All right, we've heard about no x-ray being done. We've heard that it was placed in a bucket and brought in. And look, that happened. I've participated in cases like that before. But the fact that this case, the scene was released so quickly, I think goes to a bigger issue here relative to what occurred in those moments after when the police arrived there, the security of the scene. And I cannot imagine under any circumstances why it would have been released. It's not like you're blocking traffic. It's not like there's a traffic accident that has occurred out on some major interstate. It's not like you're in some large urban area where you're going to compromise the population around there. We're talking about an isolated area. What's the problem with locking it down and getting as many eyes that are vested in the case from a forensic and an investigative standpoint out there at the scene to analyze it at that point in time? They did a lot of this at night. Okay, the beginning of this case started at night. Is there something else we could find? And to that point, there's still no weapons. They still don't have weapons, and they've released the scene? I don't know. It baffles me, and it will. I mean, long after this case is over with, no matter what happens, I'll be baffled. We will use this in class. I can tell you this, at Jacksonville State University, to teach, and it will not come down favorably with my students.
Wow, Joseph, it's going to be a teachable moment. I know you're going to be imparting to your students that this is something that you are not to do if you are part of law enforcement or part of a forensic investigation. As a former prosecutor, I've seen cases won and lost on the value and the basis of the investigation and how the crime scene is treated by law enforcement in those very important 48 to 72 hours after a crime has been committed. And I'm shocked that this crime scene was released so quickly.
Hey, can I say one more thing?
Absolutely.
I'm just wondering here. I'm wondering about, and this is a Dr. John comment. I guess this might be directed at him. I'm really wondering if this has something to do with power dynamic in this environment. You know, they've got this specter, and we've heard about this. We've heard the term that's been thrown around forever now when we've talked benevolent kings, you know, in this area. Is there a fear here, you know, that we had to, you know, release the scene because of what we're dealing with? We go back to that infamous, you know, open mic or whatever it was at the boat crash, where they said, well, you know who this is. And so is that a thread that's running through here? And I wonder if that is carried over into this is butchery that took place out there. Has it gone to this level where people are afraid at this point in time? I would like to draw that into question. I'd love to hear what Dr. John has.
Yeah, Joseph, perfect segue, and that is fascinating. And Dr. Delatorre, I want to get your perspective. What we just heard Joseph talking about. You know, is there possibly a deeper psychology that's running through this community with this particular family? What is your take on that?
It's certainly possible. It's certainly possible. Absolutely. Because that name has had so much power for such a long period of time. But here's the thing is that it can actually cut both ways. It's certainly possible that people would sort of, you know, abdicate and fawn over that Murdaugh name. And so if something happens, that they're just going to allow the Murdaughs to kind of take over. But it's also possible that because Alec Murdaugh is not the same as his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, because he's not the same individual, because he has the specter of the financial crimes that pretty much everybody knew about kind of at that time as well. It's certainly possible that they found this opportunity to tear down this benevolent king to finally rid themselves of that kind of power.
Fascinating stuff. I could talk to both you gentlemen for hours about this and get your perspective. But right now we have to take a quick break here at Law and Crime. And with closing arguments happening within the next 20 minutes or so, I want to let you know that it has been confirmed that Jim Griffin will give the defense closing arguments. Not Dick Harpootlian, but Jim Griffin will be summing up for the defense to this jury. We're going to bring it live to you as soon as it begins, but we're going to take a quick break here. Stay tuned as we cover live the trial of South Carolina versus Alec Murdaugh. Welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Imran Ansari, and we are following the Murdaugh family murder trial out of Walterboro, South Carolina. Now, we expect to hear closing arguments later today for the disgraced attorney who faces double murder charges in the death of his wife and son. While we wait for closing arguments to begin, I want to take a look at some of the evidence that the jury will be considering once they start deliberating. And that includes the 911 call that the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, made the night of the murders. Let's take a listen to that call.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again. It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's fast. Okay. How did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves? Oh no, hell no. Okay, and are they bleeding? No, ma'am. Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son? My wife and my son. Are they in a vehicle? No, ma'am, they're on the ground out at my kennels. Okay, and did you see anyone? In the head, and he's shot really bad. He's got it. Okay, where is he shot at? Ma'am, I don't know, but he has blood everywhere. I see his brain. Face down, I stopped his gun a little bit. He's got a hole in her head. Okay, is he breathing at all? No, nobody. Okay, do you see anyone in the area? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Is there any guns near them at all? No, here. The police are out on the outside. If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am. What? Police are out on the outside. It's white. You can't see it from the road. Okay, is it a house or a home?
Okay, so you hear Alec Murdaugh in that 911 call. Let's bring in my two great guests, Joseph Scott Morgan and also Dr. John Delatorre. Dr. Delatorre, I know you're leaving us at the top of the hour, so I want to get this question to you because I want to get your perspective as a psychologist as you hear a frantic and emotional Alec Murdaugh in that 911 call. How important will it be to the jury, sort of their assessment and analysis of his psychology or his psychological state after the murders?
You know, I'm constantly talking about the difference between expectation versus reality, what we expect people to do versus what exactly a person will actually do. Here's the issue that I think is at hand is that we've constantly seen Alec Murdaugh be highly emotional. The problem is that it can have a saturation effect on the jury if they don't perceive him to be credible. He's gone on the stand and he's testified and how they left him, right? So how the jury left that engagement, witnessing him on the stand, will determine a lot about how they perceive him moving forward. And it's certainly possible that the more emotional that he becomes, if they have a negative appraisal of who he is, they're not going to take it into account. That sympathy that other lawyers, right, that his defense attorneys may be wanting from the jury may not actually be there.
Yeah, and Dr. Delatorre, quickly, do you think that his testimony will help him or hurt him?
I think it's a double-edged sword. I think ultimately it ends up hurting him more than it helps him.
Okay, Dr. Delatorre, thank you for joining us here at Law and Crime. Your perspective is always welcome and valued. Joseph, you're going to be hanging on with us as we wait for closing arguments to start in the Alec Murdaugh trial. Stay tuned here at Law and Crime. We'll be back live. Alec Murdaugh. Welcome back to the third hour of coverage here at Law and Crime. I'm Imran Ansari, and thanks for joining us. We are following the Murdaugh family murder trial, where both sides rested their case yesterday afternoon. The jury is currently on a jury view of the Moselle family property, where victims Maggie and Paul were found shot to death on June 7th of 2021. We expect to get to the closing arguments around 11 a.m. Eastern time, which is now, and we're going to be bringing those closing arguments to you as soon as they begin. But joining with me now is the boots on the ground reporting of Gigi McLeavy. She is with us outside the South Carolina courthouse. Gigi, what do you have for us in terms of an update of what's going on outside the court?
Well, we know Alec just got here a few moments ago. Our camera guy said he has not seen the jury return yet. I kind of thought it might be a little later than 11 since it takes 30 minutes each way to go, but there is an air of anticipation here today. Long lines, the crowd, every time a member of the prosecution comes in, they cheer them in. And so, yeah, everybody's ready to see these closings get started. We're not sure if they're going to start as soon as the jury gets back because, you know, they've been on the road since 9 o'clock this morning. We don't know if they're going to break for lunch right after we get in and then do closings after lunch. So we're all just ready to see what the day's going to bring.
Yeah, Gigi, that's really interesting what you just mentioned, that when members of the prosecution team are arriving at the courthouse, that there's applause. You know, these trials, which are very public and that the public is following, like the Alec Murdaugh trial, sort of take on that spectator, almost like sporting like air to them. Now, just describe that for our viewers. How is that happening? They're walking into court and suddenly the people waiting for the trial to start are just clapping. Can you just describe that so we get a sense of what you're seeing?
Yeah, just the prosecution team is kind of staggered in, not coming in, seeing, you know, as individuals, coming in more like 2s and 3s and members of SLED, obviously. So, yeah, they're just getting, as soon as they're spotted, the crowd kind of starts clapping and cheering, and it quits as soon as they go in. But now the public's being let in, so it looks like maybe they've got word the jury is either here or close. So hopefully we get underway soon and see when these openings are going to start.
And do you have any idea of how the jury view went? If the jury is coming back, have you heard any inklings of how the actual viewing went?
I haven't heard anything yet. I did see the update from the reporter who went with the jury on that view. They left about 9:10, warned them to be on the lookout for snakes, by the way. It's low country, it's warm, it's humid out. They like this weather. They were going to spend 30 minutes at the kennel area. At the very end, go up and see the exterior of the house and then on their way back. So we haven't heard how it went, but definitely if they're not back, they're close.
And Gigi, do you have a sense of what the high points or what the points that the public that you see out there are looking for? Of course, they're not the jurors, but I like to call them armchair jurors. And, you know, the sense that you get from the public while you're outside the courtroom, are they expecting that this is going to be a prosecution win, a hung jury, or an acquittal?
Most people in line really are divided. I've talked to several, and they just feel like it's either going to be guilty or a hung jury. I think we all can agree it's probably not going to be a not guilty. But people have varying opinions where somebody said, in my heart, I think you did it, but I'm not sure the state had enough to convict, to where the next person in line says, I was convinced 100% with the evidence, guilty as charged. So it's going to be interesting, though, the 12 people that matter most, what are they going to decide?
And Gigi, we hear that Jim Griffin is going to be delivering the summation, the closing argument for the defense. Was that expected, or do you think that people thought Dick Harpootlian would be the one to deliver that final summation to the jury?
Yeah, I don't think it was much of a surprise. I think he's a little more energetic, but, you know, we know they wanted to split those closings. I apologize. A lot of emergencies in Walterboro, unfortunately. We hear it quite often. So we know they wanted to split the closings between the two of them. The judge and the state did not want that. So, yeah, I think Jim Griffin, you know, either one of them would have been great. They're both, look, I mean, by default, trial watchers hate the defense for the most part, but they're very good at what they do. So I'm interested to see what both sides say to wrap this up, to plead their case and get the verdict they each want.
Okay, Gigi, thank you, as always, for the update. Outside the courthouse there in Walterboro, South Carolina, and we're going to let you go into that courthouse for the closings, and we're going to check in with you later in the day for your great reporting. For us at the network back here in New York City, I want to show some more testimony from one of the last witnesses who was called yesterday. It's an attorney that used to work with the defendant. His name was Mark Ball. Let's take a look at that clip while we wait for closing arguments to begin.
You said you've known the defendant for how long?
34 years.
Knowing what you know now, was he able to look you in the eye and lie convincingly and effortlessly to you?
Judge.
Objections overruled.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. I didn't know the stealing. I didn't know any of that. And, you know, it's not the way a plaintiff's practice works. You work on your own cases unless you're working with somebody else. And so you wouldn't necessarily be talking about his particular cases. So it's sort of yes and no. I mean, obviously, a lot of things that I was told and a lot of things just weren't there. I mean, the blue lights, the reasoning for the blue lights, the money missing from our account when he cashed the 2 checks, all of those types of things. You know, obviously they weren't truthful.
And did you feel like you knew the defendant well prior to June?
Sure thought I did.
Okay, so that was the testimony from Mark Ball. Let's bring in my 2 great guests. I still have Joseph Scott Morgan with me. I also have joining me now Mark Mangino. He is a criminal defense attorney. Mark, I want to start with you. This was one of the last witnesses that we saw testify in this courthouse. Of course, weeks of testimony before this jury that is going to have to be summed up and presented to the jury and marshaled, that evidence by both sides in this case in closing arguments. What do you think about that testimony that we just saw? Was it something that's going to impact this case in any meaningful way?
Well, I think this is what the the prosecution is going to pound on, and that is that Alec Murdaugh is a liar. He's deceitful. He has misled really everybody in his life, his family, his partners, his friends, the police. So this is going to be a theme that we're going to hear from the prosecution, that he's in here now asking you to believe him that he didn't kill his wife and his son. Let's look at his track record. Let's look what he's done up to this point. There's an old common law adage, false as in one, false as in all. And I think that's what the prosecution is going to pound away at in their closing argument.
And Matt, let me get your perspective from the defense side. I agree with you. I think that the prosecution is going to be highlighting the credibility or lack thereof of Alec Murdaugh to this jury. But on a defense perspective, Matt, what do you expect to hear once they start arguing to this jury?
Well, it's going to be about doubt. They're going to pound away at doubt. They're going to hammer. I mean, the last witness that the prosecution called on rebuttal said that he couldn't say for sure whether there were 1 or 2 shooters. So they're going to pound away at those types of issues. How did someone shoot 2 people without any defensive wounds with 2 different guns in very close proximity to one another? So they're going to pound away at those issues that this is a circumstantial case, and the prosecution hasn't met its burden beyond a reasonable doubt. There are a lot of issues here that just don't add up when you look at the totality of the evidence that the prosecution presented.
And Joseph, let's talk about some of the actual investigation and the crime scene investigation that occurred in this case. And we've been talking about that. One of the issues that the prosecution may have is the way the crime scene was treated after these murders occurred. Do you think that the defense will be looking to really highlight that to this jury to raise that reasonable doubt?
Yeah, most certainly. As a matter of fact, reflecting back, there was actually a great witness that the defense put up, if I remember correctly, and it was one of the former law partners that talked about how he was out there and he witnessed all of these items lying about relative to the scene, what he saw out there. He saw people coming and going through all of these areas. And this guy is a civil attorney. He's not engaged in criminal defense in any way, at least to my understanding. And he was even able to appreciate this, that there was something wrong. So they put him up there for a reason. I think that this is something that they're going to hammer at, as my buddy Matt had just stated. They're going to hammer away in that particular area, scene security, collection of evidence, perhaps even processing of evidence. I think that's going to be a big part of it moving forward, certainly in closing.
And you know, we're going to take a quick break here at Law&Crime, but when we come back, I'm going to be talking to you, and I have a lot more questions that I'd love to ask both you gentlemen, because your insight is always so great here. And we are what I like to say or call summation watch here at Law&Crime. We are waiting for closing arguments in the Alec Murdaugh trial to begin. When they do, we're going to go live into that courtroom so you don't miss a minute of it. But we have to take a quick break here at Law&Crime. Stay tuned here at Law&Crime.
And after that, there were additional shots, including 2 shots to the head that again did catastrophic damage and killed her instantly. The evidence is going to show that neither Paul nor Maggie had any defensive wounds. Neither one of them had any defensive wounds, as if they didn't see a threat coming from their attacker. And the evidence is also going to show that both Maggie and Paul were shot at extremely close range. The evidence is going to show it's called stippling. It's almost like a tattoo, that when you get shot very close to a weapon, it leaves marks that the forensic pathologist can see. They were shot at close range and they did not have defensive wounds. And the evidence is going to show that the defendant, Alec Murdaugh over there, told anyone who would listen that he was never at those kennels. But the evidence is also going to show from these things that every one of us, most of us carry around in our pocket, that he was there. And he was there just minutes before, with Maggie and Paul, just minutes before their cell phones go silent forever and ever. Despite what he told people, I was never at the kennels, the cell phones are going to show otherwise. You're also going to hear evidence that about a week after the murders, Mr. Alec Murdaugh's father had died, Mr. Randolph. And about a week after the murders, he shows up early in the morning at his parents' home, where his mother still is in late-stage Alzheimer's, on Alameda in Hampton. It's uncharacteristic for him to show up early, uncharacteristic for him to show up at all like that. And he comes in and he's carrying something in a blue tarp. And he takes it upstairs. And eventually law enforcement finds out about that. And they go upstairs and they find a wadded up, very, very large raincoat in a blue color. Could look like a tarp. And you're going to hear evidence that it was coated with gunshot residue on the inside. On the inside. You're going to hear other evidence of gunshot residue. You're going to hear that there was gunshot residue on Alec at the scene. You're going to hear the evidence that there was gunshot residue on the seatbelt of the car he was driving. You're going to hear evidence that when law enforcement got to the scene, he had gone and gotten a shotgun, Paul's shotgun, and that Maggie's DNA was on that shotgun. You're going to hear other evidence from DNA, gunshot residue, firearms examiners. There's going to be a lot of forensic evidence in this case. And I'm not going to get into every single bit of it right now, but I will say that a key piece of forensic evidence that you're going to hear in this case is the cell phone evidence. Alec's cell phone, Maggie's cell phone, Paul's cell phone. You know, this is all amazing technology that most of us carry around in our pockets. It really allows us to do a lot of things and to get a lot done. But this cell phone keeps track of who we're talking to, who we're calling, who we're texting, whenever we access apps. And every time you do that, there's a record kept in this phone unless it's deleted somehow. And if you're using certain apps, you can even get GPS information where you were when you did that that's stored on these phones. You're going to hear evidence about that. You're going to hear evidence that when you make a call and it pings off of cell towers, that location information can be gathered from that as well. And so it allows an investigation to take this and piece together what someone was doing on a particular day. And not only what they were doing, but who they were interacting with and how they were interacting with them. On that 911 call and on the body-worn cameras, pay attention to what he says. Look at how he's acting. But he says within a few minutes of each one of those, he says, this is about the boat case. This is about the boat case. And you're going to hear some of what was going on in Alex Murdaugh's life leading up to that day. Stuff that happened that very day, stuff that was leading up, a perfect storm that was gathering, much like the storms that are coming outside today. Listen for that evidence. Listen to that gathering storm that all came to a head on June 7th, 2021, the day the evidence will show he killed Maggie and Paul. This has been a long, exhaustive investigation. And it's going to be a fairly long trial because it's complicated. It's a journey. There's a lot of aspects to this case. There's a lot of factors to this case. But like a lot of things that are complicated, when you start to put them all together, and piece them together like a puzzle, all of a sudden the picture emerges and it's really simple.
Okay, there you have Cretan Waters giving his opening statement to the jury. Many weeks ago now, we've had a lot of evidence come before that jury in the interim, and we are waiting now for closing arguments to start. We'll go live into court as soon as that starts in terms of closing arguments. But let's break down what we just saw with my two great guests joining me today. I have Joseph Scott Morgan and also Matthew Mangino. Matt, I want to start with you. In an opening statement, as an attorney, you don't necessarily want to promise something you can't deliver. Do you think that the prosecution delivered what they told that jury in terms of the evidence that they would see or hear during the course of this trial?
Well, I think that they put on the evidence that they had. Again, this is all circumstantial in terms of the evidence in this case. I think the evidence with regard to the cell phones is strong evidence. But if I was defending this case, if I was about to make my closing argument, I'd go right back to exactly what was said by the prosecution in the opening, and that is that these homicides occurred in very close proximity to one another, and in fact there was stippling that was present, and in fact that there were no defensive wounds, which again brings me back to this issue of doubt. I mean, how does a single person shoot two people in close proximity with two different guns, a rifle and a shotgun, and there not be any defensive wounds? That's really, I think, an issue that the defense has to pound away at in their closing argument.
Yeah, and Joseph, we've talked about some of the forensic evidence that both sides have presented during the course of this trial. And you saw the prosecution talking about some of that in the opening statements. What do you think are going to be the key points from a forensic standpoint that both sides could sort of hit home or look to as they close up to this jury?
Prosecution, it's definitely going to be digital forensics. Just as Waters had pointed out in his opening statement, I go back to that. I think that that's going to be their biggest point that they can kind of drive home. As to the defense, they're banking on reasonable doubt here. I think one of the strongest things they have going for them, even though it's not incredibly strong, I think the biggest thing they have to return to, 2 points, probably lack of scene security and the two-shooter theory, because it's one of these things that people can't get past when they saw those two firearms in court. Did he actually wield both of those firearms, long arms that have to be shoulder fired, and was he able to employ them in that quick blink of an eye? Of course, that leaves the big question, doesn't it? Who was the second shooter? So that's going to be lingering in the jury's mind. That's going to be the area, I think, that where reasonable doubt could be planted.
Yeah, and we are all waiting here very anxiously for those closing arguments to start. And when they do, of course, we will bring you, our viewers, live into that courtroom to hear them. We're going to take a quick break, though, here at Law and Crime while we wait for those closing arguments. And after we come back from the break, if we're not live in court, we're going to be recapping some of the defense opening statements that were delivered to this jury. So stay tuned here at Law and Crime.
Perhaps. I think that his comments relative to cell phone data and placement are going to come back to bite them. Again, I hold that that's prosecution's strongest bit of evidence, and that you have to couple that with what prosecution did with financial crime. Remember, they were setting the table for this. Imran, the idea that he was being deceptive all the way along. And, a lot of people made much of this, and it did get a bit tedious. I think they went quite long in that line. However, they're trying to establish that he is dishonest. And then you go back to the narrative that he has put forward relative to placement. His time there. We have his voice. And that's going to be a very hard hill for them to climb, to get past. The other stuff that we've discussed relative to scene security, collection of evidence, and that sort of thing, that's going to be an additive, I think, if they kind of hone in on that. And he didn't really address that in opening. That's something that's kind of bubbled up over this period of time. I'm wondering if that's having an effect. You made that comment about had they proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I think going in, many people felt like that they were going to be able to. I think some questions have arisen though, and that could play in.
Yeah. And I have Matt back with us. So Matt, I definitely want to get your perspective on the defense opening statement that we saw there and how things have played out at trial and what we expect to hear from the defense in their closings. Now, Alec Murdaugh took the stand in his own defense. Of course, that is a defendant's right to do so. And we as attorneys may counsel that defendant not to testify all we want, but if they insist on it, that is their constitutional right to do so. Matt, I want to get your take. Do you think that Alec Murdaugh, by taking the stand, now that we are here on the sort of precipice of closing arguments in court, do you think that his testimony will ultimately hurt him or help him as we wait for the conclusion with closing arguments?
My opinion is that it didn't help him. It hurt him. I think once that it was revealed that his voice was on that video, he had to take the witness stand to admit that he was there, and so that decision, I think, had to be made to do that. I don't think he helped himself by his testimony. I think the prosecution's strategy was very effective, and that was basically let him talk. Give him enough rope to hang himself. And I think the more he rambled on, the more the prosecution liked it. And in fact, there were points where they would say, well, is there anything else that you want to say, Mr. Murdaugh? So his testimony, it had to be presented because of that issue of him being present on the video. But in the long run, I don't think it did him any favors in this case.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, great analysis. We're going to take a quick break here at Law&Crime. We are on summation watch, as I like to say. We are waiting for closing arguments to begin in the courtroom down in South Carolina. I keep checking the feed there. I don't see anything yet, but as soon as things happen and there's some action in that courtroom, we're going to take you live into court here, covering the trial of Alec Murdaugh. Stay tuned at Law&Crime. Welcome back to Law&Crime. I'm Imran Ansari, and we are following the Murdaugh family murder trial this morning. Both sides rested yesterday afternoon, and we're waiting to jump live back into that Walterboro, South Carolina courtroom to hear closing arguments. While we wait for those closing arguments, we're going to take a look back at some of the most important moments from the trial, and that leads me to the testimony of the defendant's surviving son, Buster Murdaugh. Let's take a look.
Were you sued?
Yes, sir.
Was your dad sued?
He was.
Was your mother sued?
Her estate became sued.
But before she was murdered, had she been sued?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Maybe.
And do you know if Paul had been sued?
No, I don't know that he had been sued.
Okay. Well, was your mother anxious about the civil lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
What was her biggest concern?
I would say her biggest concern was reading articles after, Mark Tinsley had made a statement about how much money he was wanting to collect in the civil lawsuits, and I think it was to the tune of like $40 million or something like that. He was trying to get, and that made her anxious.
And what was your reaction to statements like that?
Well, I mean, I knew what he was saying, but I mean, it's not, to me, it just didn't seem, I didn't think, well, I don't have $40 million, so.
Right. And was your dad anxious about the lawsuit, to your knowledge?
He didn't appear to be overly anxious about it.
What took priority, the criminal case against Paul or the civil case?
The criminal case.
Right. And did the family support Paul in the criminal matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
I mean that supported him in his criminal case because, amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat. We thought he'd been...
At the time of the accident.
That's correct.
And then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
And what'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone, and so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute, and I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so Buster Murdaugh testifying on the defense case in favor of his father. Let's bring in Joseph Scott Morgan and Matt Mangino to break this down. While we wait for closing arguments, we're all anticipating and anxious for those closing arguments to start. But let's talk about this testimony first. So Matt, I want to start with you. We saw the name of Buster Murdaugh on the defense witness list when the trial was starting. And of course, you could put someone on a witness list. You don't necessarily have to call that witness. But this was one of the first witnesses witnesses, if not the first, that the defense called on their case. What did you think of his testimony? And how do you think the jury now, inching towards those closing arguments, are going to ultimately take his testimony when they deliberate?
Well, Imran, there was no real substance to Buster's testimony. The only reason I think he was called as a witness to show that, in fact, he supports his father and that he still has a close and loving relationship with his father, and that he would testify on behalf of him. I think that goes along with the defense trying to show that, hey, he was a loving father and a loving husband, and there was nothing that indicated anything different prior to these murders. And, this motive that he murdered his wife and his son to get sympathy because of the other criminal activity he was involved in is just a kind of a bridge too far. I think that's what they're going to argue. You're going to kill your wife and your son so that you get sympathy in regard to other criminal activity that you were involved in. It's not going to make that criminal activity go away. It's not going to make those investigations necessarily go away. In fact, it started some of these investigations. So I think they're going to pound away with the motive that the prosecution has presented to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Just doesn't add up.
Yeah, and Joseph, the sort of psychology behind it. Now, this Buster Murdaugh's testifying for his father, but he also lost his mother and his brother. So do you think the jury's going to look at that and think, all right, well, he testified for Alec Murdaugh, he's supporting him. How do you think they're going to digest that at the end of the day?
Hard to tell. When you compare his testimony to even former law associates who were very emotional in the course of their examinations, and I guess Alec too, he's kind of flat. I don't know that he was a very impressive witness. And to Matt's point, I don't really understand what his purpose was, other than these kind of familial ties, to demonstrate that Murdaugh had a family.
Yeah,
so that's about all you can make up.
Joseph Scott Morgan, Matt Mangino, thanks for joining me today. We have not thrown into court during my show. Linda Kenny Bodden is coming up next. That's her job, probably. Let's take a break here to the next show. Thank you for joining me here at Law and Crime.
Mr. Waters. So bring the jury. All right, you may bring the jury.
The jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. Let's wait till everyone gets settled. Welcome again, once again. Day number 27. And you have heard all of the testimony, received all of the evidence. You've visited the scene of the alleged crimes. And now it's time for closing arguments. First, by the state, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning. It's been a long trial, hasn't it? On June 7th, 2021, at the Moselle property in Colleton County, Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh were brutally and maliciously murdered at the kennels by Alec Murdaugh. Paul, as you know, suffered 2 shotgun blasts. Maggie suffered 5 blackout rifle wounds. And after an exhaustive investigation, there is only one person who had the motive, who had the means, who had the opportunity to commit these crimes, and also whose guilty conduct after these crimes betrays him. The defendant was the one person who was living a lie. The defendant is the person on which a storm was descending, and the defendant is a person where his own storm would actually mean consequences for Maggie and Paul, and consequences for those who trusted him. And that person is the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh. I know this has been a long trial because it's a complicated case. And I'm not going to talk forever, I promise. But I am going to try to distill this down for you. And the first thing I want to do is set the stage. And to set the stage, we have to understand a little bit about Alec Murdaugh and who he was and who he is. He was a person of singular prominence and respect in this community. But he's also a person who's been able to avoid accountability for all of his life. While he was outwardly giving the illusion of wealth and a very lucrative law practice, some bad land deals and that sort of thing, exacerbated by the economic recession, led to some financial problems. And then he had some big cases in the early 2011, 2012. And all his partners, and you've heard testimony to this, thought that that had taken care of things. You've heard cases like the Thomas case and the Pinckney case and the Plyler case and the Badger case. But the evidence that you've heard shows that the defendant became so addicted and so dependent on a velocity of money that the millions of dollars in legal fees that he was receiving was not enough. And so he started to steal. And how did he steal? He stole by billing personal expenses to the firm. He stole by stealing from his own family. You heard the testimony about the check he stole from his brother Randy. But then the main ways were 2 schemes that he developed. And the first one was to get checks made out from the client trust account to Palmetto State Bank, to fast talk the staff and fast talk the clients with those disbursements, and then take it to Palmetto State Bank, where his buddy Russell Lafitte would convert those and use those to pay personal expenses. And each time, until the end, it worked because the client was also getting a big check. And they were walking out of there thinking that everything had been fine when it was not. But then in 2015, he opened up the fake Forge account. And then all he had to do was get disbursements paid out to the Forge account. And once he did that, he would convert those to his personal use. And to do that, though, he also had to fast talk staff and fast talk clients. And that scheme continued up until everything fell apart in the end. The other thing you have to understand is during this time when he's earning millions of dollars and stealing millions of dollars, he's also borrowing millions of dollars from wherever he can. The bank, his law partners, his father, and it still wasn't enough. And this slow burn was continuing and continuing until the boat crash happened in February of 2019. And that changed everything. That set in motion things that were going to happen because of the criminal charges related to that case as well as the civil charges related to that case. And in the aftermath of the boat case, things changed. The pace of his stealing increased. In fact, that's when he stole the money from Tony Satterfield that you heard from. Ultimately stole about $4.5 million between the Satterfields and others. And unlike other cases, Tony Satterfield, who was the son of his longtime housekeeper, he took all the money. Took every bit of it. And that was coming to a head as we move into the spring of 2021, because there had been some publicity, and you heard from Tony Satterfield that he was the defendant reached out in the spring of 2021 because there had been publicity and saying, hey, I'm still working on the case, everything's fine, I'm still working on the case, it's good. But the reality is the defendant didn't have that money to pay it back. And he had one saving grace, because as you've heard, they don't get paid until the end of the year. And his saving grace was the Ferris case, which they tried in December. They get the verdict and get paid in March, and that's when he convinces Chris Wilson to send those $792,000 of fees to him. But the problem is that only lasted for about 2 months. $792,000 only lasted for about 2 months. And then he's running out of money again. Meanwhile, you've heard in the boat case that Mark Tinsley was seeking to get a large personal recovery from Alec Murdaugh of $10 million because he thought, as many people did, that he was wealthy and had a lot of money. And when they said he didn't, he filed a motion to compel. And you've heard testimony about whether or not that had been granted, but it doesn't change the fact that that's what Mark Tinsley was seeking to do. And that boat case hearing had been scheduled for June 10th. In May of 2021, as we move into June, that's when Alec's own paralegal got the expense check for the Ferris case, but not the fee check, and tried to raise that to Alec and couldn't get a straight answer, tried to raise it to Chris Wilson and couldn't get a straight answer, to his office. And so goes to Jeannie Seconder, and Jeannie Seconder goes to the partners, and they can't get an answer about that either. And they want an answer to that because they're worried, because Alec has been talking about structuring fees, and they're worried he may be trying to hide assets because of the boat case, and they don't want to be a part of that. All of these things are coming to a head, and his finances are falling apart. And you heard from the banker there. You heard where his finances were at on June 7th, 2021. And you saw what happened in the wake of that. Within a short period of time, he was negative $347,000. On June 7th, 2021, he was in the office. He was working on the boat case, working on those financial disclosures. When Jeannie Seconder came in and confronted him about those fees that he no longer had and couldn't pay back. And on June 7th, 2021, and he tells this to Jeannie Seconder, his father, Randolph, is having a very difficult time. And while they might have said it was some positive news, the reality is that he was very, very sick. And he had always been someone that the defendant could go to, that he could borrow money from. And so that pressure is happening as well. And on June 7th, 2021, as all these pressures were mounting, the defendant killed Maggie and Paul. And how do we know that? We're going to talk in detail about that. But the timeline puts him there. The forensic timeline puts him there. The use of his family weapons corroborates that. And his lies and guilty actions afterwards confirms it. And we'll go over each of those in great detail. Before we get to that, though, I want to finish out. Because in the wake of this, everything changes. All those things that were coming to a head immediately go away. It's a different world now. They're not asking about the Ferris fees anymore. And you heard testimony to that. Mark Tinsley doesn't believe the case is going to have the same value anymore because the sympathies of the case have changed after this tragedy. And you heard that. And who would better understand that than Alec Murdaugh, who does the same work? The boat case hearing goes away. And everyone immediately rallies around Alec Murdaugh. And it worked. Because it allowed him to borrow $250,000 from Johnny Parker, his law partner, who of course wouldn't have loaned him that money if he knew what Alec was up to, and allowed him to go to Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in an off-the-books loan that hadn't even been applied for, and to send that money to Chris Wilson and convince Chris Wilson to pay another $192,000 of his own money, and to send an email to the firm that everything was okay. And that made it another month or so until Lynette Griswold found that Ferris check in his office, and Jeannie Seckinger looked up the forged accounts. And what happened in the wake of that? What was the reaction of Alec Murdaugh? Within a day of September 3rd of him being forced to resign, his buddy Chris Wilson is trying to see him, comes and sees him on September 4th and confronts him about what he's been doing. And then within 2 hours, the side of the road happens. And Alec is a victim again. When accountability was at his door, he was a victim again. And he told a extremely detailed lie and went so far as to draw a composite sketch with the police of this assailant. And the accountability that had arrived at his doorstep again, he tried again, tried to get it to go away, and it worked for a little while. People thought, oh my gosh, what's happened here? Should we be suspicious of Alec anymore? But this time it fell apart a little quicker because his own brother figured out that he was trying to buy drugs. And the case fell apart very quickly. This is the setup for what we look at and what's going on. And it seems like a story that's far removed from most people's experience because it is. It is a different story like has never been seen before. But the reason is that he is a different man than the kind of stories that we've seen before. This is a different set of circumstances than we've seen before. And it's certainly easy to understand when you have a middle-aged man who's outwardly successful, who has a strong family legacy, who has a prominence in the community and a reputation, but is living a lie. Is living a lie. And that leads to and can lead to those pressures being overwhelming and actions like this happening. Husbands have been killing wives, unfortunately, for years, and husbands killing sons goes back as far as King Herod, probably further. And those pressures mount, and someone becomes a family annihilator. Now the computer input, please. All right. We got to do a little law school. I'm certainly not a professor, but We need to go through a few of the concepts here. And one of the most important concepts is the fundamental role, one of the fundamental roles while y'all are here. As the judge has told you, he's the judge of the law, but y'all are the judge of the facts. And what does judge of the facts mean? Well, a big part of that is that you determine credibility. You determine which witnesses you want to rely on or not rely on. You can rely on a part of a witness's testimony, all of a witness's testimony, one against many, many against one. It's up to each one of you individually to make that determinations and decisions, and then to collectively discuss those into a group decision. But credibility is important. Is it believable? Is what somebody's telling you believable? And there's many things you can consider in credibility, but a few of those are the demeanor of the witness on the witness stand, whether the witness has a reason to be biased, whether the testimony of the witness was contradicted on one hand or supported or corroborated on another, whether the witness has been dishonest in the past. And again, you can believe witnesses all against one against others, and you can believe portions of a witness's testimony as you see fit. Same thing goes for experts. Expert is a legal determination that allows them to give an opinion. Just because someone's qualified as an expert doesn't mean that you have to accept their opinion. You can judge that based on your assessment of the credibility and the relevance and the believability of that testimony. There's nothing different about that when someone's an expert. Beyond a reasonable doubt, I talked about this at the beginning of the case. And it's our burden. It's a burden we welcome. It's how this system works, that we have to prove the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And what is a reasonable doubt? A reasonable doubt is a doubt that makes a reasonable, honest, sincere juror hesitate to act. It's proof that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely on in their affairs. But a reasonable doubt is not and leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant, but it doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. It doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. I used to try a case against a defense attorney, and he would pull up a picture of something. Right here I have the Mona Lisa. And he would tear off a piece like that and say, ladies and gentlemen, that's reasonable doubt. And my response to that is, you still know what this is, right? You still know what it is. And that's reasonable doubt, okay? If you still know what it is and you're firmly convinced, then it's your duty under the oath that you've taken as the judge will give you the law to convict the defendant. Direct and circumstantial. Directly proves the existence of the fact, and circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of that fact. And we talked a little bit about that at the beginning. Sometimes people in common discussions will say, oh, the case is just circumstantial. But the law says that doesn't matter. The circumstantial evidence can be just as good as direct evidence. It is just as good. It makes no distinction between that, and the judge will charge you on that. There's no greater degree of certainty required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. The circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the defendant. And I gave you all an illustration at the beginning. I'm not going to redo the whole thing, but about being inside. And you go outside and it starts raining, and you know it's raining, okay, because you got direct evidence, you're getting wet. But if you go inside and you're in a closed room, and all of a sudden it gets dark, and you hear thunder, and you hear the wind rustling, and you hear the rain coming down on top of the roof, and then after an hour or so you go outside and the sun's shining, but there's limbs all down in the yard, and it's wet as far as the eye can see, and there are puddles in the yard and puddles in the driveway. Is there any reasonable doubt what happened, that it rained? Now, again, I'll say it again. Supposedly, I guess somebody could have sprayed the whole neighborhood with a hose and blown a fan to blow the wind down, or blow the limbs down, simulate wind, but that's not a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Circumstantial evidence can be just as strong as direct evidence, it is just as strong. The law makes no distinction just because it's circumstantial. All right, let's talk about murder. Murder is the willful killing of someone with malice aforethought. It's the unlawful and willful killing of any person by one with malice aforethought. The crime of murder is really, as far as the elements go, fairly simple. The operative terms here, the most important terms, are malice, which is the mental state that the person must have, and aforethought. But let's talk about those. What exactly do they mean? Malice, and it could be any of these. It can be the hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another, but it also can be the intentional doing of a wrongful act with an intent to inflict an injury under the circumstances that the law would infer an evil intent. It could be a general malignant recklessness of the lives and safety of others. It could be a wicked or depraved spirit intent on doing wrong. It could be using firearms, shotgun in a blackout to blow somebody away. That can be malice, ladies and gentlemen, if that's what you decide. Aforethought sounds like it has to be planned, and certainly planning would account for forethought, but it may be conceived at the very moment, a split second, or in conjunction with the act. So forethought doesn't require planning for that malice to occur. All it has to do is exist in the moment, just a split second, or in the moment that the act occurs. So when that trigger's pulled, as long as there's that intentional doing of a wrongful act, intent to inflict an injury, there would be an evil intent, a malignant recklessness, which you can infer from the circumstances of the case, then that's all you need. And how do you do that? I said infer, because people don't always yell out what their intentions are. You have to infer it from the circumstances of the case itself. Look at the crime scene, look at what happened, look at the backstory, look at all the circumstances that come together, and you can infer malice from those. Last little bit of law school. Malice and drugs. Voluntary intoxication does not impair a person's ability to act with malice aforethought. That's a legal principle. If you voluntarily get intoxicated, it is not a defense to a crime, and it does not negate the malicious nature of that crime. If one voluntarily intoxicates themselves, they are just as responsible for their actions as when they are not intoxicated. And the judge, again, take what the law comes from the judge, but this is a legal principle that you will hear. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to a crime. Now, why does the law say that? Well, you can't take whatever it is and deny responsibility for what you've done under the law. All right? Move through this quickly because we've already talked about it. And just for scheduling, I'm going to have to stop my argument so that we can all eat. And I'll give you all a chance to get away from this for a little bit. But I'm going to go ahead and go through some of this that we just talked about, but very quickly. Gathering storm in Alec's life. We talked about the family legacy. You heard of how important that was to him and how important that was to this family and how it was in danger because of the boat case. The criminal charges as well as the civil charges. That legacy was in danger. And it was threatening also to expose him for who he really was, which would totally destroy his part of that legacy. Lose his career, lose his bar license, face consequences like he's never seen. He's also a successful lawyer. and a part-time prosecutor. And as we go through and talk about the circumstances of this case and talk about the crime scene and the timeline and all the rest of it, think of it with that in mind. That this is an individual who is trained to understand how to put together cases, complex cases. He's been a prosecutor. He's done complex car wrecks. He understands the law. He's given closing arguments to juries before. So when you have a defendant like that, be thinking about whether or not this individual is constructing defenses and constructing alibis. Talked about his law practice. You've heard how lucrative it is. I had to struggle with him to get him to admit that he was wealthy, making more than $1 million a year. I'll let y'all decide whether or not that's wealthy, but he admitted ultimately that that was not uncommon for him to make that much money on top of stealing and borrowing on top of that. The important thing, though, to remember again, and I want to highlight this, is that they get, under the way that firm worked, they get their money at the end of the year. And then it's up to them to make it last. And that's the big problem that he had. That's why he had to get the Ferris fees. He can't, if he's out of money in May, he's not going to, unless he can borrow it or steal it, he's out of luck. And the hounds were at the gate. All right, we talked about this. He's got, you heard, I think Jeannie described him as having intentional chaos. We had the land deals. He's servicing this huge debt load. He constantly needs new money coming in. And this has been going on for more than a decade, a constant hamster wheel. The stress and the pressure of that would be extreme because it's been going on for so long, always having to stay one step ahead of the game. Always having to beg, literally beg, borrow, or steal for over a decade to have the truth from being exposed. That's been going on all that time. The big cases, his partners think he's straightened it out and paid off his debts, but he hadn't. He's getting paid millions of dollars, but he's stealing on top of that. It's not enough to keep that hamster wheel going. So he borrows and he steals. The methods I mentioned, you got the PSB checks, you got the fake forge, you got fake business expenses, running the firm card, and from his family and his law partners. Each one of these depends on him being able to sit down and look someone in the eye and convince them that what they're doing is right, when in reality that wasn't happening. And all those clients trusted him based on those. And we sat there and went through that, and it may have been exhausting, and I apologize for that, but he couldn't tell you about one conversation that he had that stuck with him. That's how easily it came to him. Is that relevant to your consideration of what he had to say to you? That's for y'all to decide. Couldn't name one conversation. Just had that same answer that he had rehearsed. And didn't want to talk about any of those individuals who trusted him, as he looked you in the eye and asked you to do the same. Down to the bottom. It's not just the clients, too. It's his staff. They're doing the paperwork. They're filling all that out. He had to fast talk them as well. Alex's situation, I think, is akin to a Ponzi. And a Ponzi's kind of like a pyramid scheme where it depends on new money coming in to pay old investors. And it works. It'll work for a long time as long as you can keep that money coming in. But the second you can't, the second that you're out of options, it crashes and burns. That's how every Ponzi crashes and burns. And that's the situation that fundamentally his finances were like. And that's the situation that was arriving in June of 2021 when he was at the scene with the victims minutes before they died and lied to everyone he would listen about it. A gathering storm. The boat case, other factors that were arising, each one leading to that inevitable day of reckoning. You had the trial lawyers conference where he was confronted. Mark Tinsley was confronted by Alec. Alec, of course, denied it. Everybody's lying on Alec. Alec's telling you the truth, even though everyone who knew him had no idea who he was. Everyone. No one knew who he really was. The people who came in here and said we thought this about him, not a single person knew who he really was. That's how convincing he is. But he denies this confrontation. When Mark Tinsley was like, he bows up on Mark Tinsley. He's like, "What you doing, man, about the boat case?" And Mark says, "You're going to have to pay money to the Beach family. Millions of dollars." Alec doesn't have that. He's barely one step ahead of the game at this point. He doesn't have insurance coverage anymore, or at least not a big umbrella policy. And why? Because his insurance company dropped him after the Satterfield case. Insurance company thinks the money went to the Satterfield boys, but it didn't. They don't know that he's stolen it all, but they don't want to insure him anymore. So he doesn't have that to help him pay the Beach case. And so what's the one hope he has? And that's the Ferris case. And it's tried, and you get a verdict in February of 2021, $792,000. And eventually, he tells Chris Wilson, "I'm going to structure those," which is a lie, and gets the fees sent to him in March. And is spent in 2 months. But the boat case isn't going away. Mark says, "Show us your books if you're telling me you're broke." I think his testimony was, they said that he could probably cobble together $1 million, which I guess that's broke for him, but it wasn't enough. And so they refuse, and that's what leads to the motion to compel. And there's been a lot of argument about, is that going to be granted or not? Would the judge have granted it? What we do know is that Mark Tinsley said that's what he was seeking to do, and he was seeking to do it because he had been told by the defense that he didn't have money. So he's like, "Prove it." None of us believe that, knowing what we know about you in this community. Prove it. Well, Alec can't have anybody subpoenaing his financial records because it's all going to be apparent. That Forge account is going to open right up. He can't have that happen. It will all end. He'll lose his career. He will lose his livelihood. He will face investigations and consequences like he's been able to avoid his entire life. But if he can just stay one step ahead, just 1 month longer, 1 day longer, then he's never going to have to face that accountability that he has to face. The hearing is scheduled for June 10th, 2021. And no one's here to argue to you that it's definitely going to be granted. All we're arguing to you is what the witnesses said they were intending to do. And as you've seen in court over the past 6 weeks, things happen and a process starts. And once that process starts, there's a conclusion to it. There's a conclusion to that. And then you heard from Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and talked about the fact that there was some coverage about this case as we move into the spring of 2021, and he hears from Alec, and Alec lies to him and says, we're hoping to get this case moving, and you saw the text message to that effect when the reality was that it had already been stolen. How's he going to pay that, ladies and gentlemen? That's millions of dollars. It's millions of dollars. And eventually, they're going to figure out that this money's already been paid. the insurance company thinks it's gone in the right place. At some point, the question is going to get asked, and that alone is going to break everything apart. Ferris case, this is when his paralegal finds the expense check and not the fee check. And I've already told you this part of the story, and y'all have heard the testimony, but it sets off that inquiry from the second juror. So now we have this on top of everything else that we're mentioning. This is like nothing he's ever experienced. He's always been able to stay one step ahead of the game. But after the boat case, his appetite's increased greatly. He started stealing millions of dollars, and now he's running out of options, and all these factors are converging. All they're converging. And they're converging on 1 week, 1 day. And that arrives. His father's in the hospital. There's a confrontation with Jeannie. Alec tells her, manages to ward off the conversation by saying Mr. Randolph is terminal. He, of course, denies that, so I guess Jeannie's lying on him too. But that's what she says happened. He's working on the boat case. And then the tragedy happens. And it worked. It's not the only reason, but it's part of the reason. The pressures on this man were unbearable, and they were all reaching a crescendo the day his wife and son were murdered by him. All on that day. And in the wake of this, everything changes. People stop asking about these things. The community has changed like you would expect. People are concerned, they're scared, they're worried. And everything's changed. The backlash from the boat case has gone away, and all of that has changed. And that's why Mark Tinsley thought his case was over. This may seem like, really? But who would understand that better than him? This is exactly the kind of work he did. His skills as a lawyer were understanding the emotional value of a case, understanding the sympathies of a case. If you have a sympathetic plaintiff and an unsympathetic defendant, that is, in the civil world, that's a big case. But if those get reversed, if those change, if all of a sudden your defendant is more sympathetic, it changes it. It changes the entirety of what Mark Tinsley's position on this case was for the Beach family, that Alec was going to have to pay money. And that's what he told you from the stand. He said the second, if Alec had been the victim of some unsuspect or some random vigilante, the entirety of the case has changed. And I'm not taking the same position. I'm not trying to demand that level of recovery. He gets a $750. Well, he gets $600 of it. Ultimately gets a $750 loan. He convinces Chris Wilson. That heads off to Ferris. That's pretty much the main thing he did after this, was to make sure he could get that money, enough of it to Chris Wilson so that he would send an email to the law firm saying, hey, everything's cool, I got it. It's all good. And that's what the law firm thought. It's the main thing he did in the wake of the murders of his wife and son, was he made sure to stay, again, one step ahead of the game because he had more time now. He had time he didn't have on June 7th, but he had it now. And that's the first thing he did. It's the first thing he did. It's the main thing he did, was keep the hamster wheel going. I know it seems like a lot, but you have to consider the unique circumstances of this particular man. This particular man who has proven over and over again that he will do anything to keep that hamster wheel going and to avoid accountability. And he's been doing it for over 10 years. He just finally reached a point that he had never reached before. Of course, the hearing on the motion to compel gets canceled. Who would go forward with that in the wake of what's happened? That goes away. It doesn't. I think you heard from the testimony up there, it doesn't get rescheduled till long after everything crashes and burns in September. It doesn't even get rescheduled in the wake of this. We don't have to worry about that either, and the potential that had for exposing who he was, because the second somebody looks at his accounts, the second his own partner, Danny Henderson, looks at his accounts as in representing him and says, well, let me see him, he can't do that. He can't do that. He can't even show them to his own partner. Because what's going to happen? They're going to see it too. He can't let that happen, or everything falls apart. And he loses everything, including that legacy that you heard from individuals up there is so important to him, more important than anything. I'm not going to go through all of this, but this is the timeline. And you can see, and I'll let y'all look at that, but you can see how this develops, how this hamster wheel continues, how he always has to be one step ahead of the game. You know, we've talked about the Redbeard and the Zero United. Those are the land deals that went bad. They get charged off, but yet Palmetto State Bank, still dealing with him. He then appoints Russell Lafitte a conservator and borrows up to $1 million from the Plowler girls' accounts without their knowledge. And then he has to steal money from the Badger case, where he's already making a huge amount of legal fees. He has to steal money from the Badger case to pay off the Plowler girls before they turn 18, and then there's an accounting for that. And then he opens up the Forge account, and it continues. $338,000 from Deion Martin, Johnny Bush, Manuel Sanders, and Richard, $225,000. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. The only way to stay afloat is to beg, borrow, and steal. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. He steals some more money, but he's right back to where he was. March of 2018, he's now maxed out not only $1 million line of credit, but also a $600,000 line of credit. A line of credit, almost like a credit card, maxed out. Then the boat crash happens, and look what happens to the figures. $3.7 million, $1.1 million, $1 million. And then you have the double homicide. This is some of the exhibits. This is, as you recall, there'll be the statements, and they're in evidence showing the defendant's assets on June 7th, 2021, and the reds are his liabilities. That one's green, but it's negative. And then over here, that's where he was a couple months later. He borrowed $750,000 and still ended up $347,000 in the hole, which part of that had to cover. I think it was called the most generous overdraft policy ever conceived. Because, in fairness, though, he did get a $5 overdraft charge right there. So, anyway. All right, what else do we have? Because we've talked about a lot of things about the finances, and I know that there's been a lot of that, but it's really the only way to understand all the things that were affecting this middle-aged, outwardly successful professional man who had all these pressures upon him, like no one had ever seen. Well, we've got the pills. He claims he's had a pill addiction for 20 years. What does he say about that? He says it makes him paranoid. He says it makes him agitated. He says opiates give him energy. Use your common sense about that. But he also says, and he even said this in the telephone interview after the side of the road, that the withdrawals will make you do anything to get rid of them. That's common sense as well. We know how powerful opiates can be and how the addiction of opiates can be extremely powerful. The withdrawals, not being dope sick, can be extremely powerful. But he's also saying he's taking 1,000 milligrams a day. And he's trying to blame all his theft on that. But that's not what these records reflect. They reflect an insatiable desire for money in a hamster wheel that's been going on for a long time, and you don't really see the escalation from his drug dealer until March of 2021. I would ask you also, one of the tenets of juries is common sense. That's what you're here for, is for an individual and then a collective common sense. Common sense, 1,000 milligrams a day, does that sound survivable? He sat there on that stand and told you that's what he was taking. And as we're going to go through this process, we're going to talk about what he said on the stand and how many times on the fly that he looked you in your eyes and didn't tell you the truth. He's very good at it. His own partner said that. He's very, very good at it. I'll leave it to you to decide whether 1,000 milligrams a day is survivable with opiates. And if it was, that you could still engage in work, have a successful practice, and then on top of that, engage in these complex conspiracies to steal and fool everyone and live a life and have people outwardly think that you're, who you profess to be in public. If you were taking 1,000 milligrams a day, does that make common sense? I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't. I have no doubt that he was taking opiate pills. But I think he looked you, and I would submit to you to decide whether or not he looked you in the eye and claimed them out as inconsistent with whatever else we know about this man. It's really inconsistent with survivability as a matter of common sense. He can never function at the level he's been functioning, keeping up with these pressures, staying one step ahead for over a decade if he was taking that much dope. I would submit to you. Just one other lie that I would submit to you as a lie that he's trying to get you to believe, to feel sympathetic for him, as if the dope was the cause of the money and the cause of his issues, when the reality is it wasn't. This has been going on for a long time, and the finances prove differently. But what else about this? You've seen the interviews. And we're going to play some clips of these interviews, but I'm not going to play them all for you again. You've watched them. But if you have any questions, go back and watch them. He talks about being paranoid. Listen, watch those interviews when he's with Dave Owen. He doesn't look like he's withdrawing from any drugs. His responses are appropriate. He's not in displaying any paranoia. He's smooth. He's focused on the events. He's focused on trying to get information about the case from law enforcement officers, which is interesting in its own right. Why is he so focused on that? And in Savannah, where supposedly he was detoxing, he sat down, as you've heard the testimony, with a composite sketch artist and went through the whole process to come out with this picture, which I swear is not me. How do you do that? How do you do that if you're on that much dope? So why did he tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Why did he look you in the eye and tell you that as he sat there on that stand trying to explain what was going on? It's interesting also that in one of the interviews with law enforcement, there were 3 interviews, June 8th, June 10th, and August 11th, before we get to the side of the road, that he mentions that Paul was a little detective. That's very interesting for him to mention that, because you heard from Marion Proctor, Maggie's sister, that Maggie called Paul that, the little detective, specifically in reference to Paul paying attention and trying to keep Alec from taking pills. Why would he bring that up? That's an interesting thing to bring up. because that was what that was in reference to. And what do we know? We know that in May, if we talk about all the pressures that are coming upon him, all these financial things that we've talked about, this exhausting hamster wheel that's been going on forever, the need to beg, borrow, and steal to stay one step ahead, and he's running out of options there. On top of that, we know in May that Paul sends a text to him saying, "Mom found some pills, we need to talk." Mom found some pills and we need to talk. Another pressure from Paul and Maggie on him. And if you look at the texts, the weekend of the ball game on June the 7th, and those are in evidence, Alec is not at the game. And he's texting back and forth, and Maggie's like, "Don't come if you feel bad." And he's like, "Well, I think I can get a late check out." And then he's like, "At 1 o'clock, they made me leave." I submit to you, it's a reasonable inference they were on him at this time. They were watching him like a hawk. Opiates, the most powerful of withdrawals, and everything's coming to a head, including this as well. Run out of money, running out of options, doesn't get paid in any significant way until December, already stole the Ferris fees and spent that money in 2 months, has an expensive pill habit, and accountability and consequences will undo everything in his life, everything that is his self-identity, everything, the only things that he cares about. He doesn't care about lying to his partners and his family and his friends and his clients if it will delay accountability for him. He'll do it in a heartbeat. And all of that is about to be undone.
We had a good stopping point?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch. Please do not discuss the case. We'll be in recess, 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Measured, he said that a number of things, and let me just go forward with his themes. He said that Alec Murdaugh had the motive, the means, the opportunity to kill Maggie and Paul. He laid out that the storm was descending, the theme that he had from his opening statement. And he said you have to understand the depth of the financial crimes to understand why this was going on in Alec Murdaugh's life like never before. He wasn't able to control anything. He couldn't borrow money from his father anymore. His father was dying. His law firm was about to find out that he was, did find out that he was stealing. That he said that he had an illusion of wealth. He said that there was a slow burn going on and that he did it, and they'll talk about it later on because the forensic timeline put him there along with the family weapons and the lies that he told and the activities that he did after the scene. He said that he talked to the investigators while he contends that he had an opioid addiction of 1,000 pills a day, that indeed you watched them and he was measured, and that he could lie to everybody straight on by looking them in the face, just like he looked at you in the face in this courtroom, jury. He said that husbands kill wives, unfortunately, every single day of the year. We've seen since King Herod that he could kill sons, so that fathers do kill sons. He said the pressure of being in withdrawal made him a family annihilator. He talked about the circumstantial nature of the case, and if you take the Mona Lisa and you clip off an end of it, you can still tell it's the Mona Lisa, even if all the pieces don't fit apart or one of the pieces aren't there. He said that in theme that this was planned, and indeed he went back to motive, means, and opportunity, mens rea. He said it was malicious. He said it was with malice aforethought, echoing what Alec Murdaugh himself said on the stand, that whoever did this planned it for a long time. Okay? Think about it. The jury now has an hour and 15 minutes to think about it. They're taking lunch, and while they do that, we're going to take a quick break here at the network. We will see you on the other side. Welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. Well, the moment we've all been waiting for, the closing arguments of the parties, began this morning in South Carolina in that courtroom in Waterboro, where Creighton Waters, the Attorney General, one of the Attorney Generals, and we saw his boss yesterday, started to tell the jury that Alec Murdaugh had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill his wife and son. He was measured and continued on his theme about the storm. Why don't we listen to a little bit of what just happened in that courtroom?
It's up to you to decide whether or not he looked you in the eye and claimed them out. It's inconsistent with whatever else we know about this man. It's really inconsistent with survivability as a matter of common sense. He can never function at the level he's been functioning, keeping up with these pressures, staying one step ahead for over a decade, if he was taking that much dope. I would submit to you. Just one other lie that I would submit to you as a lie that he's trying to get you to believe, to feel sympathetic for him, as if the dope was the cause of the money and the cause of his issues, when the reality is it wasn't. This has been going on for a long time, and the finances prove differently. But what else about this? You've seen the interviews. And we're going to play some clips of these interviews, but I'm not going to play them all for you again. You've watched them. But if you have any questions, go back and watch them. He talks about being paranoid. Listen, watch those interviews when he's with Dave Owen. He doesn't look like he's withdrawing from any drugs. His responses are appropriate. He's not in displaying any paranoia. He's smooth. He's focused on the events. He's focused on trying to get information about the case from law enforcement officers, which is interesting in its own right. Why is he so focused on that? And in Savannah, where supposedly he was detoxing, he sat down, as you've heard the testimony, with a composite sketch artist and went through the whole process to come out with this picture, which I swear is not me. How do you do that? How do you do that if you're on that much dope? So why did he tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Why did he look you in the eye and tell you that as he sat there on that stand trying to explain what was going on? It's interesting also that in one of the interviews with law enforcement, there were 3 interviews, June 8th, June 10th, and August 11th, before we get to the side of the road, that he mentions that Paul was a little detective. That's very interesting for him to mention that, because you heard from Marion Proctor, Maggie's sister, that Maggie called Paul that, the little detective, specifically in reference to Paul paying attention and trying to keep Alec from taking pills. Why would he bring that up? That's an interesting thing to bring up, because that was what that was in reference to. And what do we know? We know that in May, if we talk about all the pressures that are coming upon him, all these financial things that we've talked about, this exhausting hamster wheel that's been going on forever, the need to beg, borrow, and steal, stay one step ahead, and he's running out of options there. On top of that, we know in May that Paul sends a text to him saying, "Mom found some pills, we need to talk."
All right, there you heard it. Creighton Waters, the Assistant Attorney General, who's the lead prosecutor on this case, making his closing argument, telling the jury that Alec Murdaugh murdered his wife Maggie and son Paul, and that the evidence all points to him. I'm Anjanette Levy, coming to you live from Walterboro, South Carolina, right in front of the Colleton County Courthouse, where I don't know if you can see behind me, but there's still a line of people hoping to get into this courthouse. They got here, at least the first person in line got here at 3 a.m. this morning. So people are very interested in this and very emotionally invested in it. Linda Kenny-Bodden, what do you think of Creighton Waters' opening statement, so far. Do you think that he's hitting all the right points?
Anjanette, I think, his opening statements to the jury were pretty scattered, as we saw early on. But I really think now he feels that this case has come together, Anjanette. I was actually impressed with him explaining that, look, I have to talk about the financial crimes because you have to really understand the storm. You have to understand the pressures. You have to understand what Alec Murdaugh was able to escape with his whole life and couldn't. And basically what he was inferring is that he's a family annihilator. Why? Because he's not killing himself, but he's killing those around him for reasons that they were onto him, and his life was more important because it was always all about Alex Murdaugh.
You know, Linda, one of the things that I think is interesting, and you probably know this better than anyone, is that sometimes, and let's look at this from the standpoint that let's view this hypothetically as Alec Murdaugh is factually guilty, that he committed these homicides. A lot of times when people are talking to the police and they're lying, there are little things that bleed out. There are little beads that drop. And I don't know if these people, when they're talking, they realize it, but the whole thing about Paul being the little detective, to me, after hearing the testimony about that, that could be a tell here. That is something that he could have brought up, and that he's sitting there talking to the police, and this little thing that may play into what happened comes out. Do you see that as one of those little things?
Yeah, absolutely, Anjanette. Also, the boat case. Now, the boat case is the start of this, according to the prosecutor, right? This is what brings the house of cards down. But he wants to blame the boat case, but maybe in his mind, it is the boat case that started his downfall, right? And that was caused by his son, Paul. And so maybe there was a hatred there. You know, families, and we see it all the time. There are people that kill. I tweet all the time about the famous New Jersey case, Anjanette, of John List, wealthy, accountant, lived in a mansion, killed his wife, his mother-in-law, his 3 kids with 3 different guns to get out of the pressures, the monetary pressures that were coming. So, you know, we have seen it. And I thought that Creighton Waters did a wonderful job talking about those things in that light. And those tells, I think, are extremely important, Anjanette.
And let's go back to that hatred that you talked about. Alec Murdaugh said that on the stand, whoever did this hated Paul, had a hatred for Paul. And you would have to have that hatred to do to shoot Paul in the head with a shotgun. We heard that he survived, or he could have survived that first gunshot wound to the chest. And then there was a second gunshot wound to the head. So you have to think that Paul Murdaugh had the presence of mind to realize he had been hurt. He was bleeding. He was walking toward that feed room door, as we heard in the testimony and saw from the evidence. So he looked, more than likely, I would think, the person who killed him in the eye. Yeah. And the state says that is Alec Murdaugh. So we've got a lot of questions coming in from the viewers, and we always appreciate you guys sending in the questions. We love taking them, and we do this every lunch hour. So, Linda, let's get to it. We have other people joining us. Gigi will be here in just a second, and then Eric Bland, the attorney for Gloria Satterfield's family, will be with us probably in about 10 minutes or so. So the first question, Linda, comes from Larry McNulty from Facebook. If someone other than Alex did the murders, why would they not seek to murder Alec also, now that we know he was close by? Is that a good point, or could this have possibly been, and I'm surprised the defense didn't make this argument, a message being sent? You know, I always kind of thought that was weird that the defense didn't argue somebody was trying to send Alec Murdaugh a message.
Well, I think the problem they had, you remember that Alec Murdaugh himself, with one of those little points, said in one of the interviews that whoever planned this planned it for a long time, right? The problem you had is that he was blaming the boat accident, and if he planned it, that's where he was going. His attorney did get on the, if I recall, the HBO special, that's Jim Griffin, and say, no, this was a drug cartel or drug deal. He hadn't paid money. But I think there was a problem there because Alec Murdaugh had already laid the groundwork that it was the boat accident. So I think that's why they couldn't go there, Anjanette, because what the attorneys tried to do and what Alec Murdaugh were saying were not the same thing.
All right. Next to Jessica Whitson Chegwin from Facebook. Rule 404, financial issues, Linda. We're able to be brought in to support motive, but do I understand correctly that the jury is not to consider his character or lack thereof of these crimes? They're not supposed to take that into account. So explain that whole 404 issue to us,
Sure.
Linda.
So you can't say, well, just because Alec Murdaugh is a bad person generally, he committed this homicide. But you can say that there's something in his character that caused him to want to kill his wife and his son because of the financial crimes. Now, you know, murder is a character flaw to begin with, so it's a fine line. So if you understand the pressures that were going on with him, and you understand that there's going to be no way out, that his father was dying, so he can't borrow money, and that he himself maybe saw himself going to jail, not living the lifestyle, and his wife maybe taking whatever money else that he had, because remember, she owned the house in Moselle and she was half owner of the house in Edisto. So that can be considered with regard to that in the context of the motive.
You know, you just brought up something interesting that I hadn't thought of before, Linda. If his dad was going to pass away and they were aware of that, he would have inherited money, and it's our understanding that he did inherit money. There's money in some type of trust account, possibly $4 million. So if on the night of June 7th, he knows his father's going to pass away, I mean, he was possibly going to come into some money. It's just something that kind of came into my mind. What do you think of that?
But not enough, because I read it was like $700,000 that was going to him, because remember, he's got brothers, right? And we don't know the terms of the trust. We don't know whether there was more to that. But he couldn't go to his dad and get that immediate cash that was coming down on him. And the $700,000, unfortunately, probably is going to pay his legal fees and his expert fees right now. So maybe he didn't plan so well.
Alrighty. Well, we are going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming to us on Twitter, YouTube, and on Facebook, and we'll get to as many of them as we can when we come back. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, coming to you live from the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina, and you are watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we're coming to you live from the courthouse in Colleton County, South Carolina, where closing arguments are underway in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh. We are taking your questions, and we have a lot of good ones coming in, so keep them coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, and in our YouTube chat, and we'll answer as many of them as we can. Gigi McKelvey with Law&Crime is here with me now, and Linda Kenny-Bodden, noted famed defense attorney and Law&Crime host, is here with us as well. She's in the studio in New York. So Gigi, what are your thoughts about closing arguments so far and about the jury's reaction? Because we're sitting next to each other, but I think you've got a little bit better of a view of the jurors.
Very attentive. I don't see much movement at all. They're focused on Mr. Waters. And I think as far as the closings go, I mean, he's setting it up. We've got the second half to go. I think it's a little calm before the storm, so to speak. That's the theme he's using in these closings, as the storm was brewing. So I'm interested to see how the second half goes. I think in the first half, you have to set the stage and kind of round up all that testimony about the financials and remind the jury over and over again, he lied. I thought it was really powerful when he used the amount of drugs that Alex said on the stand that he used, 1,000 milligrams a day. And Creighton Waters says you have to decide, did he look you in the eyes and lie? I thought that was a really good tactic to use with that jury, because essentially, if they feel like he lied to them directly, then, I mean, that could be a big deal.
Yeah, and he talked about judging credibility and the credibility of Alec Murdaugh and all of the other witnesses in this trial, and whether or not they have a bias or a motivation to lie. I was a little concerned about some of his comments about the opioid addiction. You know, I don't want to get too far into the weeds on that, but, you know, I've covered a lot of stories about the opioid epidemic over the years, and my mom's a chemical dependency therapist. She's been doing this a long time, 40 some odd years. And, you know, people can get energy. You know, it's called a paradoxical reaction. I've tweeted about this. You can get energy from these things. They can they make you feel alive. It sounds weird, but it can happen. So let's get to your questions. At Daddy Smiley from Twitter asks, could the property be in Maggie's name originally to protect it in case Alec got caught stealing? What do you make of that, Linda?
Well, that's an interesting. I hadn't really thought about that, whether it could have been in his name, because he was thinking that maybe he would get caught stealing. Very, very interesting. But obviously, whatever happened now, there must have been, and you know, the jury was speculating, were the communications with his wife and all about the properties, because for some reason he wanted her to come there that night then, right? So yeah, very, very interesting thought. I hadn't thought about that before.
Yeah, that is a really good question. See, the viewers are on top of it. They think of things we don't. So I love reading these questions. Georgia's Garden from YouTube. Did anyone hear what the email was about that the judge was talking about before lunch yesterday? I'll take that one. I poked around last night after court ended. Nobody's talking about the email. Apparently the judge doesn't want anybody talking about it. So I don't know what that was. A lot of speculation, though, online about it. Backpacking Cape Breton from YouTube asks, why wasn't there a change of venue due to his deep connection and ties to the judicial system in that area of South Carolina? Gigi, you know, there's probably a reason why he didn't ask for a change of venue. The state didn't ask for one either.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's bad for him that it stayed local, because I tell you, just in talking to random people, from the gas station attendant to the lady at the Piggly Wiggly, they all were very hesitant to come on camera, just refused, actually, saying they still feel like there is somewhat of a grip on this community with the Murdaugh family. So does that tie into deliberations? I mean, I think it's a real risk for the state not asking for a change of venue, in that some people may be hesitant because they actually have to live here once they deliver this verdict. I think it could come into play in a big way.
Linda, why do you think that the prosecution didn't ask for a change of venue? Do you think that it would have been a fool's errand and the judge would have denied it?
Yeah, and also they may not be entitled, I don't know what the rules are, but in many states it's the defendant's right to ask for a change of venue for a fair trial, or a judge who decides that there's so much, sua sponte, asking for briefing from the attorneys. But I don't think the prosecution had a right to ask for it. And certainly they think that sometimes you get people in the community and they say, I know the Murdaugh family, and they're actually biased against them. They may not come on camera and say it for exactly that reason. So I think the prosecution felt, yeah, we're in his backyard, but the backyard may have a lot of holes in it that he's going to fall into.
Or maybe, and I just thought of this, Linda, could it be that they wanted to send a message, they wanted to show that justice could be done. They believed in their case, and they believed we can do this here. And maybe they didn't think it was necessary, that there's a message to be sent, that you don't have to move it to get a just result, at least in the prosecution's eyes, because they believe that he did this.
Yeah, those could also be reasons, but I think mainly it would probably apply for the court rules and Jeanette in terms of whether or not they would have a right to move it, because it's not their fair trial, it's the defendant's right for a fair trial that's protected when there's a motion made to move a trial.
This is a good question. Mal from YouTube. Seriously, where did the money go? No way, just drugs or lifestyle. Someone blackmailing him, I'd say. I'll take this one right now. We heard about these bad land deals. Apparently, just he's the main breadwinner for the family. $50,000 a week on opioid pills. I've been told by somebody who knows Alec Murdaugh that he was viewed as somebody who was a connector. So maybe we'll learn more about that at a later date. And also, I kind of poked around a little bit last night as well. Sounds like they know where the money went. So we might find out more about that at the financial crimes
Jeanette,
trial.
could I just say something? Jeanette, could I say something? At 12:58 today, my sister, who was watching, they asked me the question, what did he do with all that money? So it sounds like it's a question many people have.
Yeah, I think everybody, I've been asking that, where did the money go? And I found out they know where the money went, so they just aren't saying yet. So just a little point there. But everybody, that's a lot of money. He's charged with stealing $11 million. That's a ton of money to blow. All right, Jay Stevio from YouTube. If this trial concludes, shall we discover the incentive or evidence that led to the reopening of Stephen Smith's untimely death? Gigi, do you think that we will learn about Stephen Smith's death after this trial? Because I think it would be unlikely that SLED would announce anything if they had something about that case in the middle of something like this.
Right. Yeah. I didn't anticipate any kind of an announcement about that case while this is going on. It deserves to be its own separate thing away from the murders. And I think, if there's a connection there that they have found, I don't think that they will wait too long to let us know that it exists, and we'll see what goes from there. I've heard mixed things about how that investigation is going, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. That family needs justice.
I've heard some mixed things too. Yeah, and they do. Sandy Smith deserves answers, and I think we've both heard those similar things about this case. And, there's been a lot of speculation about the Murdaughs and whether they were involved. We've heard, we've heard that's not true, but we just don't know for certain. So I just want to be sure we make that clear. A lot going on about that case, or a lot of talk. Croucher from Twitter, once the dust has settled, after the case is done, will whatever assets Alec Murdaugh has left be sold to repay his former law firm? That's a really good question, Linda.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to have any assets that are left. That's going to be the problem, because it's really it's not just the firm, it's the insurance companies now also had paid out on that. So I assume that the problem they may have is that they can't get access to the trust, right? So that's why when we talked before about the trust, that may have limitations to it. But sure, there could be things that are sold, but the problem is he also has a family, so it's going to be very complicated. Buster still is his son, and it'll be very, very complicated. This is going to be a room full of a lot of lawyers, Anjanette.
Definitely. And we heard the law firm, Ronnie Crosby, yesterday, one of Alec Murdaugh's former law partners, say that they've had to take out millions of dollars in loans to pay these clients and to make them whole. So it'll be interesting to see if they file some type of legal action to recoup any of that money. Keep the questions coming. We have to take a quick break. We will be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime live from Walterboro, South Carolina. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime, live from the Colleton County Courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina, where closing arguments are underway in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh. It's taken us weeks to get to this point, and if you think interest in this case has waned, think again. I want you to look behind me, right behind me. A long line of people. Some of these people have been here since early this morning, waiting, hoping that other people leave so they can get a seat inside to watch this. I spoke with a woman earlier who traveled here last night from Kansas, took a flight from Kansas because she wanted to be here to see this in person after watching it for weeks on Law and Crime's YouTube channel. So let's get to your questions. We are taking your questions at this hour, during the lunch hour, as we always do. Arctos from YouTube, Gigi McKelvey, did Alec go to Moselle with the jury and judge?
Not that I know of. I think he came in, he was here a little bit before the jury got back from that jury view. We never heard that he was going. I don't even know that did the defense go? Did we ever hear that? That was my question. But I don't think Alec did.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, wow. Jim Griffin apparently didn't go, but Maggie Fox and Dick Harpootlian went, as did the judge, of course. Alec Murdaugh did not go, and, you know, it sounds like the jurors were there. They weren't there very long. They looked at the feed room door, they looked at that area, and then were taken up to the main house. Another question. Let's get to this one. Why couldn't they have waited until Maggie's walked back to the house, or at least partly back, shot Paul and then shot Maggie on her way back to the kennels to investigate why the shots were fired? That's Happy Robot from YouTube. Linda, you know, I don't know. Why couldn't he have waited until Maggie walked back to the house, or at least partly back, and shot Paul and then shot Maggie? I don't know the answer to that question.
No, I don't know. He obviously had a plan, and this was his plan. And, you know, I've always said that one of the things, you know, Anjanette, we talk about the little things. You know, Maggie had just come, if you recall, from a pedicure. I don't think Maggie was walking in the mud, as it turns out, you know, to that house at that time. I mean, even the jurors today had to be aware of, I understand, snakes, Anjanette?
Yeah, there was a warning, apparently, Linda. Can you believe this? You know, we've heard so much about the hog hunting that goes on out there at Moselle and other places. The hogs are a nuisance. We got a tutorial on that yesterday. And now today, the jury was warned, and everybody was warned, like, hey, the weather causes the snakes to come out, so watch where you step. Snakes and then hogs. So that was really something else. And murder, yes. Terrible, terrible thing. But in the dogs, you know, people were asking me if the dogs were going to be out there as to kind of make the scene look the same. I don't think so, because those dogs are with other people now, Bubba and Grady and the others. Renea Bloomer O'Brien from Facebook. Why does law enforcement allow a family member to clean the crime scene? Was it even processed thoroughly? Linda, I'm going to throw that one to you. Okay. You're a defense attorney. Why didn't they execute that search warrant? They didn't execute the warrant on June 8th. They had the warrant and they didn't do it. And they let Blanca come in and clean up the house.
Well, that was a big mistake, obviously. But I think they were paying deference. You know, when we say that Alec Murdaugh was jumped on by the police, by law enforcement immediately as a suspect, he wasn't. They were treated with kid gloves. Who doesn't execute a search warrant? Who lets the family members walk in and business partners walk in? That crime scene should have been locked down with one tape so that only the crime scene processors goes into the one area. The second tape should have been for, like, you know, the big shots or the news media that comes along and can watch. But that scene should have been locked out. The family should have been moved. There was great deference played. With regard to cleaning the crime scene, though, once the crime scene is released, it is the family's duty to, the police don't do that. The family has to clean a crime scene, and there's a lot of companies that do it for families. So that's not unusual once the scene is released.
But it sounds like, you know, from what we heard, it sounded like Blanca was asked to do that morning, the June 8th. And then John Marvin testified that, you know, Katie McAllister, one of the SLED agents, wanted to look around the house, and she took off her badge and her gun and just said, hey, you want to walk around the house with me? And they walked around the house, even though she had the search warrant. So
ridiculous.
I was stunned by that.
Yeah, ridiculous deference to
I'm just like,
the Murdaugh family. Ridiculous.
I mean, like, why not just say, I'm really sorry. I know this is a horrible thing, but guys, we got to execute this search warrant. We've got to do it, and we need you to leave. Let's get to our next question. This one's for you, Gigi. Jack Nicholson from YouTube. I don't know if it's the Jack Nicholson, but wouldn't that be something if it was? Did Maggie really not know about the financial crimes? Any evidence that she did?
I don't think we've seen any evidence that she knew, and it could just be that she was living a comfortable life and trusted that it was coming in an honest way. But I've heard nothing, and I've been here every day, that indicated she knew anything about the financials, although it was clarified the drug issues she did know about, which we weren't sure before trial, but now we know. So I just don't see it, that she knew that he was stealing all this money.
Yeah, I don't think she knew about the stealing, but she did apparently tell Blanca. I remember Blanca testifying that Maggie was very concerned about the boat case and what it could do to them financially. And she pulled her into the gun room that one day, she said, I don't think Alec always tells me everything. Maybe, I don't know, maybe she was getting a little suspicious. Who knows? So I do recall that. So Manic from YouTube, how long do you think it'll take the jury to decide? Linda, do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, no tea leaves on that one. Obviously, if they all go in, take a straw vote and say, oh, they're not guilty, they'll be out fast before Friday. But I don't see that. I think they're going to take the better part of next week. I think they're going to be talking a lot about this case. But, you know, you haven't asked me for my prediction yet. But I think Tuesday, Wednesday next week will be finished.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember, Linda. Did you get it right? Did your prediction win in the Depp trial in the Law and Crime jury pool? Were you right on that about that verdict day? I think you were, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it depends on when they go out on. It depends on when they. It depends on whether they're wrong. Look, obviously the judge is going to charge Thursday. They're going to deliberate Friday. You know, could they come back Monday? Sure, absolutely, because they've been there a long time. So usually when juries have been in a trial for a long time, they know what they want to do, and it's a lot faster. To get a hung jury, you have to have at least a day per week of trial. The general rule is. So if it goes a real long time, then it could be a hung jury.
And we've been led to believe that they will not deliberate over the weekend. I was told yesterday, you know, maybe that could happen, but more than likely not. I was told everybody needs a break. So it's been a long trial. Let's get to another question. Katie Cat 17 from YouTube. How much stock do you believe the jury will take in the fact that when faced with bad news on 9/4, Alec's reaction was a shooting, and on 6/7 he received bad news and there was a shooting? Gigi, do you think that they're going to see a nexus there? Because Creighton Waters says that's what this guy does.
Yeah, I mean, it's a valid conclusion to come to, because it is how it went down, really. And, you know, the other thing, too, I think that Creighton Waters really made a good point, which is everybody else is a liar, but not him. And so I think that the pattern of lying, really, and the kennel video is going to be the biggest thing that might sway this jury towards guilty. Although I have to say, I'm not going to be surprised guilty or hung. Either one of those, I'm not going to gasp.
Right. I think I agree with you on that 100%. At ballers_onlyd from Twitter. If it was so dark that night, how did he know where to look to find his wife if she was so far away from Paul? I don't think she was that far away from Paul, but Linda, you know, we have the OnStar data showing he pulled up and there was about 17 to 20 seconds before the 911 call.
Right. They weren't that far away. That's one of the reasons why the defense wants the scene view, for the spatial reason. But I don't think that really helps him, you know, whether he can see or not see. I mean, you know, it's still a dark area. 17 seconds, it's about 17 seconds, you're absolutely right. And he gets back on and he said they've been shot badly. Come help. So, you know, that's an awful lot to do in a dark space just with your headlines on in that 17 seconds.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it does help them, because I don't think they were that far away. And something you mentioned a little bit ago, Linda, you didn't think that Maggie was running through mud that night. I'm just going to mention, I remembered we saw her flip-flops as evidence, and they looked pretty clean.
Right.
So I don't think she was, you know, trudging through anything that night. She wasn't getting that dirty. All right, let's take a quick, we need to ask some more questions. Barb Setti from YouTube. How can the jury weigh everything out when they weren't even allowed to take notes? Oh, Gigi, we have talked about this so much. Those poor jurors sitting there, they might have a lot of questions.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've got a blister literally on my finger from writing for the past, 27 days, and they have no notes. I think that the timeline is going to be really where they're going to have to rely on the evidence to look over. But there have been times I've had pages of notes, and I get so confused, and I have to go back to the hotel and re-watch testimony, which they cannot do. So things like that might delay these deliberations a little bit longer, just the fact that they can't have notes, which I think in some cases is a good thing. You have 12 people that might have heard 12 different things and written it differently. That can lead to arguments in the deliberation room, but they're definitely going to have to pull out some of these exhibits to fine tune some things, I think. So I think it's going to be a little bit longer of a deliberation.
You could be right about that. And, Gigi and I have talked about this. We're busy working, so sometimes you're fearful you might have missed something, and we go back and watch the testimony. So, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in and remember. Rebecca Whiting from Facebook. I want to know who believes the evidence has proven that he shot both Maggie and Paul. I think he did it prior to going to his mom's, but they are trying to prove he did it when he got back. I've never seen that. How did he hide the guns and clean up in 10 minutes? What's your thought on that? I don't think anybody's ever argued that, Linda. We got 20 seconds that he did it when he got back.
No, this is obviously pre-planned. He knew where he was going to put the guns if he did it, and he did it before he went to his mother's, obviously. If he did it.
Yeah, they've never argued he did it when he got back. Right. All right, guys, we are going to take a quick break, but of course, we want you to keep those questions coming to us. Submit them on Twitter, Facebook, and in the YouTube chat. We have to take a quick break. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you've been watching Law and Crime live from Walterboro, South Carolina. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime live from the Colleton County Courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. We are taking your questions. There's only about 15 minutes or so left in the lunch break. So keep those questions coming to us both on Twitter, Facebook, and in the YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Let's get to some of those questions right off the bat. With me is Gigi McKelvey with Law and Crime, and also Linda Kenny-Bodden, defense attorney and host here at the network. So our first question is, Mal from YouTube, if Alex really believes someone else killed his wife and son, why hasn't he hired a private detective to find the killers? Linda?
Well, that's the old OJ question, isn't it? And you know this better than I do. There was a reward, but it was pulled back on September 30th. I think it was being funded by his firm, I guess, after he shot himself in the head. But more than that, why didn't he bring his shoes forward? Why didn't he bring his shirt forward? Those are things I expect Creighton Waters is going to hit, that Alec Murdaugh didn't do any of that because he's the killer.
I found it odd, too, the expiration date, and I think it was like a date that didn't even exist. I think it was maybe September 31st or something, and there's only 30 days in September. That was an odd thing, too. I've never, milk expires. I've never seen an expiration date on a reward for a homicide. If anything, it increases. So let's get to our next question. Mallory Jackson from YouTube. Where do you think he spent the money, if not on the drugs? What do you think, Gigi? You've watched the whole trial.
Well, if you go back and look at their social media pages before it really got big, they were taking private jets, courtside seats at Gamecock basketball games. You live beyond your means, then you have to play catch up, and it goes fast. People think that, $1 million or $2 is a ton of money, but there's a lot of reasons why people who won $100 million in the lottery go bankrupt. They don't know how to control it. Before you know it, you're circling the drain financially. So I really do think a lot of that, combined with some shenanigans, obviously, with Cousin Eddie and such, it was just a perfect storm, as Creighton Waters says, for financial ruin.
All right, our next question, Mal from YouTube again. Who was it that Buster supposedly made a rude gesture to when they were on the stand? I talked to somebody, Gigi. I don't remember what witness it was on the stand, but I've talked to people who said he was not making a rude gesture. What are your thoughts on that?
It was Tinsley. It was Mallory Beach's family's attorney. And look, being here every day, I noticed that when things get uncomfortable, Buster tends to chew his fingernails. And it's just a habit. And I think, unfortunately, my opinion is that the picture was taken at just the right time or the wrong time if you're Buster. But I haven't seen really, anything else like that. but it's a bad habit. He needs to put that stuff on there that burns your tongue. Because I don't know that he has much left. He's very, understandably, it's a very, very nerve-wracking trial for him. They're learning things in court as we are, I think. That's got to be tough to do it on a world stage.
I'm sure. And he's a crime victim. He's lost both his mother and his brother. Let's get to our next question. Carrie Lynn from YouTube. If he is found guilty, do you think the defense has set up a strong enough ground for appeal? Linda, do you see any grounds for appeal here, especially with all of that financial crime info coming into evidence?
Answer, no. And the reason is this, Anjanette. Once the defendant takes the stand, right, and is questioned about all this stuff, anything that is error, that is truly not a constitutional error, which this wouldn't be, it'd just be an issue of an evidence rule, doesn't come into play. And that's why us attorneys, as defense attorneys, will not put a defendant on the stand, because not only does the case come down to whether the jury likes or believes that defendant, but any errors that you have created for appeal don't really exist. They exist, but what the appellate court will say, immaterial, because the jury could find on his testimony alone that there was enough evidence for a conviction.
That's interesting. I thought possibly by him taking the stand that was it. It kind of gets, there's nothing left, that he can do. He's up there for 2 days answering questions. So thanks for clearing that up. Nikki Davis from YouTube. What is the makeup of the jury at this time? I was trying to count today, Gigi. Do you have a good handle on the breakdown of men versus women?
Okay, I got to do the math in my head. Yeah, it's one of those things you see it all day, every day, and now I'm like, no clue. Now, I mean, I think it's definitely more female jurors than men, and it started out that way. I think it was, 9 to 4, but then we've had some switcheroos with COVID. But I still think it may be a little more even match now with the alternates, but I still think there's maybe 1 or 2 more women. Man, what a bad answer for being here since jury selection started.
Goes to show you how eyewitness. It goes to show you how eyewitness testimony, though. It shows to show you how eyewitness testimony is not really helpful, is it?
Right.
No, it's not. I mean, and I was counting yesterday, and so we do know, we're pretty sure that the juror we've referred to as Blanket Lady, that she's an alternate. So people were asking questions about her. All right, it's a new day, 2015 from Twitter. When Alec Murdaugh took those 200 plus steps at 9:05, do you think he was taking a shower and disposing of evidence? Linda, what do you think of that?
Well, the 205 steps were very interesting, weren't they, at 95, because he was supposed to be sleeping. Yes, I think he was around his house. I don't necessarily think he was disposing of evidence, but he was certainly packing it up and saying, okay, we're going to be on the road to Mom's, if you believe the prosecution case.
Yeah, if you believe it. And that's up to the jury to decide. Kristen Reynolds from YouTube. Can anyone name one addict that does not lie and steal due to their addiction and the fact that he was such a prominent figure in the community? His lying does not surprise me. I guess I'll throw that question to both you, Gigi and Linda. What do you think of that? Gigi first.
Yeah, I mean, he's not immune to the habits that any addict has, unfortunately. It doesn't discriminate based on age, race, or your prominence in the community. It's a beast and it's a disease. So unfortunately, people will lie, steal, beg, borrow, do what they got to do to keep that going. I don't think he was any different.
Yes.
Linda, I've never heard of one addict that doesn't lie and steal. They all do it.
Right. And as a matter of fact, one of the things when you talk to addiction specialists is that, they'll do anything, right? They'll do anything to keep that habit. But that doesn't necessarily play into helping Alec Murdaugh here, because one of the other things is they can become paranoid, which was what Creighton Waters says was an interesting use of the term by Alec Murdaugh himself. And if you believe that, if you have, as many people do, some type of experience with drug addiction in a family or friend or a good neighbor, or not, you know this. I think everybody in the jury knows this.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's just been such a big issue in this country. It would be hard that you didn't. Christine Howard from YouTube. Did Alec Murdaugh call and invite all his partners and family members, knowing it would immediately compromise the crime scene? Oh my gosh, Linda, that's a great question for you.
Oh, I hadn't really thought about that, because didn't Jeannie, the office manager, said he lives on chaos, he wants to have chaos, and that was something that also we heard in the closing sequence. So yeah, maybe he called them for that, but in his mind, because he knows that they're all going to come there, but he's calling out for help. The only person he doesn't call to come immediately is his son Buster, that his family has been killed. But everyone else, come on over, we're having a party.
It was a lot of people. I mean, he's frenetic, they said, and thrives on chaos, so who knows. Goldilocks, pranks and music from YouTube. Why didn't they ever check the deer cams that he had on the property? Gigi, I might have missed that. Were there deer cams on the property? I've heard a lot about hogs. I haven't heard so much about deer.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't heard anything about deer cams on the property being checked or anything like that, which always has been a question for me. If Paul was getting all these vile threats on social media, why would you not have cameras all over the place on that property? But maybe that's why they didn't.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Because right.
I think about my house. I've got cameras everywhere. I don't really like it, but I do. They're all over the place, like for security, and it's like you can buy these things on Amazon these days. They're not that expensive,
Right.
Okay, next question. Kristen Reynolds from YouTube. We already did that one. Tammy Craig from Twitter. Will any media be allowed at Moselle? Yes, media was allowed this morning. There was one pool reporter, a pool videographer, and a still photographer. So if we don't have those images, we should be getting them soon. We may already have those. We do have those images, so we'll get those out to you. Jigsaw Press from YouTube. Would Alex have continued to lie if the kennel video had not surfaced? That's a good question, Linda.
That's the whole case, isn't it? This cases come down to little things. I always tell, I teach this, and that kennel video is where that jury is going to start, and I think where that jury is going to end. Yes, the kennel video is extremely important. He didn't know about it, and until he had to confront it in court, that was the first time many people had heard him say anything. Now, what's interesting is because he doesn't have a duty under the Fifth Amendment to come forward, but once you gave a statement to the police, the fact that you omitted saying things in that statement does come forward, and anything you said to your family, your friends comes forward, and then once you testify, of course, you're under cross-examination. So, and he gave a new statement.
Gigi, I've said the kennel video is everything to the state's case. I mean, they may not believe that, but I believe it is. I think it's such a big, huge piece of their case. Do you think that Alec Murdaugh would have continued to lie about it had it not been discovered? Because we still had Rogan Gibson saying he was 99% sure he heard Alec's voice on that call with Paul right before he took that video.
Yeah, he would have kept lying because he only lied until he got caught, which is kind of the common theme with Alec Murdaugh, right? I think the Rogan Gibson thing might have had some weight with the jury, but this is a recording where everybody heard it for themselves. So it's not hearsay that, oh yeah, I think I might have heard him. We have him on video, and I think that the little detective left a couple of final clues before he was brutally murdered with the Snapchat video and the kennel video, which I think, as you just said, everything in this case right now, if I'm on that jury.
Very ironic and very sad that the little detective recorded something that was in the final minutes of his life. It's awful. So he was intuitive, his father said. So, you know, that was about the tale of Cash's, it was about Cash's tale, but it ended up being about a lot more than that. And the jury's going to have to decide whether Alec Murdaugh was there in the minutes following that video. All right, we are going to sign off, Gigi and I are, so we can get back into court. Closing arguments are set to resume very soon. So keep it right here. Linda Kenny-Bodden will be with you throughout the afternoon. And so we're signing off from here. I'm Anjanette Levy. You are watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
you for coming back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodwell. We are covering the closing argument in the case of Alec Murdaugh, was something you've all been waiting for. Creighton Waters started it for the prosecution this morning. He said Alec Murdaugh had the motive, he had the means, he had the opportunity, and the forensic timeline put it there. The family weapons put him there, and his lies and guilty actions they're going to discuss later this afternoon. So why don't we listen to Creighton Waters set up what he's going to tell the jury after they come back from their lunch break.
Alex's situation, I think, is akin to a Ponzi. And a Ponzi's kind of like a pyramid scheme where it depends on new money coming in to pay old investors. And it works. It'll work for a long time as long as you can keep that money coming in. But the second you can't, the second that you're out of options, it crashes and burns. That's how every Ponzi crashes and burns. And that's the situation that fundamentally his finances were like. And that's the situation that was arriving in June of 2021 when he was at the scene with the victims minutes before they died and lied to everyone who would listen about it. A gathering storm. The boat case, other factors that were arising, each one leading to that inevitable day of reckoning. You had the trial lawyers conference where he was confronted. Mark Tinsley was confronted by Alec. Alec, of course, denied it. Everybody's lying on Alec. Alec's telling you the truth, even though everyone who knew him had no idea who he was. Everyone. No one knew who he really was. The hearing is scheduled for June 10th, 2021. And no one's here to argue to you that it's definitely going to be granted. All we're arguing to you is what the witnesses said they were intending to do. And as you've seen in court over the past 6 weeks, things happen and a process starts. And once that process starts, there's a conclusion to it. There's a conclusion to that. And then you heard from Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and talked about the fact that there was some coverage about this case as we move into the spring of 2021, and he hears from Alec, and Alec lies to him and says, yeah, we're hoping to get this case moving, and you saw the text message to that effect when the reality was that it had already been stolen. How's he going to pay that, ladies and gentlemen? That's millions of dollars. It's millions of dollars. And eventually, they're going to figure out that this money's already been paid. The insurance company thinks it's going in the right place. At some point, the question is going to get asked, and that alone is going to break everything apart.
A picture of the gathering storm. I hope the photographer got some credit. Let me bring in my great guest, who I love speaking with, and he can also follow him on Twitter. It's Bob Murdaugh. Bob Murdaugh, he does Defense Diaries, and I think you're at Defense Diaries on Twitter, Bob, right?
Yeah, at Defense_Diaries.
Diaries at Twitter.
Hi, Linda.
You really should follow him. Okay, you and I have been going back and forth on this case. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, but I want you to give me your thoughts on Creighton Waters' closing.
I was frustrated with it a little bit, frankly. I get that he has to kind of lean into that motive of his, but when you spend the entire first portion of the closing only talking about the financial crimes, as I told you off camera, I believe I only heard him say the word homicide one time in the beginning. I just think it's ineffective. Obviously I am anticipating that he's going to come in after lunch and tie them together. If he's not, I'll be absolutely stunned. So that seems to be the only move that he's going to have in terms of trying to create that nexus between this motive and what the actual crimes were that the jury is here to decide whether he's innocent or guilty of. But at the end of the day, to me, I just felt that he was pounding over and over what the jury already knows, which is that Alex Murdaugh is a liar and that Alex Murdaugh is a thief. He doesn't need to harp on those things. To me, it would have been He would have been better suited to have spent the time really trying to show, look, this is a situation we have where no one else could have done this. There's 10 minutes. The defense didn't challenge their timeline at all. So, I mean, at this point, we all believe, at least, and I came in thinking that the timeline was going to be stretched out past 9 o'clock, and it just wasn't. So we know Murdaugh was there when they were killed. I mean, focus on the things that are strong for the homicide case. I'm hoping he does it in the second half, but either way, I'm telling you, this is a hung jury.
Isn't that interesting? Because I have a little bit of a different viewpoint. I will put on the record now. I do think this jury is going to convict Alec Murdaugh. All right, but I wouldn't be surprised at a hung jury because of the way the crime scene was completely mishandled, as you could tell. But one of the things, and I, quite frankly, Bob, I want to get your thoughts. I don't think it matters to the jury whether or not Paul was shot in the back of the head, the front of the head, because they're just going to say if he has a spatter on him, Alec Murdaugh cleaned up. I mean, that was my viewpoint anyhow. But talk to me about this. The video, the kennel video and the tree video, are they the whole state's case?
I think so. I think the fact that he lied about being present at the kennels is huge. That's really, it turned out that little piece of video that the little detective pretty much solved the case, you know, unfortunately at this point from the grave by taking that little video, because it put his father at a place that he said that he wasn't. And it's really hard to try to explain your way out of why I lied about that. And then, you know, the other thing is that he never produced the clothes. You know, if I had those clothes, if I was Alec Murdaugh and I had those clothes still, I would have worn them to trial one day. You know what I mean? And the fact that those clothes were never seen again, aside from anything else, just the fact that those clothes seem to have disappeared off the face of the earth, it's pretty damning.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was expecting almost a Perry Mason moment. Here are the clothes. Here are the shoes. And it didn't happen because only he could have controlled those. Anyhow, we're going to take a quick break, Bob. We'll see where we are. I believe the jury is on their way into court, but we'll be back in that courtroom on the other side, or we'll be with Bob. Either way, you win as a viewer.
We bring the jury.
is present, sir.
All right, thank you. You may continue.
May it please the court, Your Honor. All right. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Motive, means, opportunity, guilty acts. That's the basic way to determine identity. So let's talk a little bit now about means, the tools to commit the crime. Family weapons were used to commit this crime. And this is forensic evidence that was presented to you. First of all, we'll talk about the blackout. And you've heard testimony that there were 2 blackouts purchased in December of 16. And that one went missing around Halloween of 17, years prior to murders, and that a replacement without a thermal scope was bought in April of 2018. 3 blackouts that the defendant purchased can only account for one of them. And it's this 3rd blackout which is the one that's at issue. You heard from Paul's friend Will Loving. And first of all, let me say this. You heard the defendant in his various statements, and he's very concerned about saying that they didn't have a blackout. There was no blackout along with them, even though he slipped up once and said, yeah, we were out looking for hogs. And you heard from his law partners that do the same thing, saying, yeah, you can look for hogs in the daytime. Very, very concerned early on in his statements and saying they didn't have the blackout, they just had a .22 pistol. And he also said, eventually, he's like, well, I think I replaced it. Well, I guess I replaced it. I'm certain I replaced it if you listen to his various statements. Very vague and fuzzy about this 3rd blackout. Until the friends, Paul's friends, both of whom testified, but Will Loving in particular. And what did Will Loving say? The defendant said the gun went missing around Christmas time of 2020, but Will Loving said, no, I was with Paul. I was with Paul in turkey season, which is in the spring. I was with Paul in turkey season, and we sat out at the steps right outside the house that y'all went to today, right on that side entrance that goes into the gun room. And if you look down, you can see how they were digging a pond and how you could fire down in that area. And they set up some targets to sight it in. And we were shooting that other gun. We were shooting that other gun, that replacement gun. And it had a red dot sight on it. Not a thermal scope, but a red dot. A red dot, which is not good at shooting at night. But they were shooting it and sighting it in with the red dot, the tan gun. He was with Paul while they were shooting that gun right there. And what did Jeff Croft, who testified before you, find right there? Weathered cases, or casings. Weathered cases, right where Will said he and Paul were shooting that gun just a couple months prior to the murders. S&B 147 grain blackout rounds. And those rounds and empty boxes, and the pictures are in evidence, and the rounds are in evidence, were found all over that property. S&B 147 grain blackout. There were full clips found, there were empty boxes found, and there were also cases found, S&B 147 grain blackout rounds found across the street at their shooting house. 2 separate locations on the property. But what's really important, again, goes back to what Will said. I was with Paul when we shot that replacement gun right there. Right there. And you heard forensic scientist Paul Greer testify that the 6 cases, items 2 through 7, the 6 cases found around Maggie that killed her were loaded into, extracted, and ejected through the same firearm that fired those weathered cases right outside the door where y'all went to today and at the shooting range across the street. A family blackout killed Maggie. It was present just a couple months prior to the murders, and it's gone now. It's gone now. A family weapon the defendant cannot account for killed Maggie. But what about the shotgun? The 12-gauge shotgun that was loaded with 1 Federal double-aught buck and 1 dry-lock #2 steel shot. Well, first of all, you heard that the 2 weapons that Paul often favored and often carried were this shotgun right here and the blackout. Those were his 2 guns, his favorite guns, aside from his deer rifle. The defendant had that gun with him when Daniel Green, the first deputy on the scene, showed up. And shotguns, as you heard, are a little bit different than rifles. And the conclusion there was that the 2 fired shells that were inside the feed room that killed Paul had class characteristics similar with that Benelli, Super Black Eagle 3, but insufficient individual identifying marks to either match or exclude it. That shotgun right there. But what else did you hear about the shotguns? Paul had this Benelli Super Black Eagle 3. That was his gun. Camo print, camo strap. Nolan Tootin, Nathan Tootin, Will Loving, Rogan all identified that as Paul's gun. It's the one that Alec had. It's got Maggie's DNA and blood on the receiver. You heard from the DNA expert. And it was loaded with 12 gauge and a 16 gauge misloaded round. What else did you hear? You also heard about the Super Black Eagle 2. And you heard from Nolan and Nathan that this was Buster's gun. This is the Super Black Eagle 2 that had the Mojo sticker on it. And that was recovered during SLED's search of the residence the next day. What else did you hear? You heard from Nathan and Nolan that the defendant's favorite gun was a Super Black Eagle 1. Remember Nathan going through each one of these guns and how knowledgeable he was as to the differences between them? SLED search Moselle for every 12 gauge. No Super Black Eagle 1. Family weapons. Family weapons killed these victims. And on top of that, just like the S&B 147, well, not as much, but they're in evidence, Federal double-aught buck and the Winchester dry-lock steel 2-shot rounds were recovered at various locations on the property. What does that mean? We started, we talked about motive, means. the defendant had the means to commit these crimes. At the beginning of the case, I talked to you about some of the evidence that you would hear, and I held up my cell phone. And there's been a lot of that evidence, but the last witness you heard in the state's case in chief was Peter Rudolphy, and he went through that timeline. And what does it show? We've gone motive means opportunity. Opportunity to commit the crime. And what does this timeline show? These are all the information, the various sources of information that were in this timeline. And let's look at what it shows. First thing right here is that the defendant arrived at Moselle at 6:42. Now I'll say one thing. You've heard a lot of testimony about what he said about times. What time he got home, what time he went to the office, how long he was at Alameda. Certainly, people can have some variability in assessing that. But he almost never was right. Almost never was right. 6:42, he arrives at Moselle. Paul, according to his extraction, gets there about 7:04. And about 7:03, we see the defendant steps registering on his phone. And then, over the next 30 minutes or so, we see a symmetry, general symmetry between the steps between Paul's phone and Alex's phone, as he described, walking the property. At 7:39, we have creation of the Snapchat video that had the clothes on it. When that ultimately was recovered and you saw the interview, it was shown to the defendant, who had provided his clothes that night. And at the first time, then, he started talking about changing his clothes, and we'll talk more about that later. Again, 7:55 to 8:05, we have some symmetry with the steps. We have Paul Murdaugh's battery life, and you heard from the experts that have reviewed Paul's usage, that like many kids his age, he's constantly flirting with it being low, but that doesn't stop him from using it, and you see that in the evidence in this case as well. 7:56, again, that's when Paul sends the Snapchat to his friends. And then at 8:08, we see Paul leave the kennel area at 8:06, and 8:08 make his way down to the residence. (8:05 to 8:09). Around that time that Paul is getting there at 8:08, that's the last step activity on Alex's phone. And it's the last step activity until 9:02, which we'll talk about in a minute. Alex's phone pretty much goes with no activity for that time period. And also he has no cell activity from 6:52 to 9:04. Which is right in that time period we'll talk about in a little bit. So, eating dinner. You heard the defendant talk about eating dinner. Paul is at that residence, if you look right here, from 8:14 down to 8:35. And again, that timeline exhibit, there's a big one and then there's a condensed one, and all of this is in there in evidence for y'all to look at. He's at that residence from 8:14 to 8:35. Now, the defendant, again, despite having a photographic memory, a new photographic memory about things that he told y'all that people are hearing for the first time, still can't remember specific things about Maggie's activities, as to when Maggie arrived, as to what they talked about. He can remember dropping his phone down in the console, but he can't remember things like that. He wants to remember things that help him try to explain to you why he never told the truth about maybe the most important thing he could tell law enforcement. But he can remember very specific details. He still gets this wrong. But she arrives at 8:17 in Moselle. They're already there. How do we know that? Because her cell phone disconnects from her Mercedes at 8:17, and that's when she starts showing steps. Then Paul, what's he doing? He's still using his phone like always. We see the battery life, but he's still sending snaps. He's receiving snaps, bless you. He's sending to his friends, all these friends right here. He's receiving these snaps all during that time from 8:17 to 8:30, continuing to communicate with his friends, using his phone like always. And then what happens? About 8:30, Maggie's phone registers some steps. And consistent with that, consistent with her and Paul going down to the kennels, riding down to the kennels, we see Paul's Murdaugh's phone start showing steps. And then down here at 8:38, he's in that kennel area where those dots are. And if you look at that particular slide from 8:38 to 8:44, that's going to be the last GPS reading on Paul's phone, 8:44. You heard from Rogan. And you've heard from Rogan as it references this timeline. And Rogan tells you, and told you from that witness stand, that he was having a conversation with Paul about cash and the dog's tail. They were having an active conversation about that. Paul calls Rogan at 8:40 and they're talking about it. And Rogan says, send me a FaceTime, but if it doesn't work, send me a video. At 8:44, 4 minutes and 14 seconds, we have right here the FaceTime, but it only lasts 11 seconds. And then at 8:44:55, that's when the kennel video was recorded, that lasts 50 seconds. At the beginning of this investigation, as you'll recall the testimony, they didn't have Paul's password and couldn't get in. And you heard in the defendant's August 11th statement that when he was asked about Rogan saying he may have heard Alec on the phone during this time, he said, well, I'd be surprised if that were the case. Because law enforcement didn't have this kennel video. They didn't have this kennel video until April of 2022, when Paul's phone was finally unlocked. And that changed everything. Why did it change everything? Opportunity. Being at the scene of the crime when the murders occurred. Opportunity. And more importantly, exposing the defendant's lies about the most important thing he could have told law enforcement. When was the last time I saw my wife and child alive? Why in the world would an innocent, reasonable father and husband lie about that? And lie about it so early? He didn't know that was there. And he could always say, well, Rogan must be mistaken. I'm surprised. Not if my times are right, was what he said. Rogan told you, I was expecting that video right there. That was supposed to be the next thing that happened. Send me the video, because we were worried about Cash the dog's tail. He talked about how his girlfriend was going to call a veterinarian, or she had some association with one. There was an active conversation going on right then and right there. And what's going on still? Paul's still also texting his friends. You might recall that in an opening statement, the defense counsel said, oh, he was texting after that video for 10 minutes. It's not for 10 minutes. It's for barely a minute. Down here, 8:48:58 to 8:49:01. That's the last time that Paul's phone was unlocked. And what do we know? We know that the defendant was there just minutes earlier at the scene of the crime with the victims. (8:49:01). Paul's phone locks. He never sends that video to Rogan. You heard Rogan say that when he watched that video. You heard him say, that's the video I was supposed to receive. That is the video that my friend was supposed to send to me. And he never did. In fact, Rogan responds at 8:49:35, and he says, see if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl. We know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. Even though this is an active conversation with Paul, who you heard from multiple friends, was one to respond and use his cell phone, Paul never reads it. Paul never reads it. What happens at 8:49:31? We're 8:49:01 for Paul, 8:49:31. Maggie reads Lynn's response to the group thread about Mr. Randolph, and then her phone locks forever. It is never unlocked again until it's recovered the next day. Down here, 6/8 at 1:10. $8:49 for both of them. The defendant, after hearing multiple individuals of his family and friends and law partners get on the stand and listen to that video and say, that's him on that video, got on the stand for the first time and said, okay, I was there. He was forced into doing what he does all the time, and that's coming up with a new lie when he's confronted with evidence he can no longer deny. And the only reason he did that is because all those witnesses at that witness stand said, yeah, that's him. He's there. Why would he lie about that, ladies and gentlemen? Why would he even think to lie about that if he were an innocent man? Why would he even think about that? But he got on the stand and he's told you a story, and we're going to talk more about that story in a minute. But his story was that he didn't want to go down there, and then he went down there, and he went down there really quick and got carried the chicken and went straight back, and he can't remember anything about what he talked about with Maggie. He can't remember their conversation at dinner, but he's dadgum sure about the fact that he went down there and went straight back. But even if you give him the benefit of the doubt, his story doesn't make sense. Because that kennel video is 50 seconds. It's over at 8:45. Even if you give him the benefit of the doubt that he could take care of the chicken and maybe the fastest dog and chicken chase ever, and put that chicken up and not say a word to Maggie and Paul and get on that golf cart and drive all the way back to the house, where does that put you? It puts you right at 8:49. At which point he claims he went inside and he managed to doze for a second. Then he's up at 9:02, perhaps the quickest nap ever. It doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new story to fit facts he can no longer deny. From a person who, not a single person who was close to him knew who he really was. Not a single person close to him hadn't been lied to by this man. And I would submit to you that this one is the most blatant one yet. And we'll talk more about that in a second. What happened at 8:49? Y'all been to the scene. That feed room door is probably a bit tighter than this. That you saw the evidence from Kenny Kinsey and all the rest of them that clearly Paul was in the middle of that feed room. It's a kill zone. Nobody in there with him. He's in that room. No defensive wounds at all. His hands are down. And he takes that shot, buckshot to the chest. And any person who did that would probably think that took care of business, because this buckshot, but for some reason he was canted this way and it went through. It was 1,000,001 shot. That it didn't kill him. Alec thought it did. Alec, the lawyer, Alec, the prosecutor, Alec who's thinking through that we'll see he's manufacturing an alibi, and he's also manufacturing the fact that there's 2 guns used. But we know, unlike the expert they called from Connecticut where they can't even get ARs, who doesn't know about people riding around on property, he doesn't know about Paul and the 2 guns he likes to use, he doesn't know about this family and how common those guns are together, says, well, his only conclusion is, oh, it would be practical for somebody just to fire out the clip. But this is him. This is Alec, the prosecutor, the lawyer, and he's thinking through this. He's thought through this. He's going to use 2 guns because it's going to confuse people that perhaps there were 2 shooters. But again, it doesn't make sense. 2 family weapons? But he thinks Paul's shot. And you heard the testimony that Paul appears in the feed room doorway. Is Alex putting down that shotgun to pick up the blackout and is startled by Paul, and that's why the angle's like that, and catches Paul like that, and goes up into the ceiling, as you've heard the testimony from Kinsey, and blows his brains out. And what happens with Maggie right here? We see activity on Maggie's phone. You heard about sandal prints. You heard from Kenny Kinsey about the mark on her leg from the Polaris over there by the overhang next to the feed room. You've seen the diagrams and the crime scene photos that all those cases are in that area between the doorway to the feed room and where Maggie was found. You heard that Maggie had no defensive wounds. You also heard Paul and sibling from that first shot, a close range shot, with no indication that he detected a threat from the person who fired that weapon. And why? Because it was him. Same with Maggie, because Maggie sees what happens and she comes running over there, running to her baby. probably the last thing on her mind, thinking that it was him who had done this. She's running to her baby while he's picked up the blackout and opens fire at close range, again with no defensive wounds. And she takes those two shots that you heard Dr. Reber say were parallel, and it crumples her over. In those cases, you can see them move around. And takes that shot that goes through here, and she goes down flat. And then there's the shot in the back of the head. Malice? Is that malice, ladies and gentlemen? Is that malice to do that? Is that intentional harm to another with a bad intent, with an evil intent to do those things? Clearly, I submit to you. Clearly, it's malicious. Clearly, it's malicious. She was running to her baby, heard that shot, and was running to her baby when she got mowed down by the only person that we have conclusive proof was at that scene just minutes before, and who lied about that very fact until he could no longer do it to you last week. Alec told you he went down there in the golf cart. We'll talk about this a little bit, but they had their expert come up here with the 5'2" people and all the rest of it. Be sitting in a golf cart. But he comes up in the golf cart. But what we don't see, as I said before, is any activity on his phone until 9:02. That the crime occurred around 8:49 to 8:53. Down there at the feed room, State's Exhibit 516. It's just a diagram, remember, that Roger Dale Davis did about the kennels and the hose there and how it wasn't put up the way he would put it up. If you're going to wash off real quick, what better place to do it? The water, the pictures of the water in States 199 and 190. It wouldn't take long to strip down and wash yourself off. Get in that cart and head back to the house. And then at 9:02, the defendant over there, who wouldn't even admit until forced to that he was even at the scene, all of a sudden, he is as busy as he has ever been. 9:02 to 9:06, 283 steps. 9:03, we see the system start up on the car, and that could mean that he's close by the car. Has he returned with Maggie's phone and placed it in that car? And then what do we see from 9:02 to 9:06? Not only is he 283 steps in that 4-minute period, but he is making calls like crazy. And I asked him, I said, what were you doing? What were you doing? And even though he has a photographic memory about things that he thinks will convince you, he could not answer what he's doing during this 4-minute period that is so illustrating of what we're talking about here. That for 4 minutes, he is not only going 283 steps. This is a defense exhibit, defense 156. "283 steps, and they put in the distance. We heard the distance isn't as accurate, but it's It illustrates the point. That's 208 meters. Meter, roughly is a yard, a little bit more, a little bit less, I don't remember. But let's say it's 600 feet. It's a lot. And he couldn't remember what he was doing. I asked him, you been on a treadmill? Were you doing jumping jacks? What were you doing at the same time you're calling all these phones? Why is he calling multiple times? We can see right here. He calls Maggie. He calls Randolph. He calls Maggie again. All of that 4-minute period where he's moving around. But he couldn't remember what he was doing. Just getting ready. Is the prosecutor, the lawyer, manufacturing his alibi? Because he knows he's got to get to Alameda quick. He's got to compress those timelines, and that's exactly why he knew to lie about being at the kennels to start with. He's got to compress those timelines so that it would convince whoever down the road that he couldn't have done it. He's got to compress them. And that's why he's doing all that right then and there. System startup, 9:05:56 in the Suburban. And then, this is interesting, Maggie's phone has that orientation change to portrait 2 seconds before Alex's second call goes in to her phone. If it's some random vigilante who knew to hide out there and counted on Family Guns being there, did he have ESP? Did he have ESP to move that? Or was that Alec turning the phone as he got to the Suburban, checking as he manufactured his alibi that it was coming through? And we saw how quickly out of the gate when law enforcement arrived and in his first interview, how he's immediately referring to his phone. And besides that, you've heard about Alec. You heard from witnesses. He went down to the kennels, but he didn't take his phone. Is that also the lawyer and the prosecutor making sure his phone was not with them when he went down there? You heard testimony it would be unusual for him not to take that phone down to the kennels. And then he gets underway. With this call right here too. All those calls, all those steps, when his phone finally goes active, just minutes after he was at the scene with the victims and he lied about it and he's so busy. But let's take him at his word again. Why in the world, if he's calling her so much, if he's so busy and so concerned to call her as many times as that in a 4-minute period, why would he not just drive by the kennels? Why would he not just drive down there? Just say, hey Max, I'm going to Alameda. What you guys doing? Hey Paul, you want to go? Why is he so busy and making so many calls but doesn't drive the less than a minute down there to see what they're up to? Why would he not do that? And you've heard testimony from Marion. You even heard it from the defendant's own mouth about whether or not Maggie was going to go with him to Alameda, that Alec had actually asked her to come home that night, which he denies, and said in his statement that he found out later that that was the case. But you saw the text from Blanca, and you heard from Marion that Alec wanted Maggie to come home that night to make sure of it. Malice? With all of that, why would he not just turn and drive down there? He was just there in the golf cart. Why would he not drive down there? Why is he so anxious to have missed calls with her and he was just there and not drive down there? About the same general time period that he lied to until he tried to tell you what he told you from the stand last week. right here. Suburban connects to the Alex's iPhone. He calls Maggie at 9:06:52, and he's getting in the Suburban right at that time. Maggie's backlight goes off from 9:07 to 9:31, and you've heard the testimony from the various experts about the backlight. And then he leaves Moselle Road at 9:07:06. All of this is fitting together. He's on the move at 9:08:36. He's right here doing 42 miles an hour, and there's Maggie's phone location. And then 9:08:42, he's just past it. And at 9:08:58, just 20 seconds after he's almost at that location, he texts Maggie's phone and says, "Going to check on him, be right back." That text was unread. Now, there's been a lot of discussion from all the experts about the backlight issue. And every single one of them said that there's a lot of variables about that light coming on. Every single one of them said it's not going to record an orientation change unless that light is on. And you heard from each one of the experts about those variables and about the fact that there's no guarantee that it's going to come on or not come on. And you heard from Paul McManigal about that issue. And they cross-examined him about that and all the rest of it, but it's just a common sense determination about how iPhones work. About how they work. That raised awake feature is set for actual somebody lifting it up in the normal course. It is not set to respond necessarily to violent motion like flipping it. And every single expert testified to that. Every single one of them did. And then, besides that, you'd have to accept the fact that Alec is driving by just moments prior to that time. All of these circumstances would have to go the other way of the reasonable inferences in this case. Paul McManigal got up there and testified as to these issues and as to the fact that there's no guarantee, in fact, more likely than not, that if the phone is violently thrown or flipped or frisbeed or whatever, it's not going to light up. And that's consistent with what every other expert said. (9:07 to 9:22). The defendant's on the way to Alameda, and you heard testimony from Mr. Rudofsky about this, from Agent Rudofsky. He's hitting 74 miles an hour at night on that particular route. What's he in a hurry about? That's faster than he drove to work. Why is he in a hurry? Because he knows he has to compress that timeline. And then along the way, he's manufacturing the alibi by making these short calls. 60 seconds. He calls Chris Wilson. He calls John Marvin. Chris Wilson calls him back. He's on the phone the entire way. Does he say to any of them, "Hey, I can't get Maggie on the phone"? Say anything like that? They're very short. He doesn't talk about much. And then we get down here at 9:20, there's a 131-second call, which means that call is over at 9:22:45, and that's also when we see the vehicle go into park. That's when we have the arrival at Alameda as well. And you heard from defense witnesses that, well, people would park around back right there. Okay. It's also, though, near these structures. There's that line right there. But what do we see? From 9:22 to 9:32, we've got 195 steps taken. We have him calling Libby Murdaugh, which would be calling the house 2 minutes later. And then from there, we have at 9:31 and 9:32, we have system startups on the Suburban, which you've heard from the experts could be from having that remote key in your pocket and walking near the car. 9:22 to 9:32 is the steps. And 9:31, you've got 2 system startups. And what did you hear from Shelley? That he called, but it still took a number of minutes before he came in. And that's about 6 minutes right there. Meanwhile, what's he so busy right there at Alameda? Meanwhile, Rogan is trying to call his friend to no avail. He tries to message Maggie. Tell Paul to call me. Neither one of them can respond. Still a busy guy at Alameda. 9:35 to 9:45, we've got 60 steps. We also got another at 9:36, around the beginning of that time period, another hit on the system startup. 9:36 to 9:41. Down here, about a 5-minute period, we've got another hit. And then at 9:43:05, the Suburban moves out of park. He's not there very long. And he's moving around a lot, and he's sitting off that car while he's at Alameda. He told law enforcement multiple stories about his trip there. You heard Miss Shelley Smith talk about that. You heard her talk about him trying to tell her how long he had been there. He says he was just trying to tell her the truth, but that's not how she felt. And Blanca didn't feel the same way when he tried to talk to her about what he was wearing that night. Both of these being people that's worked for that family for a long time. But he's a busy guy during all of this. Leaving Alameda, we have the pause. 9:44 and no seconds to 9:44 and 54 seconds. And that's during the time period that Alec calls that phone of Maggie's again. This is the time period where he remembered, because I asked him on cross, and he remembered very specifically about his phone falling down on the console and that whole story. Is that true, ladies and gentlemen? Or is he coming up with some details on the fly when he can't remember more important things, like what was the last conversation you had with your wife and child when you jetted down to the kennels and back? What did y'all talk about at dinner? What were you doing from 9:02 to 9:06? Those are questions he doesn't want to answer. But would a reasonable person remember those things? Would they not replay in their mind every day the last conversations that they had? Why would you remember that console story? Because he lies convincingly and easily, and he can do it at the drop of the hat, and you've heard testimony about that. He's been doing it to all the people who trust him for years. And he did it to y'all. He's manufacturing an alibi. He's smart. He's a good lawyer. His family has a history of prosecution. He understands these issues. That's why this case is a case that had to be figured out this particular way, because he knows what to do to try to prevent evidence from being gathered. And if you listen to his statements again and listen to the questions he asks, he's asking questions like that. He's trying to figure out, what do the police have? What do they know? He's a prosecutor trying to manufacture his alibi, and we see this again. He calls Paul. He sends a text, "Call me, babe." Of course, none of that's read or responded to. And then, in 9:52:15, he calls Chris Wilson. "Call me if you up. Call me if you up." And Chris calls back, and they chat for about 2 minutes, including the connection time. 2 minutes. And what does Chris Wilson say? Well, he says it was a normal conversation. Well, of course it is with this guy. He's convincing. But what does Chris say? The only thing that they talked about was Chris bringing up some case. And then Alec was like, "Hey, I got to go. I'm at Alameda." Did Alex say, "Hey, I'm trying to get home. I can't get Maggie on the phone. I've called her like 6 times. Paul won't answer either"? Did Alex say, he said, "Call me if you up"? Did Chris say that Alex said, "I got to ask you a question or let's talk about this"? No, Chris brought up some case and it was mundane. It was mundane. It's manufacturing an alibi. He's calling anybody who will answer the phone for these short conversations, and it's one of the first things out of his mouth in the first interview. "Look at my phone. I called this person, I called this person, I called this person, I called this person." He's manufacturing this alibi. Also, throughout all of this relevant time period, you see from the Dillon Hightower extraction, you'll see that over and over again, all these call logs that are deleted from the extraction. They're deleted, which occurred on June 10th. What's up with that? On the way back, these are defense exhibits 141 and 142. Rolling pretty heavy at 75 to get there. And I'm sure the defense will point out that 80 miles an hour was a peak. Still running pretty good there. What's he in a hurry about in the dark? Doing 80 miles an hour. At 9:51:42, rolling 80 when he texts Chris, "Call me if you're up." His peak speed when he's texting that. 10:01, he arrives at Alameda, and this is going to be important. Rogan, of course, is trying to call Paul, and he texts Paul, "Yo," which is unread, but hits Paul's phone. And then he gets to, says Alameda. Sorry about that. That's obviously back at Moselle. He gets there. He's shifting in and out of park from 2200, which is 10 o'clock, to 10:01:43. He's calling Maggie at 10:03:58. And then at 10:05:06, he leaves for the kennels. At 10:05:57, he arrives at the kennels about a minute later. Make it a minute in a Suburban. How long is it going to take in a golf cart? At 10:05:57, he arrives at the kennels. And 10:06:14 is the 911 call. Now, there's a lot of back and forth with him about that, but in his statements, with what he told his law partners, they went in great detail over about his activities that night, including lying to them about ever going to the kennels. He was very clear that he got out of the car and went and checked Paul and Maggie. One time he said to see if they're breathing, another time to say to check a pulse. You've seen the horrific injuries they'd suffered. 19 seconds. Is that enough time for a surprised human being to come across that scene, process what they are seeing? Get out of the car. Go over there. Check both those bodies and then call 911. He's changed the story now yet again because he's confronted with this evidence. The reason why it's so quick, is because he knew exactly what scene he was going to find. 19 seconds. During that 911 call, and you can hear it on the 911 call, he leaves for the residence from 10:11 to 10:14, and you can see the map points on there. And those are the speeds on the Suburban on those trips. Took just under a minute, doing 35 and 30 miles an hour. So think about that when you go back to his story about a casual trip down to the kennels in the golf cart, and you look at his times that he's trying to convince you of. (10:17), he gets off the 911 call. He calls Randy. He calls Randy again. He calls John Marvin. And then we see at 10:20 and 8 seconds, Paul's phone reflect that auto lock thing that could be, as you heard from the testimony, it not recognizing a face. And this is interesting. As we'll see over the next few slides, he spends a whole lot of time trying to call Rogan Gibson. He told you, oh, well, he's a good boy, he lives down the street, he lives close by. He's calling Rogan before he calls many of his family, before he calls Buster. Calling Rogan multiple times, and those texts would have come in on Paul's phone. What's he so concerned about? He said he turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out. This is a sealed exhibit. I'm not going to name it. Popped out. Manufacturing an alibi, concerned about the evidence. Worried about what Rogan may have known or may have heard. I'll put it down. Can I have this back, please? I'm sorry, Monsieur. Thank you, Monsieur. There, 10:24. iMessages, call me, 10:25. 10:29. 10:25, the first deputy's on scene. 10:29, calling Randy. 10:30, Rogan again. And then finally at 10:34 is when Paul's phone powers off. Opportunity. Motive, means, and opportunity. Guilty conscience. I've already kind of talked about these, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but you heard from Blanca Simpson. Blanca Simpson said he was wearing like a polo shirt when he left. He was wearing this shirt in the Vinnie Vine. She recognized both of those. He, of course, turned over the T-shirt that he was wearing when law enforcement arrived. And then you heard Blanca say he later tried to convince her that he was wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt. 3 shirts in one day. And the fourth one he tried to get Blanca to say. And you heard her testimony. She felt very uncomfortable by that. Multiple changes of shoes in the day. He wouldn't be wearing those shoes if he were out riding the property. I've already mentioned the text from Maggie that Alec wants me to come home, but he can't even be clear about that point because that doesn't fit with his narrative. Marion Proctor says the same thing, but he can't admit that because that doesn't fit with his narrative. She was surprised that Maggie didn't go along to Alameda. And then she said, Alec made an interesting comment, one of many, some of which came from that stand that we'll talk about in a little bit. Whoever did this thought about it for a really long time. Why would he say that? Because he told you that it was just random vigilantes from the boat case, of which there is no evidence whatsoever that you've seen in this record. Trials depend on evidence. There has to be evidence to make a decision. And his claims trying to manufacture something about the Babe case, there's been no evidence whatsoever of any specific other individual. There has to be evidence to consider, not just mere allegations that have no basis in any sort of evidence. Whoever did this thought about it for a really long time. I think if you think about the defendant's statements and some of the things he says, a lot of times he says things in one context, but he means them in another. When he says things like, I hurt the ones I love the most. We talked about Shelley. After Randolph's funeral, he shows up early. She might have said Wednesday, but there was other information that Randolph's funeral was on Monday. But anyway, shows up with something blue, shows up early, wants to come in, goes and moves the vehicles. And then there's that raincoat, huge raincoat. She calls it a tarp, but it's a huge raincoat. And it's got a ton of GSR on the inside. And it's found in a closet upstairs. States 411. He was a busy guy at Alameda, as we just saw. Was moving around, kept hitting off of his Suburban. And then, of course, as you heard, he was with family for the next few days. After the funeral, he's back. And it was weird enough and interesting enough that Shelley said something about it. I'm also saying that in her experience, it was unusual for him to come that late. Then we have the defendant and his many statements. Went through a lot with the defendant, who told you that the reason why he was telling you this new story was because he was paranoid because he had a bag of pills in his pocket, because he had a distrust of SLED, because David Owen asked him about his relationship with Maggie. And his law partners told him that he should have an attorney present, which one is in here. One of his law partners is sitting in the back.
I think I have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
I asked him repeatedly, is this the point where you decided to lie? At which point did you decide to lie?
I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Didn't mean to do that twice. Or was it this point when he first says, "I was at the house"?
I was at the house.
Or was this the point? He said, he mentioned specifically, and he kept adding factors, and one of the things was, well, Dave Owen asked me how my relationship was. This question? This is when he decided to lie?
About yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
But he digs in on the point.
What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up. I called Maggie. Didn't get an answer. And I left to go to my mom's. She had said,
This is June 8th at 1:21 in the morning. And he's admitted to you that he's lying right there. Look how easily he did it. About such a crucial thing.
and she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
It was odd, but not that big a deal. But again, he's enough to say it was odd. He's enough to make all those calls while he's doing 283 steps, but he doesn't drive 50 seconds down to the kennels. Going to the next interview. Again, what's the tone of this interview? How is he being treated?
Pretty traumatic.
That's okay. I know you need to ask me. You ask me what you need to.
So,
is that an aggressive interview? Is that something that makes somebody paranoid?
I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
Yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday, and I was mostly just getting ready for those things, and then other junk.
Mentions the boat case.
Paul left.
And I'm assuming, Paul left because of, what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down from the other night.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got it.
So, I texted her, so I called her just before that. And, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
So easy for him to do.
And you said you laid down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you was on your
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
Adding more detail, it's just lies. Watch how he responds to this one. Watch what his head does. See if you observe that yourself when he's over there looking you in your eyes and trying to convince you of something.
Trying to narrow that the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper. Yes, sir. When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or? Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that,
Going to the third interview on August 11th.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off.
Video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night, and you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah, I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. It would have been
before dinner or after dinner?
No, it would have been. What time of day was that? I would have thought I'd already changed.
There's not a timestamp on it because there's so many posts. But I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess I changed when I got back to the house.
He had some very specific recollections for y'all when he testified with his new story that had never been heard until last week.
Did he and I know? But Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken.
Line right there, he was down at the kennels, shaking his head forward.
You were just down there with Paul. You left and went back to the house for dinner.
Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, and just the whole property. And that was before dinner yesterday.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until your return trip from visiting your mother?
Yes, sir.
I've got information that Paul was on the phone and Maggie was heard in the background and you were heard in the background, and that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there, and he said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
Who do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all of his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. You else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted? No, sir. You know, when we were talking, he had asked me that, so, I mean, he had told me that he thought I was up there. Did that surprise you? Yes, sir.
Come back to that. But I want to talk a little bit about the crime scene. What it indicates. I want to advise everyone there will likely be sealed exhibits. I don't need the elmo quite yet. I'll let you know this year. You guys went out to the scene today, and you saw how it looks now. Take a good look at those trees and where they were back in the day of the incident. I'll put this up on the Elmo in a second. And you can see the proximity of the kennels to that residence back on June 7th, 2021. Get out the Elmo, please. What's up, Counselor? Have the PowerPoint back, please. There's not any images in the PowerPoint that I understood, but I do have these right here. All right, Dr. Reamer. You've heard from Dr. Reamer, you heard from Kenny Kinsey, and you heard from the defense experts. So, do you have the computer back? Paul, first blast to the chest, stippling, arms down, not fatal for a buckshot blast to the chest. This is where there was some dispute from the defense experts. The second injury went into the left shoulder, into the cheek, with an exit wound on the top of the head, with instantly fatal and terminal collapse. Dr. Reamer's done 5,500 autopsies. She does an independent autopsy. She actually physically examined the victim, and she was very clear that it could not have happened from the top without destroying Paul's face. And I could show the image again. I'm reluctant to because I know y'all have seen it enough. So I'll rely on y'all to recall that his face was intact. I'll rely on y'all to recall, and this is sealed, all the evidence up top here at the top of the door. I will rely on y'all to recall Kenny Kinsey's testimony that buckshot don't reverse course, that the kinetic energy is going in one direction. I rely on y'all to recall all the biological matter that you see at the top of this door. I'll rely on y'all to recall, looking at states 339, which is the wadding from the shot to kill Paul. Because if you recall, the wadding from the chest shot was found still in his chest right here. This is the wadding on the ground from the shot to his head. And if one of the things that you recall from Dr. Reamer's testimony and looking at Paul's face was the abrasions around that cheek wound that came from the wadding as it entered there. You heard from Dr. Reamer that the reason for the shape on the shoulder was because it went along the shoulder and opened up that area there, but still was focused and then expanding as it entered in here. But she also testified that if it was here, that force would not have left his face intact. Manner of death, homicide. Then you heard from Dr. Kenny Kinsey. What we described earlier, Paul was first shot in the feed room, largely agrees with her. Arms were not up. He believes the shot was a little closer and the lack of stippling could be chalked up to the black t-shirt, but also agrees, as she does, no defensive wounds. Looking at the blood spatter locations there, and he testified in great detail and testified yesterday, there was no high-velocity blood spatter on the ground at the entrance to the feed room, which would be necessary for the shot to have occurred in the manner in which the defense suggested. The spatter travels upward in an upward direction, and you can see that on the door. He spoke of the void area, and then he spoke of the blood on the ground that was around where Paul drops, and that it's low-speed spatter. He talked about the dents in the feed room door, the pellet lodged in the door frame upward. It's only possible if it's traveling through Paul's head. Not possible if it's from a ricochet, as the defense suggested. And steel is much less malleable than lead. What else did he say? Dr. Kinsey said that he, I think 36 times that he's observed contact wounds to the head with a shotgun, including one that happened in front of him, actually observed it. And he also said that any sort of contact wound like that would have destroyed the head and destroyed the face. And he was clear about that. He's actually seen them. And I think what you see with the defense experts is they're coming to you with absolutes to try to make you consider that there's the possibility that a crime scene can definitively establish whether there's one or two shooters or whether or not they're of a certain height, and that's just not how it works. And you heard that from Dr. Kinsey. That's not how it works. It's not how it worked in this scene. It's a red herring, ladies and gentlemen. It's a red herring. You've seen the testimony from Kenny Kinsey. He returned to talk about these issues. You saw the demonstration over there in the doorway? That seem realistic to you? Or is Kenny Kinsey's explanation consistent with the evidence, consistent with his experience, consistent with Dr. Reamer's 5,500 autopsies who actually observed the victims, consistent with the blood spatter, the lack of high velocity on the floor, but the existence of high velocity on the top, and the low velocity blood splatter on the floor? What's consistent with the evidence? Maggie. Again, no defensive wounds. The first two shots to her abdomen and her leg on a parallel path and likely in close succession. Stippling, close range, the mark on the back of her leg. Running to her baby, didn't see it coming. Bends over, maybe on her hands and knees in pain. You saw me demonstrate that with both Dr. Reamer and Kenny Kinsey. And that's when she suffers that third rifle injury. And you heard their expert come in and say, no, it had to be going this way instead of this way. Going up with that graze, hitting her breast and into her head here. And Dr. Reamer actually performed the autopsy physically. She looked at the hole. She described the hole. She talked about the injury coming up into the head. And she showed you that. And she took issue with this idea that you can look at skin tags and that sort of thing and come to any conclusion about directionality. But what she told you is, I looked at this wound. I saw the hole as it went up into the brain. This was an entrance wound up into the head. Instantly fatal and terminal collapse. The wrist wound could have been an extraneous wound, or it could be associated with this. Third rifle injury, and then of course the fourth rifle injury to the back of the head that had the canyon in effect. Would have been instantly fatal, except for the fact that this one, there has to be some clearance for that third shot to come up. Again, manner of death is homicide. So what did Dr. Kinsey say? Again, he took issue with an expert coming in and trying to tell you that he can determine the location or the height of the shooter in this manner. He told you the cardboard, that cannot be relied upon. And while he did agree with the angle on the doghouse, he showed you how changing the aspect of the shooter could easily fit with Alec. And that it is too far and way out over its skis to try to assert that you can determine from such information that the shooter had to be 5'2". That's not what you can do. Dr. Kinsey is a crime scene analyst. How many crime scenes did he say he'd done? Hundreds of homicides, thousands of pieces of evidence, real world stuff. That's what he comes and talks about. And you simply can't make those determinations in a real world environment to come in here and try to tell you that from that sort of thing the shooter had to be a particular height. You just can't do it. You can't do it. I submit to you that Dr. Kinsey knows what he's talking about, and Dr. Kinsey has the years of experience in real-world applications of crime scenes to make those judgments. And I also submit to you that Dr. Kinsey isn't going to get out over his skis and try to make assertions to you in absolutes. The guy with the 5'2" people refused to even concede the possibility of variables. But Dr. Kinsey knows that that's how reality works, and he's not going to get out over his skis and try to tell you something that simply cannot be supported by the evidence. And that's what the defense expert did. The shooter could easily be 6'4" or taller and fit all those bullet trajectories. Of course, one thing that the defense expert didn't consider and wouldn't even consider is all his little gray people are holding the guns down like this. No consideration of kneeling, of sitting, of being in any sort of different position. But the reality is, these are fluid. Maggie is running to her baby. She's moving. And when she gets hit, it's most likely when she hits her leg against that Polaris. There's biological evidence on that Polaris. And she comes forward and collapses as Alec is moving around her, firing. They had that expert come in yesterday, and I've kind of mentioned this, but I'll mention it again, who came in, was it yesterday, the day before? Even I've lost track of time at this point. But tried to get out over his skis again and testify to you that it had to be two shooters because there were two guns. And why would you not just use the blackout? Is that opinion helpful or makes sense? Knowing what you know about this case and knowing what you know about the firearms of this particular house and knowing what you know about Alec Murdaugh as you look at the rest of this evidence and what he's trying to manufacture to confuse these issues. Kenny Kinsey told you that it's just as likely that it could be one shooter and sorry, where's the gun? And although this is not to scale, you have the feed room right here, the Polaris is right here, and the cases, while they can't be relied upon as specific location, they still can be illustrating general area, and they're all in that area, moving from here to here. GSR on the defendant's hand and the seatbelt.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Take a 15-minute recess.
We can tell that. And while they are taking their break, gives us a great opportunity to chat with some experts here. In the studio with me, I have Jonna Spilbor. That's quite the pleasure. She's with us from a little further north in New York. Good to have you, criminal defense attorney. And of course, Bob Murdaugh is here. He is the host of the podcast Defense Diaries. He is a criminal defense attorney as well in Chicago. So welcome both. Jonna, give me your thoughts out of the gate on this guy so far. What do you think?
Creighton Waters is handling the closing the same way he handled the trial, and that is, we got a little too much stuff, right? I think he's, at this point, maybe putting more than the defense attorneys to sleep. He's going through the minutia, and I gotta tell you something. I don't know if he's doing himself any favors, because as I listened to him lay out his it's his version of what happened. I was telling you off air, I don't think John Grisham could write a script as tight as Creighton Waters wants us to believe that this defendant did. I mean, he would have to be a diabolical rocket scientist to say, okay, at this minute I'm going to do this, and at that minute I'm going to do that. And after killing his wife and kid. I'm not buying it. He's not selling me, but he didn't sell me during the trial exactly either, so I'm a little biased that way.
Okay, so I'm going to take off on your point about what he's had to work with, because there has been a lot of material. And ask you this, Bob. I did a little research while I was listening to the closing. I think it's so important to entertain the jury, the most important audience in that room. And when you've got so much stuff to work with, you should use it, visuals. People are more likely, how much more likely? 60,000 times as likely to remember an image as they are text. We saw a timeline that I wouldn't even call a timeline, because a timeline is called a timeline for a reason. You plot things along. And he went with this stack of facts, which might be okay, but most people are not that receptive to that kind of presentation. So give me your thoughts on just the mechanics of this closing.
Especially at closing, would be super effective if the jury had notebooks. I mean, that's the thing that just keeps it's driving me nuts, to be honest with you. You know, when you have demonstrative evidence, whether he had done it in a PowerPoint, presentation with some kind of Getty images, which I thought was very weird, or in the way you're suggesting, which would have made much more sense, which basically to give a timeline, plot out all the times on there so they could see them. Either way, I think that the bigger issue is it going to be lost on the jury because they don't have the ability to write anything down? I just think that that's going to be a major issue for them back in deliberations. I really do.
Yeah, and it's we never know why a judge allows or doesn't certain things within the courtroom, but I think in this case screams for, this case like any other, really screams for a notebook. John, let me ask you, they did the site visit earlier today, which I think should have been done early on and helped lay the groundwork and foundation for things to come in trial, but hey, they at least got to do that. So important to see where Paul's body was, where Maggie's body was, whether you're leaning toward the two-person shooter theory or the defendant did it. All of that stuff's so important, and the distance between the kennels and the main house for all of these time periods that the prosecution relies on so much. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm also a little bit confused why they did it. Why not take a field trip at night? Because that's how dark it was at the hour that this allegedly happened at that time of year. We're in a whole different time of year. They went at a whole different time of day. But I do think, and it probably should have happened earlier. I also think some of the jurors may have had a hard time emotionally because they've seen all this graphic evidence. They've seen where two people lost their lives, and then you go there. It had to be a little bit eerie for some of them, but I do think it's important to see two things. How far the kennels were from the tree line to see, is it possible that two people could have ambushed Maggie and Paul? And two, like you said, to see exactly how far it is from the house to the kennels. According to my calculations, and I went to law school because I stink at math, it's about 5 city blocks. So is it possible that Alec Murdaugh didn't know what was going on if he were still in the house when it was going on? And we don't really know that because we don't have an exact time of death. So.
And I have to imagine, some of the staining from where Paul was killed might still be there on the concrete. I mean, this was just less than 2 years ago. So, Bob, as you look at the presentation of the prosecution here, one thing I think they did well was they did use the video from the very first interview in the car, and then also from the later interrogation at the cop shop there. And they make it very clear that, we know this guy's the liar. Boy, he knows how to lie. But did they make the point when it came to that period of time where he was napping, that we now know he was not, that it's going to win the day with this jury? That's a huge point.
It is. I mean, frankly, that's where their entire case lies, on whether or not the jury buys the fact that he cannot come up with any kind of reasonable explanation of what he was doing in that, whatever it could be 4, could be 7 minutes of time. And I've had many discussions offline about this, and the reality is, if he's not the guy, that's not that unusual in terms of not remembering every single thing that you may have done in a time frame when you don't know that had taken place. Now, if he is the guy, obviously, if he comes up with just a completely solid, like, I knew what I did from second to second, then that almost seems prepared. So to me, it's kind of a lose-lose situation, which was always the risk of putting Murdaugh on the stand, in terms of, you know, him being able to come up with viable excuses as to what he was doing during that time frame. So I don't know how it's going to play out. I think at the end of the day, the bigger question for me, because that timeline really plays both ways. You know, if it's true that he was 3 feet away from Paul when he was shot, the amount of biological material that would have been rejected onto him or thrust upon him would have been massive. And that's a very short amount of time in order for him to be able to clean up to the extent that he can get in a car and drive over to his mother's house, knowing that he's going to run into Shelley, you know, knowing that there's going to be somebody who sees him, you know. So that timeline is really tough, and frankly, it's what has me sitting on the fence as to whether or not he did it or not. I mean, that one thing alone is the one thing I just can't reconcile.
Yeah, and that thing on the timeline about, I don't know, time of death. Maybe it'd be nice to have somebody really give us a number they can rely on. When the ME doesn't even give you the time of death. And when the guy who's the administrator who checks temperatures by armpit, he said it was between 8 and 10, and then just put 9 on the death certificate. It's kind of in the middle of my range. I think that's, you're dying to find out, so to speak, what the time of death was, because everything hinges on that. And we don't have it in this case. Let's take a break here. They are on a break in South Carolina. We are in the midst of the prosecution's closing argument. We'll come right back. Welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. So we're wondering if the prosecution is doing its job. Are they convincing the jury members that Mr. Alec Murdaugh did kill his wife and his son? Well, luckily, we have a little insight as to what's happening in that courthouse and in that courtroom because Gigi McKelvey is here. Gigi, I think it might have been getting a little tough to keep from, head bobbing there toward the end there. It's a long day for this jury. What were you seeing inside the courtroom after the prosecution?
Yeah, I mean, they've been really attentive for the most part, but I think the last 30 minutes is starting to get a little tiresome. You just start to see shifting in the seats a little more, not quite as focused, but it's a very convoluted story, so he has to start from the beginning. A storm's brewing, you got to start from the beginning. And I think that he's covered all the bases for sure, but I think maybe much longer, and that I don't know that they're going to be super attentive another hour or two. So hopefully this wraps up a little sooner.
Did the court give any guidelines in terms of run time? It just seems, Judge Newman has been pretty open in terms of what comes in, how the process is rolled out. I'm guessing no guidelines in terms of total TRT for these arguments.
We haven't heard any time limits put on them, and I was just actually sitting here wondering, is the defense going to get a crack at it, or do we just come back tomorrow and give them the morning? So we'll see. I don't know. I think maybe that might not be what the defense wants to do. Maybe they want a fresh start in the morning with a jury who's rested, because they have walked this morning, and it's not cool here today. It's humid, it's warm, so just being outside for 30 minutes, I'm sure, makes you tired, and then you get a full belly and sit there for a couple of solid hours. I can see where they're struggling, here in the last 30 minutes, especially to stay focused and stay awake.
Let's talk about that first part of the prosecution argument, which was primarily the money. All about the money. Follow the money. We know that's critical because that is effectively their motive. How did that resonate with you?
I mean, as part of your motive, you got to go there. It's just, it seems to take up a lot of time, even in the trial when it was being testified to. I think it could have been condensed for the closings just to allow more time to talk about the murders, because it did seem like we spent a good hour or more on those financials again. And to me, I think that just Maggie and Paul get lost in it. They're the victims here. It's not a financial case, but sometimes it's felt that way. But I understand the need to do it as well.
Yeah, well, we knew that was a victory for the prosecution when the judge allowed all of that in, so it's not a surprise they're pounding on it from that perspective, but just is it effective? I just start to think it's just too much. Jury's hanging in there, nobody's fallen asleep. What are you seeing?
No, we have had one that took a short little nap for sure, and we all were kind of looking to make sure we were seeing what we're seeing. It hasn't been addressed, so maybe they haven't seen it, but it's happening. Just one, though. But she did take her little power nap.
Okay. Well, we're going to let you go get back in there,
sure.
grab your seat, and keep us posted. It's good to have you down there, and always appreciate what you're able to bring to the mix. Thank you, Gigi. Okay, so we're going to get back in there live as well in just a few moments here. Of course, they are on a break. Not sure how much more the prosecution has to play with here. The argument has been structured and yet sort of freewheeling, if that makes some sense. Each pod seems to be structured, but then overall, I'm not sure where he is in terms of when he might be done. So we're lucky enough to have Bob Murdaugh here still, and Jonna Spilbor is with me. So, Jonna.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Matter we need to take up, so I was hopeful that we would, after he closes, we would move to the
and what do you want me? What do you want to ask me?
Well, I was just curious. I was letting the court.
Well, I don't know.
The court know how long my closing would be, and then if we went at 5, I wouldn't be done until 7 or 7:30.
You'll have an opportunity to fully argue during a time where the jury's attention span won't be frayed due to the long hours.
And Your Honor, are you considering dealing with that other matter if we, for instance, adjourn? I think
yes.
Okay, because I think the Attorney General's thinking he's going to be done in about 45 minutes, but
Maybe less than that,
or longer. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you say you'll be done in how many minutes, or do you know?
I think less than 30, Your Honor.
Less than 30. Okay. I thought I heard 4 or 5. Less than 30. Okay. All right, let's bring them in. Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please the court?
Sir.
DSR on the defendant's hands and seatbelt, Maggie's DNA on that Super Black Eagle, DNA on the Suburban steering wheel, no DNA or blood identified on the floorboards. Showing y'all state 7. That's the how you doing comment. And the second officer walks up, how you doing? States 5. Also from the body cam. It's very dark out there. We can see how well lit it can be when the lights are on. 22, 93, 47. I'm almost done. We'll talk finally a little bit more about the defendant's story to you that he told on Thursday. We've already talked about it. Just a couple more things. I asked him when he went down there, those dogs are clearly out in the kennel video. I asked him if the dogs were alerting on anybody nearby or in the woods, as dogs do. And he said no. He said that their dogs were not doing that. You heard about the fact that he changed clothes, and you also heard testimony that his clothes smelled fresh and like laundry. See again, manufacturing this scene. You heard from his law partners that he was not, and also for Marion, that he was not overly concerned with figuring out what happened or any threats to Buster. And in fact, you heard in the telephone interview after the side of the road, they specifically asked him, are there any threats to Buster? And he said no. Why is there no threat to Buster? Because he was the threat to Maggie and Paul. He knows there's no vigilante out there. That's why he was never concerned about it. That's why he called Rogan first the night of. He knows the only threat is him. I asked him if he could remember lying to all of those close to him, people that he trusted, that he stole from. He couldn't detail one single conversation. He couldn't remember his last conversation at the kennels. To use his own words, and when you hear what he has to say, when he was asked after the kennel video and his new story, what he did, he said, I got out of there. He's got that photographic memory, but can't remember what he was doing when he was his most active on that day. He didn't say, if only I had been there. If only I had gone to the kennels. If only I could have stopped it. If only I had been there a little longer. He says, I got out of there. What father would hold anything back if he were innocent? What father would care what happens to him after that? He claims he told you that he had cooperated with SLED. But he hadn't. There's nothing more important if someone's innocent to telling law enforcement when the last time the victims were alive. I just saw them. I saw them at 8:50. I saw them at 8:49. They're still out there. Go get them. He mentioned paranoia and tried to convince you that there was paranoia about some case 10 years ago, and he confused David Owen with David Williams. He got on the stand, ladies and gentlemen, and as he got confronted with things, as he was allowed to keep talking, he kept adding a new factor and a new factor and a new factor to justify why he's lying to you, why he had lied to law enforcement, and to justify why he's telling you what he's telling you now. He kept adding them. He can remember those, ladies and gentlemen. He can remember a new one. He can remember this. And the problem with that is that there's no mistaking David Owen for David Williams. We showed you that picture of David Williams. This is a man who rides around with a badge in his windshield, who had blue lights installed on his private vehicle. And if you need any proof that he makes up lies and is very convincing with them and makes them up on the fly, the guy that got caught flat-footed with the badge hanging out of his pocket and tried to assert to you that sometime maybe it was an accident, that this badge is hanging out of his pocket. How was that an accident? See how quickly he was able to lie? But more importantly, the blue lights. He sat there and told you 3 times, I think he said his name 3 times, that Sheriff Smalls, the former sheriff of Hampton County, gave him permission to put blue lights in a private vehicle for a part-time assistant solicitor. And blue lights in a private vehicle. He told you 3 times, effortlessly got up there, pivoted, and lied to you. Because Sheriff Smalls came in here and said, of course not. That never happened. I've never heard of such a thing. This is a man who made his trade on lying. He lied about the most important fact in the case, and he sat there and effortlessly and easily pivoted to a new lie when confronted with something he wasn't prepared for. And the sheriff came in here and said, no, that never happened. Of course not. But he looked you all in the eyes and told you that. Looked you all in the eyes and told you that. As if, what's your problem, Mr. Waters? Sheriff Small said it was okay. He tries to tell you that he was paranoid about having a bag of pills in his pocket. The man who had blue lights in his car and had a badge, rides around with a badge in his windshield. That's what he thinks of his power and prestige, and that's what he thinks of appropriate use of authority, is to put it up there. It only serves him. It's only there to serve him. But he's tried to also tell you that he gets paranoid, and so he's tried to lie about the most important fact that he could offer law enforcement when his wife and son were brutally murdered because he had a bag of pills in his pocket, but yet at the same breath says, I wasn't concerned about the law firm and that fair stuff. I'm not concerned about the boat case. Why would he lie about that time unless he's manufacturing an alibi? And that's just why it took him only 19 seconds to call 911, because he knew what he was going to find out there. This has all been constructed by him to try to confuse the situation. That lie that he told you, he tried to make it seem like he'd been trying to tell this, but he also admitted on the stand that, and as did his brother, that his own brothers heard it for the first time last week. That his own attorney was repeating the story that he was napping the whole time and never went to the kennels on HBO in November, just a couple months ago. A lot of people lie, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people lie. When it's really important, something like this brutal murder, most people are going to come clean about a bag of pills. But why do people lie? People lie because they knew they did something wrong. That's why he lied, ladies and gentlemen. And just like always, when confronted with new evidence that he no longer can deny, he backtracks, he pivots, and he tells a new story from that stand and looks you all in the eye. And then when new evidence comes up on cross, he backtracks and he pivots and he tells another new lie. And I'm sure if he could get up there again, he'd be telling, well, let me rephrase that. He said so many witnesses are lying on him. They're all lying on him. But the one thing we know is a constant is that he lied to them. Mark Tinsley's lying. Jeannie Seckinger's lying. Shelley Smith is lying. Blanca's lying. Everybody's lying on the master liar. You heard him answer the questions about whether or not he killed his wife and son. You heard me ask him if he was a family annihilator. When he answers those questions, did you see him do this? Did you see him do that on those videos too and ask questions where now we know he was lying? Is that the most classic tell ever? I leave that to you to decide. One thing I will agree with him that he said up there, "Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive." How appropriate coming from that man. This man is trying to sell you on an idea that he was at the kennels, that he jetted back, that he went inside so quickly and quickly dozed off in the shortest nap in the history of the South. And then he got in his car just seconds after these supposed vigilantes. These vigilantes that apparently are 5'2", that knew somehow that Paul and Maggie would be both at Moselle on the evening of June 7th between 8:44 and 9:02, that also knew that they would be alone at this time. That they knew that Alec would not be at these kennels. And they also knew the property well enough to get to the kennels. They also assumed that they would find ammunition and guns there, so they didn't bring those. And they traveled the same route as Alec after his short 20-second nap, and knew that he would be visiting his mother at Alameda during that time. Those are the circumstances that you'd have to accept. The 5'2" vigilantes that arrived somehow in that tiny time period between 8:49 and 9:02, and that's given him every benefit of the doubt as to the story he told you, sprinkled with a bunch of new lies as well. That somehow they arrived during that time. The dogs never heard them or ran to them. Somebody put the dogs up in the wrong kennels. Somebody rolled up the hose. And these vigilantes were just lucky enough to find these family weapons there. Which he's clear on the other side of it that he says were never there. He's so clear. Oh, we never had the blackout. We never rode around with the blackout. No one knew who he was. No one knew who this man was. He'd avoided accountability his whole life. He had relied on his family name. He had a powerful family. He carried a badge and used that authority. He lived a wealthy life. But now finally, he was facing complete ruin. His father, who he idolized, who I worked with on occasion, was dying. His son was facing charges for the boat case. He was facing a civil action that not only could potentially ruin him, but expose the reality of what he'd been doing for years. He had an opiate addiction. The entire illusion of his life was about to be altered. He couldn't live for that. He's the kind of person for which shame is an extraordinary provocation. Shame is an extraordinary provocation. His ego couldn't stand that, and he became a family annihilator. And I was thinking, that people who get the last word in this courtroom are y'all. And a lot of witnesses have testified over the last 6 weeks, but there's a couple that never get to testify but are important, and that's common sense and human nature. And there's 2 more that don't get to testify. We couldn't bring you any eyewitnesses because they were murdered. But common sense and human nature can speak on behalf of Maggie and Paul. When you look at this in its totality, common sense and human nature can speak for them. And they deserve a voice. Everything he did was meant to try to frustrate the forensics as a lawyer and a prosecutor with the 2 guns and the manufactured alibi, and not taking his phone down to the scene, deleting call logs, making short phone calls, bringing up the boat case, moving Maggie's phone, changing clothes, looking at Paul's phone, calling Rogan, or trying to call Rogan. One man controlled this crime scene initially, and that was Alec. But there were some things he couldn't control. And we brought those to you. A couple things that the defendant said that I agree with. He said, whoever did this had anger in his heart. Whoever did this planned it for a long time. That he hurt the ones who were closest to him. It may be hard to fathom, ladies and gentlemen, but when you put all these circumstances together and really understand who he was in the entirety of his life, and the pressures that he was facing from what he had been doing for so long, you can understand it. There was one mistake, though, he didn't expect. And this is why he was worried about Paul's phone. This is why he's trying to get in touch with Rogan. And it was that kennel video that came up late in the investigation. One of the things I asked him and we've talked about this, the last question I had to him, and the first question I had to him was, what is the most important part of your testimony here today? And he wouldn't even concede that, but he at least conceded that the most important thing was to look you in the eye and try to explain to you why, after his entire history, you should believe him when he says, okay, I was down at the kennels for one brief minute, but I had nothing to do with this. And we went through that long cross in which he identified all these factors, from his partner saying having an attorney, you need to have an attorney present, to his distrust of SLED, to Dave Owen asking him about his relationship. And I asked him, at what point did you decide to lie? And he finally agreed, okay, it was in this interview. It was that moment in the June 8th interview. It was during that interview. But in his 911 call, ladies and gentlemen, at 10:06, when he was asked when he last saw them, he said an hour and a half, and then changed it to approximately 2 hours. Consistent with what he would later say. Before any of those factors that he sat there and ran through with y'all as the reason for his decision even ever existed. And if that's not enough, ladies and gentlemen, you saw, and I played it for him, Daniel Green's body cam, where he was asked the same question. And he said that it was 1.5 hours plus 45 minutes. And all those factors that he identified to you as to why he supposedly lied, he was lying to you, ladies and gentlemen, when he made those up. He was lying to you when he made those up. Just like he's lied to everyone close to him. And he's good at it. He's good at it. Is that up?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul.
Motive, the means, the opportunity, and ample evidence of guilty conduct and guilty conscience. All four factors are present. Maggie and Paul deserve a voice. They need a voice because they can no longer speak. And this has been a tough job, but the system depends on people who take that oath as jurors and are willing to honor that oath and make that tough decision to vindicate these victims, to vindicate Maggie and Paul, who were cut down in the prime of their lives. This is a sealed exhibit. This is what he did. This is what he did right here. This defendant, on the other hand, has fooled everyone who thought they were close to him, everyone who thought they knew he was who he was. He's fooled them all. And he fooled Maggie and Paul too. And they paid for it with their lives. Don't let him fool you too. On behalf of the state of South Carolina, I ask you to return a verdict of guilty against the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, for the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul, and for his possession of firearms during the commission of those malicious offenses. Thank y'all for your attention during this long trial.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. If you go to the jury room, and you'll be dismissed in just a few minutes from the jury room. And please do not discuss the case at all with anyone, including your fellow jurors. We'll recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning, except for the matter that we will address in chambers with counsel.